This is Baron Helmet, and his kingdom was invaded by a kid. The Baron sent his best soldiers to capture the little brat, but the kid alone took down everyone without breaking a sweat. When he decides to fight back, he unleashes a spell so powerful, it creates a massive heat wave, leaving everyone in shock. The soldiers turn to ash, leaving only one knight, and the Baron who was basically shaking in his boots. The truth is, the kid wanted revenge for what the Baron did to his family. But to really understand this, let's go back a little in time. This is Ethan, the greatest swordsman in the West, and the eldest son of Duke Arden. He became famous as the Dragon Slayer, but nobody's invincible, right? Even being the best with a sword, he got crushed by the Dragon King, Dracusius. The beast launched an attack so insane that not even Ethan could hold on. As he was falling, he remembered the people he had lost to the dragons. His last word was, "Sorry." Out of nowhere, he wakes up with his sister staring at him. Ethan was totally lost, thinking he was in the afterlife. But his sister, crying her eyes out, told him they were both alive. Turns out he had been in a coma for 10 years. In that time, the world was turned upside down. The war ended 15 years ago with a peace deal with the dragons. His father died in battle, and his family, once the most powerful around, was now completely broke, living in an old shack in the middle of nowhere. In the end, he figured out he went back 13 years in time to a parallel world where the story took a completely different path. Since his family sacrificed themselves in the war, the king gave them a free pass for any crime. He also gave tons of jewels and gold to the family, but the Senate stole everything and left them with nothing. This Senate is a little group of 10 distant relatives who took control of everything while the MC was out cold. Their first dirty move was kicking the siblings out of the house and canceling the vote that would make Ethan the head of the family once he turned 20. Since Ethan is already 19 now, in 8 months he would take the title, but the old men were doing everything to stop that. The next day, one of the Senate leader's lackeys was watching over the shack and treating the MC and his sister like prisoners. The guy was living like a king, but the tables have turned, now that Ethan finally woke up. When the lackey least expected it, Ethan walks in and punches him straight in the face, sending the guy flying across the room. Right after, the MC grabs him by the collar and makes it clear that the rules of the game have changed. The guy completely lost it, realizing that for the first time, the Archduke was no longer that little 9-year-old kid who had fallen into a coma. The moment Ethan turned his back, the lackey started fuming with rage, muttering that he would regret this and that the Senate would destroy him. The MC went straight to his room and started focusing his mana, knowing his body was way too weak. His energy was all scattered throughout his body, and he could barely walk without using mana as a crutch. But since he was once the greatest swordsman around, it wasn't a matter of if his power would come back, just how long it would take. After hours of meditating, he made up for years of lying in bed, started running, threw in some push-ups and trained some strikes in the air. The guy spent the whole afternoon working up a sweat. Out of nowhere, a soldier pops out from behind a tree and warns him that his middle brother, Myers, is wasted drunk at a bar and surrounded by a bunch of thugs. Being the older brother, Ethan headed to the bar to save his skin. The moment he entered, Ethan asked what had happened to Myers. A chair suddenly flew past him. Inside, a furious Myers was yelling for more alcohol. Ethan stared and realized it really was Manners. He could hardly believe it what happened to that kind innocent kid. Then his eyes shifted. A group of guys were smirking, telling Manners to calm down and joking that he was full of energy today. That made Ethan's face harden. The men turned toward him. Ethan threw a punch. The table shattered. Now he was furious. Meanwhile, Manners was too drunk to know what was going on. He was off in his own world, fighting dragons. Holding up a broken bottle like a sword, he declared he would take them down. Then, slumped in his chair, the drunk Myers mumbled that he'd broken a bottle and asked why he was seeing his brother. Ethan was speechless. He remembered how Myers used to be quiet, serious and fierce when it mattered. Now Myers pressed the bottle to his face and bragged that he could outdrink anyone on the continent. Ethan frowned. Then he struck Myers in the neck with his fingers. Standing in front of the others, Ethan said Myers could be dealt with later. Hans pointed at the men and shouted that these were the same scumbags who'd been dragging his brother around. Dark mana started building around Ethan. One man froze, thinking the Archduke was supposed to have died 10 years ago from a mana surge. The thugs began whispering that they should leave. There was no point making things worse with the Archduke involved. One of them forced a smile and said they were only worried about the young master. He'd just gotten too drunk, but now he was calm. Ethan turned and asked if they really thought they were leaving. The man stiffened, still grinning. He said they were on their way out, and asked Ethan to tell the young master they'd had a great time. Ethan walked toward them and asked who gave them permission to leave. One of the punks stepped in and sneered that Ethan was still too weak. With a smug smile, he told Ethan to back off while he was still in one piece. Ethan answered with a punch. The boy slammed into the wall. Dust burst up from the hit. The others were stunned. Ethan coldly thought the Duke's family had truly lost all respect. How dare these pathetic insects laugh at his people? Burning with anger, he said they'd made a terrible mistake. The man barely had time to react before Ethan rushed him. When he saw blue mana, he panicked. He thought Ethan couldn't use it anymore. Still, he took his stance, sure he could handle that amount. Ethan crushed both his arms. The man was left in shock. Others rushed over to help him. Ethan glared at them, wondering how they dared mess with the Ardens. He swore he'd pay them back for what they did to his little brother. Soon the whole bar was filled with screams. Hans was terrified. Blood spattered across Ethan's face, and Hans could only think one thing: his master was a monster. Ethan called to him, and Hans answered at once. On the way out, Ethan said he was taking his brother home, and Hans should clean up the mess here. Later, Myers remembered staring at a picture and saying that not long after their father died, their mother followed him. Sitting on the floor, Myers cried, admitting he was so young that he barely remembered either of them. Ethan had stroked his head back then, and Myers said Ethan had taken their place for him, almost like a father. Myers kept crying. Ethan smiled and held his arms out to him. Suddenly, Myers woke up. Looking toward the window, he thought he must have been so drunk last night that he imagined his brother was there. He clenched his fist, thinking that if only he were stronger. Then Myers broke down and begged for forgiveness. Ethan came over and asked if he was awake. Shaken, Myers asked if it was really him. Ethan smiled and said he was finally back. Myers ran straight to him. He threw his arms around Ethan. Caught off guard, Ethan thought this had to be a temporary lapse. Myers hadn't changed at all. After letting go, Myers swore he'd never touch alcohol again. Ethan held out a hand and said they were together again, so one drink should be fine. Then he asked where Taryn was. That stopped Myers cold. Ethan said his sister hadn't told him anything about him. Holding his head, Myers explained that Taryn had gone to another family to study their technique. After their grandfather and father died, Ethan fell into a coma, and their family lost its gift of foresight. Ethan just stared. Then he asked again, shocked by what Myers meant. Another family? Myers admitted he didn't know the full story. Ethan frowned and asked if Tien had at least said where he was going. Rubbing his head, Ethan called Hans inside. He told Hans what he needed. Hans held out a bag and told him to take it. Ethan looked at the money in surprise. Hans said he found it while cleaning up. Ethan thought the timing was perfect. They really needed cash. He handed the bag back to Hans, saying he never would have thought of that, and told him to keep the rest. Overjoyed, Hans shouted that he was happy to serve. Ethan looked at him and thought Hans learned fast. He was actually useful. Touching his chin, Ethan said he was sorry they still didn't know where Tien went, but at least he was alive. Then he turned to Myers, serious again. Pulling over a stool, Ethan told him to sit and show his wrist. As he checked Myers' hand, Ethan said he needed to see whether drink had ruined him. He examined Myers' mana flow. After a moment, Ethan noted that the energy was dirty, but the mana itself was normal. Then he asked if Myers still had any foresight at all. Closing his eyes, Ethan explained that if Myers mastered the family breathing technique, his mana would burn like fire. At least his talent was still there. Letting go of his wrist, Ethan said it wasn't hopeless. He went on to say that with training, Myers could become a knight, but his condition was poor, so he'd have to choose between offense and defense. Stunned, Myers asked if he was serious. Ethan put a hand on his chest and said yes. He knew the secrets of their family, and if Myers wanted, he'd help him become a knight. Myers looked confused and said he'd thought that was impossible. Then he clenched his fist and chose defense, swearing he'd protect Ethan and the family. Ethan gave a small frown and said that meant training like hell. He asked if Myers was really ready for that. Myers answered with total seriousness that he was. Ethan shouted for Hans to bring sandbags and wooden swords. Looking around, he thought the secrets of their broken family now rested with him alone. Starting at 15 was late, but Myers still had potential. Outside, Ethan declared that he would turn Myers into a man worthy of the family. A candle burned on the table. Elsewhere, at Baron Kargas's house, a man sat at the table. This was Baron Helmut, the head of the family, thinking hard about the Archduke finally waking up. After handing over a letter, Helmut ordered it sent to Count Ferner. He pictured Ethan and thought the boy was talented, in strong condition, and had the same eyes as his father. To Helmut, that meant the spirit of the homeland had returned, and the Senate needed to hear it. Back in training, Ethan told Myers that when he swings a sword, he has to give the strike shape. That way the attack isn't one motion, it's a chain of moves. Their blades flashed. Myers lost his weapon. Standing over his fallen brother, Ethan said that when blocking, he couldn't focus on just one hit. He had to stop every strike in a row. Looking at Myers shaking on the ground, Ethan told him to get up if he understood. No enemy would wait for him to rest. With a faint smile, he asked if his will was really that weak. Myers shot back that it wasn't. Then he grabbed his weapon again. Taking his stance, he shouted that he'd barely kept himself from giving up, but no matter what, he'd block the next blow. Ethan smiled and said that was the spirit. Their swords crashed together again. Watching from the window, Hans thought they'd been training non-stop since morning. They were monsters, and Ethan had turned the brother he hadn't seen in 10 years into a bloody mess. Hans frowned and thought Myers somehow seemed happy getting beaten. He didn't understand either of them. Maybe this was how the Duke's family showed love. If he ever beat his own brother like that, he'd stay quiet and never get in his way. A girl stood with the servants, and Hans thought he should be especially polite to the Archduchess after what he'd done. Looking down, his sister thought she no longer knew how to live. Everything had changed since Ethan woke up. Looking out the window, she thought that from that day on, everyone started working hard. In the yard, workers moved around while a girl did her job. She glanced at the servants, then turned to the Lord Chamberlain. Nervous, he asked again. She opened her eyes and asked what Ethan had told him. After that, everyone got back to work. A memory flashed through his mind. Ethan beating someone, and he nervously asked again. Hans laughed to himself, thinking those memories were terrifying. When the girl called him again, he forced a smile. If the Archduke really talked like that, Hans wanted no part of it. Still, he apologized and offered her fresh cookies from the oven. With a smile, he handed them over and suggested a tea party, since the weather was so nice. She agreed and thanked him. She stared at him, confused, and realized he had dodged her question. Then she tried a cookie and said she liked it. Her hand reached toward the purple sphere. Hans looked at the stone and reminded himself to be careful. It cost as much as he made in a month. A face flickered inside the sphere. Then the head of the family appeared. Hans greeted him, and the man said he had been waiting for his report. Hans asked how he was. The man said he was fine, and had heard the Archduke woke up. Hans confirmed it and added that he could already use mana. The Baron paused, then said that meant the boy was still as gifted as he had been 10 years ago. Since the elders' meeting was close, he told Hans to keep reporting. Hans said he understood, then carefully added that the Archduke was very cruel, so they needed to be more cautious. The Baron cut him off. It did not matter. Things would go their way at the meeting. He had also sent extra money in secret and ordered Hans to keep watching him. Hans folded his hands and thanked him. The Baron said he expected another report in a month. After the call, Hans quietly clasped his hands and thought this was a huge chance. He grinned, thinking the Baron only said that because he had no idea how strong the Archduke really was. For now, Hans would just watch and side with the winner. Later, smiling to himself, he decided that even sticking close to the Archduke might pay off if it meant a bigger reward later. A moment later, someone called from outside and said the Dukes had finished training. Hans froze. He spun toward the door and yelled for cold water, wet towels, and tea right away. The servants answered at once. Hans frowned and decided that for now, the smartest move was not to upset the Archduke. Morning came. Weapons sliced through the air as Ethan sparred with his brother. Myers tightened his grip and blocked a strike. Ethan smiled, impressed just to see that much. He rushed in with another attack, thinking that after only a few days, Myers was already getting used to his swings. Myers pushed off the ground hard. Ethan swung his leg and launched another attack. Myers frowned and gritted his teeth. He blocked again. Ethan looked up, surprised. Myers opened his mouth, exhausted. Then he threw down his weapon and shouted that he had blocked it. Balling up his fists in excitement, he declared that he was finally a pro. Ethan smacked him on the head and said blocking one simple hit did not make him anything close to a real professional. Looking at him, Ethan warned that the moment someone thinks they have fully parried an attack, they drop their guard. That was why he should never lower his sword. Myers rubbed his head in pain. Even so, Ethan had to admit Myers was building strength and stamina fast, and he adapted quickly too. Smiling, Ethan thought that before long, Myers might be able to stand evenly against a real knight. Then Hans rushed over, praising the training. He handed Ethan a towel, said snacks were ready, and added that he looked better every day. Ethan could only think, why is he sucking up so much? The three headed to the table. On the way, Hans said he had something important to tell Ethan. When asked what it was, he admitted Baron Kargas had contacted him that day. Ethan sat down, puzzled, and asked again. Hans confirmed it. The Baron had ordered him to watch Ethan and report everything. Ethan asked what happened next. Hans got worked up, asking who Ethan thought he was. He insisted he was a loyal servant and would never betray him. Ethan just sipped his tea. Hans then admitted he had asked the Baron for more money. Ethan sighed, knowing he did need funds. Cheerful again, Hans said, Ethan should not be shy if he needed anything. They could spend the Baron's money. Ethan held out his hand and asked for paper and a pen. Ethan smirked, realizing the fool was trying to wait things out and side with the winner later. Still, he did not mind using Hans too. Dealing with simple people like this was easiest. Ethan gave him a list and told him to buy everything in the city. As Hans read out swords, shields, and training gear, Ethan said that was right, and Hans agreed. Ethan said that no matter how much money the Baron sent, it would all end up being his. Then he wished Hans luck, and the servant's eyes lit up. A second later, Hans ran off, shouting that his humble servant would carry out every order at once. The brothers could only think he was weird. As Hans reached the door, Ethan asked Myers what he knew about Providence. Myers widened his eyes and answered awkwardly. He admitted he was surprised Ethan even knew about it, then asked if their father had taught him. Ethan looked away and said, more or less. Then he added that everything he had told the servants to buy was for a coming battle. Myers asked, battle with who? Ethan told him to listen carefully. He planned to restore the family's honor, and the first step was turning Myers, the youngest Arden, into a real knight. Frowning, he explained that their family's providence was completely different from other houses, and demanded incredible resolve. Then he asked if Myers was ready to throw away all the mana he had built up his whole life. Myers stared at him in shock. Then he smiled and said yes, his family had given him that power, so he would do it. Someone suddenly came running. A man banged on the door, shouting that Sir Weldon was in trouble. From outside, the voice said the young master had barged in and started a fight. The man on the bed jumped up and asked if he had heard that right. Pulling up his pants, he cursed that the same guy who had been drinking like a pig yesterday had now come to stir up trouble at the Red Scorpion's base. 2 days earlier, Ethan stood beside Myers and told him to sit in the lotus position because he was about to teach him a new breathing method. Clenching his fist, Ethan explained that the Arden family's providence came from the black flame, and its core was the breath of black flame. Myers frowned, remembering that the black flame was the Arden symbol. If he passed the 4 stages, resonance, dispersion, circulation, and enlightenment, his mana would truly become black flame. Ethan told him that as a true Arden descendant, he had to master the black flame. But first he needed to empty out all his current mana. Myers shut his eyes as Ethan guided him. Empty your mana center, fill it with flame, throw out the impure mana, replace it with fire, and slowly awaken the mana center. Myers exhaled and followed. He formed a ring with his hands. Flames began to rise around him. A tiny spark grew into a flame. Time passed until sunset. Light streamed in through the windows. Myers sat there with his eyes still closed. Then he opened them. Fire burned around him as he shouted in excitement that this was Arden mana. It felt completely different from before. Ethan smiled and said he was doing well. It would be hard at first, but with enough training, Myers would feel everything change once his mana fully turned to flame. Myers lit up with joy. Ethan went on to say resonance would take about 2 months, and to get ready for it, they needed to go somewhere. Confused, Myers asked where. Later, Hans approached and said they had arrived. Ethan and Myers looked ahead. As Hans explained, this was the Red Scorpion's base, the same people who had humiliated the young master. In a low voice, he added that rumor said their leader had mana. Ethan said it did not matter and told Myers to handle it. Myers frowned and let out a breath. Then he kicked the door open. Storming inside, he shouted and asked if they were ready to die. The men stared at him, confused, asking what was going on and why he was doing this out of nowhere. Myers pointed his weapon at them, called them fools, and said they would pay for insulting the Duke's family. One of them protested that they had been drinking together like brothers just the other day, and asked what kind of joke this was. Myers glared at him. Without another word, Myers punched the man in the face and asked if this looked like a joke. The man crashed down. Everyone around him yelled in panic and told the others to grab Myers. Ethan watched with clear approval, while the servants covered their mouths in fear. Smiling to himself, Ethan noted that Myers had gotten a lot stronger in just a few days, but he still lacked confidence. Myers had fought these people before, and back then they cursed at him and drove him off. Ethan could tell he was still ashamed of all of it. That was why Ethan brought him here, despite the risk, so Myers could make up for the past and finally drop that weight from his heart. One of the men lunged at him, shouting for him to die. Caught off guard, Myers blocked the strike. Then he showed his teeth and snapped in anger. Ethan pointed out that the move was good. Myers had turned the attack toward the part of his body that could take the least damage. His counter hit the man right in the face. Ethan figured that was the right choice. If Myers had tried to dodge, he would have lost position and left himself open. Turning to the servants, Ethan said Myers was doing well, and asked Hans what he thought. Hans only found him terrifying. Hans was shaken. Myers had just taken a sword hit, yet Ethan acted calm. Still, he admitted that was impressive for someone who had only started using a shield a few days ago. Then a voice cut through the room, saying that was enough. A man stepped forward from above and asked what Myers thought he was doing. Did he really think he could get away with this? Ethan's eyes narrowed. The man smirked, then realized who Ethan was and said it out loud. A memory flashed through his mind. He had once seen his brother in a hospital bed, calling the Archduke a monster. Now he asked Ethan if he was the one who broke his dear brother's arms. Ethan only smiled and asked if that was all he wanted to say. The man glared, thinking Ethan was a complete bastard. He wanted to kill him, but held himself back. This had to be discussed with the Baron first, so he proposed ending things here. Their side had taken more damage anyway, and for the sake of Ethan's family name, they should part peacefully. Ethan laughed. The man had nearly ruined his brother, and now he was acting righteous. As Ethan started up the stairs, he told Myers these people were trash and didn't deserve pity. If they wanted to teach them a lesson, they might have to cripple every last one. Then Ethan stopped in front of the man. With an angry grin, the man warned that if Ethan kept going, he would step in himself. Fire flared around Ethan's clenched hand as he told him to try. The man froze in surprise. It was fire mana. He frowned, remembering the rumors that Arden mana burned like flame. Could that really be true? Blue light gathered in his own fist. He told himself the stories had to be exaggerated. Fire mana or not, who cared if Ethan was an archduke? With that, Vilden swung and decided he wouldn't fear him. Ethan looked at him like he couldn't believe what he was seeing. Vilden rushed him, shouting if he regretted this now. Ethan slipped aside with ease and asked the same thing back. Then he drove a burning fist forward and called him an idiot. Ethan followed up with blow after blow. Vilden cried out, mouth hanging open in pain. Ethan looked down at the smoking man. He stepped beside him and called out to him. Then Ethan crouched and asked who taught him that breathing method. The man spat back that Ethan was stealing combat skills now too. Vilden bared his teeth. Ethan swung his arm and warned that if he wouldn't talk he'd make him. The man yelled for him to stop. A second later, he broke and shouted that Baron Kargas had taught him. At once Kargas came to Ethan's mind. In that memory, the man stood with folded arms and said he wanted the youngest child of the Dolkel family ruined. The Baron agreed. He needed to be made useless, so he couldn't fulfill his role. The man added that doing it without leaving marks would take time, and drugs would be faster. The Baron said there was no rush. He had 3 years, and he expected results. The mustached man then pointed out there was also the matter of payment. The Baron held out a scroll and said this should be enough. The man stared at it and asked what it was. The Baron explained that it was a scroll on the Arden family's breathing technique. It would bring results, and he would also get a strength training scroll. As he opened it, the man realized it was the real thing. He dropped to one knee and promised to do his best. The Baron replied that he had always served well and would still be useful later. The memory kept playing as the kneeling man swore eternal loyalty, and the Baron called him reliable and said he trusted him. That whole exchange was stored inside a magic memory sphere. Looking at it, Ethan thought the Baron's act was pointless. He liked to play the noble knight, but Ethan had saved the memory sphere because he never truly trusted him. Ethan told the servants to report. Hans, still rubbing his face, said the young master had handled everyone and recovered the money they had taken. Ethan asked about their leader. Myers had already tied the man up, and Hans asked if they should bring him over too. Ethan rested a hand on the sphere and said there was no need. The memory sphere was enough. With his arms folded, he thought over everything they had found. The branch families had stolen the family's secret arts and were trying to harm the direct bloodline. On top of that were drugs, gambling, murder, and underground deals. The proof was everywhere. Still, Ethan gritted his teeth and told himself it wasn't time yet. He pictured the Baron's guards and remembered that even the weakest of the 10 side families was still too much for him to fight head-on in his current state. Looking at his hand, Ethan thought about how resonance mana had let him plant seeds of flame and slowly fill them, but so far it had only reached his wrist. Bright points of light flashed across his body: head, neck, back, chest, shoulders, pelvis, hips, and ankles. Once the final mana center in the heart began to move, everything would change. Ethan frowned. Helmut Kargas would be the first one he dealt with. A box with the sphere and a bag of gold appeared. Ethan told Hans to hide the memory sphere somewhere safe, and said he could keep the money. Hans tilted his head and asked if all of it was really true. Ethan turned to him and said yes, but if he valued his life, he'd forget everything he saw today. Terrified, Hans said he hadn't seen a thing. Elsewhere, the Baron slammed his fist on the table and cursed the Archduke in rage. When the butler opened the door, he heard the Baron shouting about how Ethan had destroyed his source of income. He had been bedridden for 10 years, and now, clutching his head, the Baron thought about royal immunity and wished he could just kill him. But he quickly rejected the idea. These were his lands, so suspicion would fall on him right away, and the Senate would use the chance to dump every crime on his head. So the Baron decided to stay quiet for now. There would be a meeting in 2 months, and he'd think of something before then. Just then, the butler said a letter had arrived from Ethan's servant. The Baron snatched it at once and ordered him to hand it over. As he gripped the letter, the butler asked what should be done if this really wasn't a mistake. The Baron tore the paper apart in fury. Ethan had really demanded 100 gold. He smashed the table again and kept calling him a devil. Pointing at the butler, Helmut ordered him to send it and make sure Ethan didn't cheat him. 3 days later, the men were busy rebuilding the house. The Arden hunting estate came into view. Looking at the red glow around his hands, Ethan thought things were going well. Half the mana centers in his hands were already filled. While standing by the window, he heard someone ask if he was awake. Ethan answered that they could come in. The man stepped inside. Hans bowed and said he hoped the young master had slept well. The younger lord and the Archduchess were waiting in the dining room. Ethan looked away and headed downstairs. Glancing at the servants, he said the repairs looked nearly done. Hans answered that the Red Scorpions had more money than expected, so they had been able to increase the budget. Ethan waved it off, saying it wasn't their gold anyway, and Hans could keep it. Hans thanked him at once. Then Ethan looked around the corner, surprised. Seeing his sister, he said the outfit suited her, and she replied that the Chamberlain had done well. Ethan thought Hans had worked fast. Now they really looked like the Duke's family. He silently promised to make sure she was always fed and dressed well. As someone cut into a steak, he turned to Myers and asked how the wound was. Myers raised a hand and said it was doing great. He'd be healed by next week. Ethan paused with his food. Next week? Then he set down his fork and said that was excellent, making his sister turn toward him. At the table, Ethan asked if either of them knew about the family ceremony this estate had been built for. After wiping his mouth, Myers said he'd never heard of anything like that. Ethan wondered if they truly didn't know about it in this timeline. Ethan turned to the servants and said they were heading to the Pushk Mountains for a hunt. Hyans answered that he would have the servants prepare at once. Ethan turned and said it would only be the 4 of them, him, his sister, Myers, and Hans. That made Hans ask again, still shocked. A week later, they reached the mountains. Hans clenched his jaw, thinking about how awful that whole week had been. From day one, huge monsters kept attacking them. He'd lost count of how many times he thought he was going to die. Ethan suddenly looked up, and Hans realized that without the Archduke, they never would have made it. The protagonist slashed his sword hard at the monsters. Beasts rushed him shield first, and he warned the servants not to get in the way. Hans snapped back like it was on purpose, then thought maybe the hero really was doing that. He'd have to train his brother better later. Hans lowered his head and swore he never wanted to go through anything like this again. Everyone looked up, stunned, and Myers asked if they had finally arrived. Seeing the temple, the hero confirmed it. They were at the Temple of Fire. As he opened the doors, Ethan thought about how one of their ancestors found this place centuries ago. Since then, the Arden family had always come here for farewell rites and blessings. There was also the fire blessing ceremony. Usually Arden children were brought here at age 10 to meet the fire spirits. The hero explained that the power they got from those spirits helped them adjust to fire. It was an old ritual used to master the flame. Hans nervously looked around, then asked the protagonist if he was really allowed inside, since he seemed suspicious. Ethan said yes, he could come. Deep down, he thought this would make Hans understand which side he should choose. Walking ahead, Ethan said this was the ceremonial altar. Setting down his pack, he said it was simple. They gave the spirits an offering, showed them fire, and started dancing. Everyone stared and asked again. His sister looked confused, so Ethan explained that anything bright and eye-catching worked. Then the spirits would gather and give their blessing. Myers asked if it was really that easy. Old memories surfaced, and the hero answered that history itself seemed different now. Not just the last 15 years, but even further back. Hands on his hips, Ethan thought the Ardens had made a contract with the spirits hundreds of years ago, but somehow it had already been broken in this world. He figured he'd have to manage without that blessing, then said it was time to begin. Standing before the altar, he called to the fire spirits. The descendants of Arden had come with gifts, with fire, and with a dance, so they should appear. At once, the candles lit up, and a sphere of fire formed in the air. Ethan saw it, and realized the path had opened. The fire spirits had arrived. One laughing spirit spoke of the descendants of Arden, and Ethan thought Myers had drawn an Ifrit, a mid-level spirit. Another spirit looked at his sister and called her cute. Ethan judged hers to be a salamander, a low-level one. Then all the spirits suddenly looked away in shock, saying it couldn't be. Was it really him? Ethan frowned. In his past life, he had been the Lord of Fire. Spreading his arms, he asked who would bless him, and the spirits burst out in amazement. He stared at the flames, confused, while the spirits whispered that even the Empress had come down herself. When Ethan saw the huge sphere of fire, he realized this spirit was far stronger than the one from his past life. The spirit called on the blood of Arden to bow. Then the spirit asked if he was the one who had summoned her. With a grin, Ethan asked if the Whisperer of Fire would grant him a blessing. A moment later, he was lifted into fiery light, and asked in surprise where he was. Ethan looked around at the blazing sphere and shining rays, and the spirit answered that this was her inner world, the world of fire. Raising her hand, she introduced herself as Rorosh, ruler of fire, and said she would show mercy and grant him a blessing. But then she asked if he was trying to take control of her flames, and Ethan wondered if he'd been found out. He quickly held up a hand and apologized for pushing too far, saying he only thought it would be nice if they combined their power. At the same time, he thought Rorosha was a pretty cute name for a Fire Lord. She smiled and called him funny. Then Rorosha said she'd give him a chance. If she could take even a tiny part of his power, the blessing would become much stronger. She told him to show what he could do, and Ethan accepted with a serious look. His sister turned to Myers in fear and asked if the hero would be okay. They watched him hanging in the flames, and she pointed out that he'd been there for over an hour without moving. Myers kept staring at the fire and said he only knew that something was happening. But when the hero spread his arms inside the blaze, he said with confidence that Ethan would handle it. Fire beams swirled around the protagonist as he focused, trying to remember what it felt like back when he could control fire. Grinding his teeth, he thought about using the breath of black flame. He raised his hand upward, then tightened his fist and wondered what exactly he had done. Looking toward the spirit, he said it seemed he had won. Rorosha laughed and said it was only a tiny piece, but still someone had actually pulled it off. Looking straight at him, she said he really was an interesting man. The hero began to rise toward the fire sphere, and Rorosha said that a promise was a promise. He could use it however he wanted. Veins showed on his hand, and he remembered that once you mastered flame, you could use it to cleanse every vein in the body. He gritted his teeth, thinking about how unbearably hot it was, then shouted from inside the orange light. A glowing human shape appeared. Myers stared at the fire in shock and turned toward his brother. Ethan lowered his head and clenched both fists. Looking at the Empress, he heard her ask if he was satisfied now. He glanced aside and said yes, but asked if his brother and sister could receive blessings too. Rorosha agreed. Breathing fire, she said it was a great honor to personally bless the blood of Arden. Myers and his sister rose into the air, glowing with orange light. The Empress looked at the protagonist and said she had thought they would meet again. A small fire sphere appeared, and she added that it had been fun until next time. Firechild. Ethan clenched his fists, thinking this was a very strange coincidence. Looking at his veined hands, he realized his body was now much stronger, and his veins were almost fully cleared. In this condition, he'd be one of the strongest people on the continent. Seeing his brother and sister still giving off fire particles, he thought they needed more time, so he decided to wait until they got their flames under control. Hans ground his teeth, thinking the Lord of Fire had only been a legend. He couldn't believe he had seen him with his own eyes. The Archduke was already a monster, and now he had a blessing too. As he looked at the temple columns, Hans understood why Ethan had brought him here. Now he knew exactly whose side to take. His sister turned toward her brother, while Myers stared at his hands. She asked if that was really him. Her eyes widened when she heard that she had changed too. Walking over to them, Ethan explained that the fire blessing changed everything. Bones, muscles, even veins. So of course they felt different. Myers said he never imagined it would change this much. It was incredible. The protagonist smiled, thinking they'd received mercy from the Lord himself. He never expected luck like this, and it was only possible because he still had memories of his past life. A rumble broke the moment, and Myers shut his eyes and asked if it was normal to feel this hungry. Ethan said of course it was because their bodies had been completely rebuilt. Then he told them to follow him, because he knew a place. Later, smoke rose from a cabin chimney, and as they came out, Myers said he couldn't believe how much he had eaten. With his hands behind his head, he said he never expected a rest house near the temple. Hans replied that the whole trip had completely turned his world upside down. The hero looked down in surprise, and Myers asked where they were going next. Stepping onto a stone slab, the protagonist thought he'd found it, and Myers asked what else he planned to surprise them with. Ethan turned and said yes, they should get ready. When the slab was lifted, Myers was stunned. As they headed downstairs, he asked what kind of storage room this was. The hero said it was where they kept hunting spoils. Then they all saw a pentagram on the wall. Ethan glanced aside and thought the protection spell against damage seemed to be hiding something useful. He turned to the servants and asked if they had found anything, and Hans answered in surprise that it was the same thing. Then Hans told him it was peacock skin, something every girl in the capital wanted, but almost no one could get, especially not in quality this high. Hans and Ethan exchanged a look. When the hero asked how much it could sell for, the servant said it depended on demand, but at least 30 platinum. Myers blurted out that meant 3,000 gold, and the protagonist told him to control himself. He was part of the Duke's family now. Myers could only cough. Smiling, Ethan said he didn't know. Hans understood things like that, while thinking this money would be very useful later. Hans laughed, scratched his head, and explained that his father had been a merchant. As a kid he traveled all over the kingdom and wanted to become his assistant, but somehow ended up here. Turning back, Ethan said he'd leave it to Hans, find a big trustworthy merchant. That explained a lot. He told Hans to take the goods and move them out, and Hans saluted, saying he'd do his best. They arrived back at Ethan's estate. While reading some papers in his chair, Ethan heard Hans ask to come in, and gave him permission. Hans apologized for interrupting, and said he'd found a trade group ready to buy everything. Their representative was already here, so Ethan asked who they were. When he heard the name Messiah, Ethan's face tightened. Hans nervously said they were known as the best traders, and asked if there was a problem. Ethan just patted his shoulder, told him he'd done well, and said they'd meet the guest. Hans crossed his arms, clearly confused. The door slowly cracked open. Ethan walked to his seat, apologized for the wait, and the visitor politely said it was no trouble. The man placed a hand on his chest and introduced himself as Michelin, head of the Messiah Trading Group. Ethan dipped his head and calmly asked for his real name, saying business should start with trust. Didn't he agree? Michelin asked what he meant. Lifting his tea, Ethan said he'd heard the Marquis of Bassaw made future heirs live on their own for a few years. That was probably why this man was hiding who he really was. The visitor clenched his fist and insisted Ethan had the wrong person, but Ethan asked how long he planned to keep hiding behind that mask. The man narrowed his eyes. He'd spent 3 years away from home, hiding his name and even changing his voice so well that not even the king would know him. As Ethan took a sip, he thought that in his past life, this man had told him the truth himself. The visitor grabbed his collar, admitted Ethan was sharp, and decided to start over, introducing himself as Jaren. Setting down his cup, Ethan said it was good to meet him, and asked if they could begin the real deal. Jaren looked stunned when Ethan said he probably hadn't expected this offer. Smiling, Ethan asked if he had any interest in making potions. Jaren blinked and asked, surprised whether Ethan actually knew anything about that. Ethan folded his arms and said he'd learned about it by pure luck. In his past life, families shared secret methods to fight the dragons, and one of those methods was potion making. Only Ethan and the person who created that method knew the full process. The Marquis family had poured everything into protecting their house, and Ethan trusted them more than anyone else. He pressed his lips together, waiting to see what Jaren would choose. Jaren touched his face and thought it over. Ethan knew his identity, so tricking him made no sense, and this offer was too serious to ignore. When Jaren asked why he chose their family, Ethan answered that 15 years ago, they had helped a lot in the war against the dragons. He added that it was almost funny. The two families that did the most had fallen into ruin, while useless parasites who hid in safety now fed on what was left. People like that couldn't be trusted with this secret. Ethan lowered his head and said that in 7 months he would officially become head of the family. Before then, he wanted to remove every traitor and he hoped their house would support him again. Jaren stared, shocked. Hadn't this boy only just woken from a 10-year coma? Jaren knew the road ahead was packed with enemies, not just the Senate, but the kingdom's 7 great families too. They had always hated the Ardennes for gaining immunity and the title of defenders of the kingdom. That was why those families backed the Senate, as it tore the Ardennes family apart from the inside. He thought about the king, the great houses, and the 10 senators. If he sided with the Archduke, he'd be making all of them his enemies. Jaren looked up, still unsure, but Ethan said he understood the risk, and the deal was worth it. Then Ethan cut his hand with a knife. Jaren panicked and asked what he was doing, but Ethan told him not to worry. He was just showing the product. As he poured a potion over the wound, Ethan explained that it worked like a low-grade healing potion, but cost only 1/10 as much. Jaren asked in shock if that was really true, and Ethan said yes, if the herbs and fermentation time were measured exactly right. Drying his hand with a towel, Ethan added that he knew other recipes too. If Jaren accepted, he held out his hand and said he'd share them for free. What did Jaren say? He wanted an answer now. Jaren was amazed. This might be his only chance to restore his family's former power. He couldn't just watch it fade away. So he lifted his head and agreed to make a contract with the Arden family. Back at the estate, someone arrived with a report covering the last 3 days. Hans told Ethan it was about broken contracts by their vassals. First, Baron Kargas had more soldiers than he was allowed to keep. Going through the papers, Hans said there were gangs across the city like the Red Scorpions, and together they had 3 times the legal number of fighters. On top of that, the Baron was squeezing extra taxes from villagers and using those gangs to extort them under the name of protection. Ethan frowned, so he was threatening villagers and charging them for protection. After forcing Ethan and his brothers out, he was robbing common people too. Trash. Ethan thought the other 9 families were no better and asked who was collecting taxes in the villages. Hans handed over the papers and said it was Heims, the Baron's right-hand man. Ethan asked where he was. Hans guessed Heims was in Baros's village, since it was tax collection time. Ethan gripped the papers and said they were going there at once. Hans agreed and went to prepare. As the door slammed shut, Ethan thought he'd deal with the Baron's family in about 4 months. With the Fire Lord's help, he had to move faster. Be patient, Kargas. He decided to start with Heims. In the village, the Baron greeted the people of Barosis and asked if they had the money ready. The village elder stepped forward and said they had gathered all they could, but they were still a little short. The Baron asked how much. Angrily, he said the old man already owed 20 gold. Hadn't he even taken care of the Red Scorpions for them? The elder knew that was a lie. Everyone knew their true lord had done that. Still, he bowed his head and begged for more time. The Baron shoved him aside and said it was too late. If they had no money, then hand over the old man's daughter. That would teach them what happens when taxes aren't paid on time. The elder begged him to take anything else, just not his daughter. Then Heinz pointed toward Ethan and said it was him. Ethan answered that he understood. Frowning, Ethan said he could already tell from a distance that the man was pathetic. Heinz froze in fear. It was Ethan, the one sent to the wilderness, and beside him he stared at the figure giving off red energy and asked who that was. Tammuz turned to his guard and shouted for his protector to do something. While the knight wondered what this burning mana was, Dakin drew his sword and ordered them to stop. If they came any closer and disobeyed the Baron, they'd be punished by law. But even with little mana, he could feel a terrifying pressure. Ethan drew his own blade and laughed at that, saying he didn't want to hear talk of law from robbers. Dakin swung and snarled. Did Ethan really dare threaten them? Did he want to die? Ethan smiled and said the only one dying here was him. Then he shot forward, leaving red trails of magic behind. The guard looked up and was stunned by Ethan's speed. Still, he read the attack line and thought he could block it, then counter right away. Ethan came down on him, and Dakin raised his sword to defend, but Ethan's blade slipped past the guard's weapon, and Dakin realized, shocked, that Ethan had changed the path of his strike in the middle of the swing. The blow landed hard. Dakin crashed to the ground, eyes wide, as blue light burst out, and stones flew into the air. Ethan lifted his sword again, red sparks swirling around him. The other knights stared in fear. He had dropped their strongest man in one hit, and swung that massive sword like it weighed nothing. He was on a whole different level. Heims yelled at them, asking what they were standing around for. Stop him. Heims shouted for them not to be stupid. The man before them was Archduke Arden himself. Drop their weapons and surrender. The knights looked at Ethan in shock. The Arden family? The Archduke? the one who wiped out the red scorpions? Their spears hit the ground. With a small smile, Ethan said that was better, they knew their place. Now, what about Himes? Himes looked up in terror as Ethan said they were going to have a private talk. At Baron Kargas's mansion, Ethan notes the Baron is living better than he is. The Baron quickly says it has nothing to do with him. Bruised and shaken, Himes lowers his head and blames Baron Kargas. He says the Baron ordered the extra taxes, and it's all written in the account book he keeps. After checking the papers, Ethan decides the proof is enough and turns to the servants. Hans lifts the sphere and says he recorded everything in the memory sphere too. Ethan hands a note to a servant and says that once he's done here, it should be delivered to Baron Kargas. Hans agrees. Ethan turns and says that's right. He says the Baron ordered higher taxes, not more food for his own stomach, and tells Hans to make sure he never goes back to those filthy tricks. Hans clenches his fists and says he understands. An open letter lies on the table as the man says this means the Archduke is pushing him to build power before the Senate meeting and force everyone under him. He asks if he got that right. The voice from the sphere answers that if that's the case, they need to move now and learn more about him. As the face in the sphere fades, it adds that he should report back if he finds anything. The Baron slams his fist onto the table. Grinding his teeth, he realizes they've chosen to use him as bait. He presses a hand to the letter, accusing him of breaking the vassal contract by collecting extra taxes, then wonders how Ethan dealt with 3 tax collectors, even though knights were with them. Crushing the letter in his hand, the Baron calls for the butler and orders him to send Ruin to the slums and invite the Archduke to his mansion. Thinking of Ethan, he tells himself he can't afford to underestimate him anymore. This time, he'll face him himself. Looking over the paper, Ethan thinks that in just a few weeks he has stopped almost every tax abuse, so Baron Kargas is probably furious. He looks toward the door and tells the person outside to come in. Myers walks in with a smile and asks if Ethan called for him. Ethan says yes. Then Ethan tells him to get ready because he'll soon be leaving for a branch family. Confused, Myers hears Ethan say he has something important to ask of him. Standing in front of him, Myers asks which side family he means. Ethan tells him not to worry and says he'll explain. Ethan raises his fingers and says there are 3 reasons he's sending him there. When Myers asks again, Ethan starts with the first one. After Taryn left, only 2 people are left in the running to become head of the family. He goes on to say the other families probably won't sit back and watch him crush the Baron, especially since his immunity makes it hard for them to touch him. Holding up a second finger, Ethan says they still want to keep their influence, so they'll oppose him becoming head, and will likely try to push Myers forward as their puppet. Ethan says they've already tried that before, leaving Myers stunned. Then he gives the third reason. If those families believe Myers is on their side, they'll offer him all the help they can. Myers smiles and says he gets it now. Ethan pauses, mouth slightly open. Then he warns that they're crossing a line now, and anything could happen to Myers. Still smiling, Myers says he understands what Ethan means and that things will be fine. Serious. Now, Ethan thanks him, as Myers asks if the plan is just to act like he's on their side and gain their backing. Ethan places a hand on his shoulder and says that as long as they support Myers, they won't move openly against him. Meanwhile, he'll get everything ready to bring them down. Hans steps forward, as Ethan adds that one of Count Furness's most powerful families is the target, and the servant will go with Myers, so he doesn't need to worry. Myers clenches his fist and says he can handle it. Later, he packs up his things. The girl folds her arms and asks if he's really leaving. She walks up to him and presses him to answer. With her hands on her hips, Ethan's sister asks if he's really going away for 6 months without any real warning. Myers apologizes. Closing his eyes, he says he'll try to write more often. Then someone calls out and asks him to wait. Ethan stops him and says he's always believed in him, but he still needs to be careful. Myers looks thrilled. They shake hands and Myers tells Ethan he can count on him. Then Myers waves and says he's off. The coachman takes the reins. People watch the carriage leave. The wagons roll through the forest road. Other carts pass by. A wheel bumps over a rock. Inside the carriage, one of the men complains about the roads and asks if the Baron is really worth all this trouble. The blonde man smirks and says he'll have plenty to tell him about what they went through. Then asks how much was sent this month. Patting his chest, the other man says he wasn't cheap. He sent 100 gold coins. The blonde boy stares in surprise and asks if it wasn't just 1 gold coin last month. Angry, he thinks about how the Baron cut his pay after he lost a little money gambling, yet sent 100 gold to this pathetic trash. He holds out the bag and says the servant can keep 10. The man laughs while holding the coins and says 10 gold sounds fair for all his trouble. The blonde boy says they'll leave 10 for those lowlifes, and he'll keep the rest to enjoy himself. The servant spreads his hands and asks what they'll do if the Archduke gets mad, since people say he's stronger than some knights. He adds that the Baron warned them to be careful. Grinning, the blonde says it's 10 times more than last time, so Ethan has no reason to complain. Besides, the Archduke won't dare touch him because he's a third-rank knight. A white-haired young man turns to his brother and tells him not to worry, just go. With a sword in hand, he says he'll protect this place with his life until his brother defeats the Dragon King. The blade gleams in the light. It slams into the training dummy. Ethan lifts his weapon and wonders if Tien is alright, since he hasn't heard a thing about him since waking up. He strikes the dummy again, thinking he understands why Tien tried so hard to keep the family together, but it still frustrates him that he knows nothing about what Tien is going through. Gritting his teeth, Ethan decides he'll drag him back home himself if he has to. He brings the blade up in front of him, then stretches his other hand to the side. 3 training dummies stand before him. Energy wraps around Ethan as he thinks this won't be easy, and that only makes him angrier. A carriage wheel suddenly stops at a stone. Ethan turns. A horse and carriage have arrived behind him. A servant opens the door and announces that they've arrived. "My lord." The blonde passenger glances around and complains about having to live in such a backwater. Ethan stares him down and asks who he is. The blonde tosses over the money bag and says he brought the allowance from Baron Kargas. Coins spill out as he adds that Ethan probably didn't expect to see that much money. 1 coin rolls to Ethan's shoe. Ethan looks down as the boy mocks him, saying the beggar went speechless at the sight of gold. Turning away, Ethan hears him ask why they should have to bow to the Duke's family. The blonde keeps running his mouth, asking if the Archduke won't even thank him for such generosity. The moment he starts bragging about what the Baron gave last month, Ethan's fist flies out. The blonde crashes to the ground. Clutching his face, he hears Ethan ask, since when the Baron became more important than the Duke. Ethan grabs him by the clothes as the boy shouts, asking what he's doing. Lifting him up, Ethan tells him to repeat who he is. The boy answers that he's Kargas. Ethan frowns and asks again. Before he can finish, Ethan punches him in the face again. The blonde screams and grabs his face, then he catches Ethan's arm. A white circle appears on his back as he calls Ethan a psycho. Grinding his teeth, the blonde curses him and wishes him dead. He draws his arms in, trying to resist, but Ethan still holds him up with ease. Ethan studies him, focused on that aura. The blonde grabs harder and threatens to break Ethan's limbs, and Ethan asks if he learned their breathing method too. Then Ethan realizes just how pathetic the boy really is. He recalls the bearded man and thinks these people clearly know the technique, but barely use its power. One look tells him they taught themselves. Red energy gathers at Ethan's fingers, and he thinks it's a good thing he knows how to shut the technique down. That red aura strikes the blonde's body. He drops in front of Ethan. Staring in shock, the blonde blurts out that he didn't feel anything at all. Sweat starts to form on his face. He looks at his palms and asks what's happening. Then he looks up and demands to know what Ethan did to him. Ethan looks down and calmly says he sealed his mana. When the boy asks again, he stares up in horror as Ethan says a thief who stole the technique probably wouldn't understand how it really works. The blonde boy swung at Ethan, telling him not to play around. Ethan slipped past the attack. Then he drove him to the ground and pinned him there. Ethan's face turned serious. He questioned the servant behind him about why they had come. The servant handed over a letter and said it was an invitation from Baron Kargas. This time, he sent 100 gold instead of 10. Looking at the letter, Ethan told him to bag everything up. He had been waiting to see the Baron's next move. He smiled, thinking a face-to-face meeting would help him more. The next day, people gathered outside the house. A girl asked her brother if things would really be okay. He turned to her and said not to worry, it was only a talk. Ethan waved goodbye and told her he'd be back soon. Then the carriage left. His sister crossed her arms and asked why he needed a sword if he was only going to talk. As the carriage rolled on, Ethan thought the Baron's fate was already set, no matter what trick he tried. Folding his arms, Ethan figured the invitation meant the Baron planned to stay in his way to the very end. He stared ahead, waiting to see what the man would do. Poremphis was ringed by walls, and the Baron's mansion looked far too grand for the city. As they neared it, Ethan realized Kargas was hiding the people suffering behind that luxury, and blaming everything on the Arden family, the same family that bled for them in war. The coachman pulled the reins and said they had arrived. Ethan stepped out and someone asked if he was the guest. A purple-haired man looked annoyed and said he had told his father this visit was a waste of time. Then he asked where the younger brother sent to fetch Ethan had gone. Ethan asked if he even knew who he was speaking to, and whether the Baron had failed to teach him respect for the main family. The man grabbed Ethan's clothes and asked if his title had made him this arrogant. Ethan only smirked and repeated himself. The man bent forward, asking if Ethan was actually laughing at him. Ethan answered with a kick. The Baron's son was sent flying into the bushes. Keeping his leg raised, Ethan mocked him for trying to teach him anything. The purple-haired man trembled when he realized he'd been struck without even seeing it happen. Ethan stood by the carriage. He tossed the blonde boy toward his brother and told him to take him. Grinding his teeth, the purple-haired man asked if the Archduke had done this to his brother. Ethan asked who else it could have been. His hand moved to his sword hilt. The man drew his blade, cursed, and swore he'd kill Ethan. He slashed forward. He stood right in front of Ethan, but Ethan could already tell this one was the same as the others. They had stolen a technique they couldn't even use right. The sword seemed to hit Ethan's head. The Baron's son looked away, thinking he'd missed, and wondered where Ethan had gone. A second later, Ethan grabbed him by the hair. He smashed him into the ground. The impact cracked the earth. Taking the man's sword, Ethan said trash like him didn't deserve to be called a knight. With the man sprawled before him, Ethan said the next strike would end it. Then a sword tip stopped at Ethan's side, and a voice told him to freeze. Ethan met the new blade with his own. The knight sprang back a short distance. A pink-haired boy raised his sword and introduced himself as Manhwa, commander of Baron Kargas's knights. He said the Archduke had gone too far, and asked him to stop before this got worse. Ethan tightened his grip when Manhwa warned him not to make him use force. Lowering his sword a little, Ethan asked him to say that again. Sweat ran down Manhwa's face when Ethan asked if he really thought Ethan was the one crossing the line, after raising a weapon against the Archduke and heir of the main family. Ethan leveled his blade and told Manhwa to try blocking his next strike. The purple-haired man was still down on the ground. Ethan added that if Manhwa wanted to threaten him, he'd better be stronger than that piece of trash. Energy wrapped around the pink-haired knight as he apologized in advance. Then he rushed Ethan at blinding speed. Ethan glanced aside. He blocked Manhwa's attack. The knight commander looked to the side and found Ethan already beside him. Ethan swung his sword and smiled. This one was actually skilled. Manhwa pressed the attack. A cut opened on Ethan's shoulder. Clenching his teeth, the knight thought he could force Ethan back. He swung again. Ethan stayed calm. Manhwa charged in fast. Dust kicked up with a fallen man behind Ethan. Manhwa thrust through the dust, thinking he had blocked Ethan's sight and could disable him without badly hurting him. His blade shot out of the cloud. Then Manhwa's eyes widened. This couldn't be real. Their swords crashed, and Ethan's blade stopped right before his face. Manhwa realized the Archduke could kill him here. His hand tightened on the hilt. The knight commander shut his eyes. Ethan was already behind him. Manhwa looked aside. Ethan only smiled, and the knight wondered why he had stopped, because that strike would have landed. Manhwa dropped to the ground, realizing Ethan had spared him. Then both boys turned when they heard a scream. A woman grabbed the blonde boy and begged him to open his eyes. Her teeth clenched in rage. She shouted, asking how that half-dead duke dared lay a hand on her son. Pointing at Ethan, she ordered the men to seize that madman, then demanded to know why the commander was just standing there. A mustached man cut in and told her to stop. Men in black stood behind him. He frowned and stared coldly ahead. The woman rushed up, yelling that this lunatic had beaten their children. He said he knew and would handle it, so she needed to leave. At the Baron's order, Manhwa took the blonde boy and escorted the wife and son away. Spreading his arms, the Baron greeted Ethan and said it had been 10 years since they last met. Then he asked him to release his son so they could talk. Ethan stepped forward and said there were many reasons they hadn't met in so long, and sadly, he couldn't grant that request. He lowered the sword toward the man on the ground, and said anyone who raised a hand against a duke had earned only one punishment, death. Sweating, Baron Kargas told Ethan to calm down and apologized for his son. Then he added that even if Ethan was protected, the duke's authority no longer ruled here. Kargas went on, saying the Senate now controlled these lands and would judge his son. He urged Ethan to forget the misunderstanding and join hands with him. Then the Arden family could become great again. Ethan stepped up to the Baron, his teeth clenched with anger. Gripping his sword with both hands, he shouted that if the Duke's family no longer ruled the duchy, then what was the point of their existence? The Baron cried out his son's name. Ethan's blade stabbed down beside the man's head, leaving him staring in terror. The Baron seized the sword and told Ethan to stop pushing his luck. Blue aura flared around him as he warned Ethan that if he wanted to live, he should release his son and beg on his knees. Clutching his clothes, Ethan told him not to joke with him. Holding the Baron's son out front, he said he had already decided to wipe out their whole family. Then the Archduke threw the son back to Kargas, and declared that the Baron had broken the vassal contract. Men in black robes stood behind the Baron, as Ethan added that Kargas had threatened the Duke's heirs to hide his crimes. His eyes flashed as he charged Baron Kargas with treason, and declared that all his rights, title, and castle would be taken away. The mustached Baron glared at him, and asked how he dared threaten him. He scowled and shouted. Blue aura spread over the armed men as he ordered them to attack Ethan. Grinding his teeth, the Baron said they would move as planned. He ordered them to make sure Ethan could never interfere again, even if that meant crippling him. Ethan smirked and said he knew the Baron was hiding something. Far away in Palantium, the capital of Hydern, stood the royal castle. During a meeting, someone asked if there was anything else to discuss or if they could end it, then addressed His Majesty. Marquis Blotain of the Bessus family placed a hand on his chest and asked for permission to speak. The gray-haired king allowed it, though he found it strange that the Marquis wanted to bring something up. Blotain thanked the king and said Archduke Arden had contacted him. The man pictured the boy surrounded by power, and remembered that this was the Archduke who had fallen into a 10-year coma after a mana surge. The king rested his head on one hand, thinking about how long the Bessus family had been involved with them. Standing before the king, Blotain was asked why Ethan had reached out. He answered that Ethan claimed Baron Kargas had broken the vassal contract again and again. Holding a document, Blotain listed the charges: raising taxes, forming secret groups, building forces beyond his limit, and illegally taking and selling information about the Duke family's hidden techniques. Blotain glanced aside, thinking the 7 families clearly weren't pleased this topic had come up. Everyone listened as Blotton said the proof was stored in memory spheres, and the Archduke wanted the castle seized. The king touched his hair, weighing two sides, backing the 7 families in the Senate, or the kingdom's old defenders. Then he rested a hand on the railing and said it was not his duty. Since the Arden family was outside the Senate and this was a dispute with one house, he would stay out of it. He told the Archduke to deal with it himself, and Blotton said he would deliver that message. Sweat ran down the Marquise's face. He pictured Ethan with a sword and realized the king had not backed the Arden family. The woman covered her face with a kerchief, and someone assured her there was nothing to fear. Beside her, Manhwaten ordered the window shut and asked for hot tea. The knight said he was heading to the Baron, and she warned him to be careful. He stepped forward. Moving down the hall, Manhwaten couldn't understand why Ethan had changed course mid-attack, and the feeling in his gut kept getting worse. Ethan was swarmed by the Baron's warriors. He knocked their strike away with a single swing. One of them cried out that they'd trapped him. Ethan slipped past the next blow. He stared at them with open contempt. More swords came at him. Their blades burned with red energy. The Archduke swung back. Baron Kargos barked for everyone to attack at once, and leave Ethan no room to dodge. Then Manhwaten arrived and reported that the lady and young master were safe. Without even turning fully, Ethan said the Knight Commander's help probably wouldn't be needed now. Manhwaten watched in silence, and realized the Archduke was holding back on purpose. Ethan leaped clear of another strike. He looked completely sure of himself, and the knight felt he was being looked down on. Ethan touched down lightly, hovering above the warriors for a moment. Gripping his sword with both hands, he said everything was ready. A shockwave burst from his attack. Red force rushed at the Baron's men. Baron Kargos raised an arm to shield himself, and demanded to know where Ethan had learned a move like that. Ethan landed, sword still in hand. The warriors stayed in front of him, while the mustached Baron shouted that running wouldn't win, and today Ethan would rot in the dungeon for life, not just 10 years. The Archduke swung again. Smiling, he said that had only been a wide attack. He didn't want to hit anyone. He didn't need to. Then he took the sword in both hands. A vortex started spinning around the blade. Grinding his teeth, the Baron muttered that the energy was monstrous, then tried to call it another trick. Ethan brought the blade down. Power gathered at its tip. Manhwaten stared in fear. Ethan's eyes widened. The Knight Commander shouted for everyone to dodge. A flash exploded above the Archduke as he unleashed the second form of the Arden family's secret art. The blast wave tore toward the warriors. The girl pulled her hand from the mug and said it was too hot. Then she wondered if Ethan was all right and hoped he wouldn't do anything reckless again. Covering her face, she said her brother had always been reckless, and it was strange not hearing war cries outside. Then flames erupted everywhere, followed by screams. Manhwaten covered his face, stunned. How was this possible when Ethan barely had any mana? Pillars of fire shot upward. The warriors were swallowed by the flames. The Knight Commander stood in front of the Baron. The man could only gape in shock. These were elite knights, each worth thousands of normal soldiers, yet the Archduke had dropped them all in one strike. Ethan's hand trembled. Looking at it, he realized he was nearly out of mana and had hit his limit. Without the Fire Lord's blessing, he would have blacked out already. The Baron stepped back as Ethan said it was his turn. Now, wrapped in a red aura, Ethan said years of tormenting his family deserved harsh punishment. Baron Kargos looked up in panic and yelled that Ethan had to be worn out. Whoever killed the Archduke would get 500 gold. Sweat formed on Manhwaten's face. It wasn't just the attack's power. Ethan had sent that huge fire wave only at the people he chose, and the knight had never seen anything like it. The fallen men were already proof enough. Everyone still standing understood the gap in strength, and even those who could rise knew better than to lift a sword again. Ethan turned his head. He looked at the Knight Commander and asked if he wanted another try. Manhwaten lowered his gaze and admitted he had already lost. Flames flickered at Ethan's fingertips as he asked the Baron if he heard that. Then he stabbed him in the stomach. The Knight Commander rushed over. Ethan turned toward him, beside the fallen Baron, and ordered him to lock his master in the dungeon and watch him closely. Manhwaten raised his hands and asked if Ethan was really telling him to imprison his own lord. He cried out that he was a knight. He had sworn an oath. Ethan stepped closer and said that was exactly why he was trusting him with this. A hand landed on the knight's shoulder as Ethan reminded him the Baron was a traitor who would lose his title for his crimes. The knight's eyes tightened when Ethan added that if the Baron escaped, his whole family would be executed by law. Ethan told him a loyal knight must not forget his oath. Near the burning banner, Manhwaten finally said it would be done. A shout came from the cage. The man yelled, if they thought they could get away with this. Scowling at Manhwaten, he ordered him to let him out at once. Ethan walked up, put a hand on his friend's shoulder, and said he'd handle the rest himself. Inside the carriage, the man kept screaming for the door to be opened. Then Manhwaten turned to Ethan and asked something. Since the Baron had ordered all of them to attack, why had Ethan spared some of them? Ethan turned back and said a sword reflects the soul. Had Manhwaten never heard knights speak through their blades? He thought back to the villains around him after he woke up. People who wanted his family dead, even though that family had once saved the country. He remembered raising his sword and the knights charging him, and said they had crossed blades with him. From that fight, especially with Menharten, he understood some people still honored the Duke's bloodline. Red aura wrapped around Ethan as he said that realization had made him breathe easier. Turning away, he went on. He didn't care if it came from guilt or old feelings. Whatever the reason, there were still people loyal to the Duke's sword. That was enough. With that, Ethan headed for the exit, hands in his pockets, saying he'd talked enough and would leave the rest to him. In the Baron's office, Ethan walked in. A man greeted him with a deep bow. He introduced himself with a hand over his chest as the Baron's eldest son, saying he had been waiting. Ethan stepped closer and said he had been waiting for the man whose father and brothers were about to be jailed. Whatever he wanted, he'd better choose his words carefully. Spreading his arms, the eldest son calmly said he wasn't like his father or brothers, then asked if Ethan wanted to make a deal. Ethan smiled at that. He said he'd been wondering what the man would say. Then, with a shake in his hand, he told him he clearly didn't understand his position. Deals are made between equals. Ethan grabbed him by the throat and lifted him into the air. Frowning, he said the Baron's family had committed treason and raised swords against the Archduke, yet he still thought he could bargain. The eldest son convulsed, unable to breathe, and realized he had to speak before he passed out. In a shaking voice, he gasped out that he had information about the seventh family. Ethan threw him to the floor and told him to talk. Clenching his fist, he stepped in and warned that if this was a lie, prison would be the least of his worries. Desperate, the eldest son insisted it was real. Then he handed over a red book and said Ethan should read it. It was an agreement about handing over secret techniques. Inside, Ethan read that after House Arden fell, the seventh great family demanded records of the Duke's vassals' secret arts. The book showed the Baron's seal and claimed it was all to strengthen the army against nearby nations. Ethan pictured those neighboring armies, then kept reading that they supposedly had no choice but to hand the records over. Looking up, he said those records clearly hadn't helped their knights much. The eldest son answered that they still hadn't figured out all the secrets. Seeing Ethan's confusion, he explained that the seventh family had only sold them a simplified version. He pulled out the red book. Ethan grabbed his head, thinking, they handed over the real version, then bought back a cut-down copy from them. How stupid can they be? As Ethan opened it, the eldest son explained that decoding it cost a fortune, so they had to raise taxes. Ethan snapped the book shut and slammed it down, calling it garbage. He looked at the terrified eldest son and said the book was packed with useless nonsense. Gripping it tighter, Ethan said no sane person would give away something that important. They got played and lost everything. He thought bitterly that during war, people join hands. In peace, they only care about money. Then Ethan told the eldest son he would spare the rest of his family. In return, he wanted every ledger the Baron had. Bring them all, then wait in the annex for more orders. A shattered flag stood in the middle of flames. Bodies of fallen soldiers covered the ground. He spun around in fear, asking where he was and what this place was. Just a moment ago, he had been training in the yard. Then a huge monster appeared and lifted its sword. Ethan froze, too scared to move. The blade came down and killed the warrior behind him instead. He stared at himself in confusion, wondering why he had not been struck. Looking down, he feared this might be a memory from a past life. Then a long-haired man appeared and declared it a great victory. Ethan stared at him and went still. He realized it was Baron Kargas from his old world. The Baron reached out and told him to burn in hell. Ethan stayed frozen, as the Baron accused him of invading a peaceful world and ruining everything. To them, even the great dragon was just an intruder. Head lowered, Ethan listened as the voice in his mind argued that he was no different from the people he hated. He could not bend history however he wanted. Ethan drew his sword, thinking of his fallen comrades. Grinding his teeth, he said no. He slashed through the Baron's body. Dark energy burst apart, and Ethan saw he had only destroyed a training dummy. Breathing hard, he thought of his sister and the others. Here, they were still alive, and he did not care what anyone said was allowed. He looked up and swore that no matter how history changed, he would protect his family, no matter the cost. A shout made him turn at once. Someone was yelling that they could not do that. In the distance, a man ringed by guards was shouting that the Archduke knew him and they should let him through. The bearded man grabbed his vest and demanded to see his lordship. Then he heard Ethan's voice and turned around. Ethan walked over and asked what was going on. The old man broke into a huge smile, pressed a hand to his chest and cried out, "My lord," with tears in his eyes. The man in fine clothes was known in Ethan's past life as the monster of paperwork. He was one of the Orden family's most important men, rising from nothing to count through skill alone, and he could finish almost any office job in under an hour. Sitting with his head lowered, the man said everyone who backed Ethan, himself included, had lost their position. Ethan glanced at his clothes and said that explained the way he was dressed. As he lifted his tea, Ethan thought all the useful people had been removed to break the Duke's house from within. Maybe their enemies were not fools after all. He had just been wondering who could handle administrative work, so he held out his hand for introductions. This was Michelin, a merchant working with the duchy, and Ethan thought his timing was perfect. The old man turned and apologized for what had happened before, but Michelin brushed it off. Michelin reached out and started saying that after Ethan crushed the Baron's family, the Senate would be next. Ethan cut him off. He had heard enough. Smiling with his arms crossed, he said this land belonged to the Orden family. Michelin was stunned and said that would only matter if the king gave the land rights back. Ethan answered that the Baron's eldest son had told him something interesting too. He frowned and said the vassals and the seventh great family had pulled something shady. Then he repeated himself. This was their land. Did the heir of the Orden family really need permission from some useless king? At that, Michelin choked on his tea. Wiping it away, he nervously said he knew Ethan was different, but this was still too much. Ethan only smiled and raised a hand, telling him not to worry. Good news would come soon. Michelin got to his feet and said that if Ethan was sure, then he would go handle his tasks. The old man set down his mug with a laugh and said he was glad Ethan had come to his senses. He would need many clever people, and he just happened to be raising one. Did Ethan want to meet him? The door opened, and a voice said to come in. Ethan looked across the room and saw a white-haired boy. The man explained that he was adopted and had brought him along. The boy looked ahead and said it was an honor to meet Ethan. With a hand on his chest, he introduced himself as Lawrence. Ethan frowned in surprise. He pictured the man from his memories and thought, it's him. Then the scene shifted to Iron Valley, beneath a red flag. Ethan sat on a black horse. Lawrence came to him and reported that all troops were in place. Ethan smiled and said Lawrence had outdone himself again. Looking over the massive army, he said that in only a week Lawrence had built a brilliant plan that could turn the battle around, with the Death Squad playing the key part. Laughing, Lawrence said all that was left was to give the order. Ethan said Lawrence might be the only person who could come up with a plan like this. He always found the perfect place to send the cavalry. Then he lowered his voice and said he respected Lawrence's talent, but going 3 days without sleep was too much. If he collapsed in the middle of battle, Ethan would be on his own. Lawrence lowered his head and said that after giving himself to tactics and strategy, every death weighed on him like a stone. But now the dragons raised a horn and blew it. An instant later, a huge army surged forward, shouting in a strange language. Lawrence said he was ready to risk his life if the plan could save even one more person. Ethan fixed his eyes ahead and answered that was enough. They would wipe out these invaders and save humanity. He raised his sword and shouted that the Draconians were moving, and they could not miss this chance. The knights answered with horn blasts. Catapults launched huge stones. The boulders ripped through the air. Ethan lifted his sword higher and ordered every unit to charge. Stone after stone crashed into the Draconian ranks, tearing them apart. Riding at the front, Ethan cut down enemy after enemy. He remembered that day as the cruelest battle of all. Then Lawrence reached out, and Ethan thought of how many had died. Even so, Lawrence's brilliant tactics had won them victory, despite the huge gap in power. Ethan held his strategist in his arms and looked at the setting sun, thinking that battle had been Lawrence's last. Back in the present, Ethan looked at him with doubt and thought he was still not fully sure. Why had he introduced himself as Lawrence? Even his whole presence felt different. The young man thanked Ethan for avenging the Baron in his place. His hands shook as he said his family had died because of those crushing taxes. Ethan frowned, wondering what this meant. History had shifted with the Horde's decline and the rise of the Side family's tyranny. The man lowered his head and said he had come because he wanted to speak with him. Ethan tilted his head, remembering the old man's recommendation, and decided he needed to test how gifted Lawrence really was. He stepped toward the table and asked how they should handle the Baron's family. Lawrence answered at once, "Spare them, but turn them into a warning." Ethan asked why. Lawrence explained that even reduced to scarecrows, the Kargas were still Kargas. Other families would hesitate as long as that line was not erased. He added that keeping one alive could also plant a future mole, since many people had been pushed aside during the power struggle. Then he said the biggest issue was the lack of workers. They had to make use of everything Ethan already had. Ethan smiled and said that was about the future. He wanted to know what to do right now. Lawrence pointed to the knights and said Ethan needed an army. He could not fight every vassal alone. First they had to turn those vassals against each other to buy time. Pointing at the map, he said that once Ethan could deal with at least 4 of them, the duchy would split into 3 parts and victory would be his. As Ethan raised his cup, he thought, I knew it was him. Then he held out his hand and said the old man had raised a very smart child. Lawrence stared at him in surprise and asked what he meant. Remembering the battlefield, Ethan tells him he wants him as his advisor. The scene shifts to the city. Guards march through the street with prisoners. One captive suddenly gets slammed back into a stack of barrels. Mungarten steps in and tells them not to go too far. He'll handle this himself. A heavy man wrapped in blue aura blocks his path, yelling that Mungarten is a traitor who still dares call himself the Baron's knight. Adjusting his bracers, Mungarten coolly asks why he should care what a man like that says. The fat man charges in anger, shouting that they both learned breathing arts and both served the Baron, so Mungarten is no better than he is. Mungarten admits that part is true, but says a knight's duty is to fix his master's mistakes. His opponent throws a punch and roars that he's no knight, just a traitor. Mungarten slips past the attacks with ease and mocks him for doing nothing but bark. Then he drives a full-force kick straight into the man's face. The blow sends him flying into a wall. As he walks up, Mangarten orders the guards to tie him up and destroy his mana centers. Just then, someone praises him for the job. Lawrence steps up to him. Mangarten stares, shocked to see him there. He can't believe he was told to follow a stranger's orders, and that those orders were to destroy the 8 gates of darkness. Watching Lawrence crouch beside the fallen man, Mangarten realizes he really is the real deal, like he planned all of this long ago. He starts wondering who Lawrence really is. While Lawrence turns and says they're moving to the next target before anyone can catch on, he adds that 7 still remain. Walking with the guards, Lawrence says they need to finish before dark. Back in the office, Lawrence asks Misha if he heard right. The white-bearded man rises, bows and says he'll step out for some air. That leaves the protagonist alone with the young man. Lawrence lowers her head and says she's thankful for the offer, but has to turn it down. Ethan, clearly unhappy, asks why. Lawrence presses her lips together, then admits the truth. She's a girl. The story shifts to the tense, as she explains that she grew up in the slums, born to a common family. She had no schooling and stood at the very bottom of society. Thinking back to her parents, she says her father believed the same thing. Before he died, he didn't curse the Baron for the crushing debt. Instead, he blamed his daughter for not becoming a knight. Clenching her fist, she says that because she was a girl, she had no way to earn enough to pay the taxes. She remembers tax collectors cornering her and says they planned to sell her into slavery. Thinking of hiding with her brother, she says she couldn't abandon him, so the only choice was to run. They survived by stealing food from the market, and she says the thought of her brother kept her going. Then one day she came home, her legs shaking, and says those bastards took even that from her. The 8 gates of darkness found them, and she lost her brother. Gripping a knife, she says people always look down on her for being a girl, and after losing everything, life meant nothing anymore. So she cut off her hair and says that after her brother died, she chose to live under his name. With her head lowered, she says that if people learned she was a commoner girl, they just assume she got by selling her body. Holding her knees tight, she apologizes and says she can't become an advisor. Ethan slams a fist onto the chair and says no, that's not true. Frowning, he tells her not to listen to that filth. Talent has nothing to do with being a man or a woman. Tears fill her eyes as Ethan tells her to hold her head high, and if anyone points a finger at her, she should break it. He raises his hand and says the 8 gates, the group the Baron made to collect extra taxes, are her chance to avenge her brother. With a knight and soldiers under her command, she can do it. Lawrence bows her head and says if he gives her one day, she'll wipe them off the face of the earth. Smiling, Ethan says that's exactly what he wanted to hear. Then we move to the city of Hermes. A young man looks around, confused. Inside Count Ferns's castle, he comments on the fine office, and the Count laughs, pleased by the praise. The Count asks what brought him here, saying his lordship must already be busy after waking up. The young man sighs and says, honestly, his brother has been acting strange. The Count looks surprised and asks what he means by strange. The boy pulls back his sleeve to show cuts and scars on his arm. When asked where they came from, he says Ethan did it. The Count points to his own man and says Ethan treats him the same way, beating him whenever something annoys him. He says he can't take it anymore. Lowering his head, the young man says Ethan used to be quiet and calm 10 years ago, but after being cast out, he became a totally different person. The Count looks ahead, displeased, and starts putting things together. Thinking of the situation, he realizes he hasn't heard from Helmut for days. It seems the Orden has finally started moving. Tapping the chair with his finger, he thinks there's no need to rush if he can use Myers the way he planned. Then the young man turns to the Count and asks what's going on. The Count smiles and leans in, asking if he wants to make a deal. Later, by the palace fountain, they sit at a table. Shemon repeats, a deal, and the boy says yes, that's one reason he came. Myers explains that he recently learned the side families are split into factions, and not everyone in the Senate is on the same side. The Count is annoyed that Myers knows this much. The side families are split in two, and both groups want more power across these lands. The first faction, Hamilton, is led by Count Lugon. Ferns leads the second. He knows their strength is nearly even, and both sides are waiting for the right moment to strike. Myers says that because of this he learned something even bigger. Someone is trying to turn him into a useless drunk and make his family a joke. Shimon is stunned when he hears that Helmut Kargas is behind it. Myers adds that the order came from him. The Count stiffens. Count Lugon. The boy says that's why he came. This deal would help both of them. The Count wonders what to make of it, thinking someone may have leaked their plan and this visit could be revenge. He glances toward the Chamberlain, wondering if he can be trusted. Myers smiles and says that if the Count helps him remove his mad brother and become family head, then he'll help the Count get rid of Count Lugon. He asks what he thinks. The man grins, thinking this chance is too good to miss. He lifts his cup, laughs, and says the boy came to the right place. He'll do everything he can to make him Archduke. Then there's a knock at the door. The Count allows it, and a servant walks in. He bows and asks if he was summoned. Shimon greets him and says he has something to ask. Folding his hands, he says he already knows who fed Myers that information. Hans looks at him, and Shimon asks why he helped Myers. If the truth comes out, he'll be dragged down too. The servant bows with eyes closed and says he was Baron Kargas's chamberlain and came to protect the young master from his cruel older brother. The Count rubs his chin and asks why he came here instead of going to the Baron. Standing before him, the servant explains that the Baron was in danger and could be attacked at any time. He spreads his hands and says the road to the other faction was closed, so he only bent the truth a little for the young master. With a grin, the Count calls him a sly man and says he did him a great favor. Good thing he came here instead of running to the Baron. He adds that Helmut recently stopped reporting in, and the servant reacts in surprise. The Count tells Hans not to worry, he belongs to him now. The servant bows and thanks him, but Shimon laughs it off. Then thoughtfully touching his chin, he says that without the Baron, it won't be easy to learn what the Archduke is planning. Hans places a hand on his chest and offers to go to the Baron's estate. Since the Count accepted him, he wants to prove his loyalty. He knows the Archduke personally, has connections, and can help. The man is pleased. Hans clenches his fist as Shimon asks if that means he can report what the Archduke is doing and when. He says of course. The Count gives him a bag with a crystal ball so they can stay in touch. Hans tells him to trust him. Then he leaves the room and shuts the door. Letting out a breath, he thinks everything is going as planned. Mr. Myers played his part well, and now he has to do his too. Back in the office, Shimon asks what he thinks. Commander Loudon is standing behind the cabinet. Grinning, he says the story made sense, but it was a little too smooth. He steps closer and says he doesn't see immediate danger, but they still need to stay alert. Shimon agrees, they have to learn his real goal. Meanwhile, the man said he'd never met anyone like that before, even after everything he'd seen as a knight. He called him the most dangerous person in his life, someone who tortured and killed criminals without any pity. The advisor wiped the blood off his face. Mangarten walked up and warned him not to take it too far. Keeping his head down, he answered that he had made a promise to his lord. Looking back, he swore he would wipe them out completely. The man said he had only seen them for a moment, but that was enough to make him shake. He hugged himself, still covered in goosebumps, and said the man's face looked like a child-eating demon. He warned the young guard watching the prisoners to stay alert and be careful around that devil. But when he saw the advisor coming, he told him to keep quiet. The man turned, yelled in shock, and Lawrence asked if there was some new criminal gang. Pale with fear, he gave in. The advisor told the young guard he was there to report to the Duke, and the guard let him through, saying the Duke was training. Ethan was drilling against wooden dummies. He leveled his sword and let out a breath, pushed off hard, leaped up and brought his blade down. The dummy split apart. Then he swung again, sending the head flying. It slammed onto the platform, and he kicked aside the rest. With another strike, Ethan tore through the remaining targets. At last, he drove his sword into the ground. Clenching his fist, Ethan thought training on dummies had stopped being useful. The advisor came up with a report, and he turned to ask if it was about their earlier talk. Lawrence said yes. There were useful people in the 8 gates, and they could become a strong scouting team. Ethan took the report and called that great, then asked if they were ready. She said a little over half were. Just then, a guard rushed in and announced that a man named Hans had come to see him. Ethan rested a hand on his hip and asked, "Hans?" The guard confirmed it, so Ethan said he was one of his servants and told him to send him to the office. He also told Lawrence to come along. Hands in his pockets, Ethan said it looked like the infiltration worked, and now they needed to see whether the plan had paid off. At Kelmont Castle's training ground, 2 fighters stood across from Myers. He exhaled and glanced aside. His opponents got ready to attack. One rushed in, and Myers charged too. He brought up his shield to block, then turned the sword strike aside at the same time. That fighter jumped back, but the second came at Myers from behind. The blow hit his shield, and a man watching from the balcony said Myers was skilled enough to lead the family. Shimon sat on the throne with the commander beside him, and said the blood of the Ardennes was obvious right away. Then he rose and ordered Loudon to make sure Lugan learned nothing, and to track the Archduke's every move. Touching his chin with a wicked smile, he said he never thought he'd be waiting for the Senate meeting this eagerly. Ethan held a letter in his hand. It seemed Myers was doing well, so he asked about the Count. Hans spread his hands and said the Count suspected nothing. They had handled everything perfectly, and now that he'd been sent to the Baron's estate, passing information would be much easier. The advisor asked Ethan if he had already started driving a wedge between the families. He said they would begin after the meeting. Hans froze. He was shocked Ethan already knew their plans, and asked who she was. Ethan introduced Lawrence. She bowed, and he explained they needed to go over the details, since the two of them would be working together soon. Lawrence placed a hand on her chest, and introduced herself as an advisor. A cup of tea sat on the table. Hans and Lawrence sat across from each other, and he turned to her. He frowned, thinking that he'd only been gone a week, yet the Count had already found someone this sharp. Then another thought hit him, those soft features. Hans was stunned. Was this really the Count's type? He tried to calm his racing heart, while Lawrence looked at him and wondered what was going on in his head. With a smile she noted that he seemed to dislike her. Hans coughed awkwardly and said not really, he was just surprised she was so young. Lawrence slid a book toward him and said age didn't matter if someone could help the Archduke. Then she asked if he wanted to see the report on the current situation. Hans lifted the book, looked at her, and thought she was better than he expected. She had ignored his comments completely. Then his eyes went wide. He shouted in shock when he saw Baron Helmut and his 2 sons were locked up. Taking her cup, Lawrence calmly said yes, and added that a public execution was coming soon. Hans blurted out, "Execution?" More carefully, he asked if they really meant to execute nobles. Lawrence answered, 357 people. She explained that was how many had starved to death last winter because of the Baron, and there was no counting how many others had suffered under his servants. Hans shivered. She added that they had also raised their swords against a descendant of the Arden family. He still felt execution was too harsh, and Lawrence's expression darkened as she asked if she should start doubting his loyalty. Flipping through the pages, Hans quickly said no, if he had chosen the Baron's side, he'd already be dead. Then something else shocked him even more. The 8 gates had been destroyed in a single day. Lawrence coldly said yes, and that was only one task they had already finished. Then she asked about his plan. Hans frowned and said he would earn the Count's trust by feeding him false information, while the young master got as close to him as possible. Lawrence asked, and then, Hans was thrown off that she had asked, was that not enough? Crossing his arms, he said he'd only been there 1 day, and that had still been enough to fool the Count and come back alive. Since they couldn't know what the Count would do next, they had to adjust as things changed. Lawrence sighed. Hans clenched his fists, offended by how dismissive that sounded, and demanded to know what was wrong. Lawrence replied that his plan wasn't enough, and told him to let her handle it. She set down her cup and said he had missed something important. Hans snapped back, so what? Narrowing her eyes, she told him that if he went back to the Count like this, he'd lose his head. Hans went stiff, mouth hanging open. Back at the castle, Ethan thanked the visitor for coming so far, and said they should introduce themselves first. He added that he had heard a lot about him. The young blonde man bowed. He introduced himself as Jaren from the Missa trading group, and said he was glad to work with them. Lawrence shook his hand and said the same, adding there was no need to be formal. Jaren laughed and said that made sense. She was his lordship's advisor. Sitting at the table, Ethan asked Jaren if everything was on track. Jaren said yes and that he had come to deliver the reply. He pulled a letter from inside his vest and handed it over, saying Ethan might have expected different news. Ethan said it was fine. He would personally thank Marquis Bloten for taking on such a hard job. He opened the envelope, sighed, and tossed the letter onto the table. It was all empty words, nothing useful, and the handwriting was awful. Jaren looked embarrassed and quietly admitted it wasn't good news. Lawrence touched her chin and suggested the king was backing the Senate. Ethan folded his hands and said the king had basically told him to settle the feud between the families himself. Lawrence smiled and said that was actually great. Jaren, startled, asked how that could be. She explained that the king and the 7 great families were their biggest obstacles right now, and the king had chosen not to step in. Most likely that was what the Archduke wanted when he sent the petition. Ethan steepled his fingers and agreed, adding that the letter confirmed the great families were backing the Senate. Lawrence frowned and said the king had abandoned them for his own gain. Jaren stared in surprise. Ethan slapped the letter on the table and said they could deal with that later. The plan was ready. He stood, one hand on his hip, and said the king had given them the stage. Then, with resolve, he said it was time to begin. Ethan spoke plainly. Sitting down, he said he wanted to set up potion deliveries across the whole country. Jaram, seated across from him, said that was exactly the issue. His trading group couldn't handle that much on its own, so he had decided House Bessus should manage the deliveries. His family already had trade routes all over the kingdom, so there would be no problem. Raising a finger, Jaron added that they could even expand shipments to nearby countries and earn at least 100 times more. Ethan suddenly held out his hand and said he saw no reason to refuse. They shook hands. Ethan asked him to tell the Marquis he looked forward to working together, and Jaron said he would. Then there was a knock at the door. Ethan looked over and told them to come in. The advisor opened the door a little, apologized, and said the preparations were done. Ethan started to stand and apologized to Jaron for cutting things short. Jaron said it was fine, and that he understood. Ethan waved and said he would send a letter with all the details. He walked over to Florence and said they could go. A faint smile crossed her face. Left alone, Jaron thought the Archduke was impossible to read. Had he really planned the supply expansion that far ahead? It felt like the whole kingdom was in Ethan's hands, and Jaron hoped House Arden would soon regain its old power. As they walked, Ethan told Florence that potion distribution was now her job, and once Jaron's documents arrived, she should handle the rest. They headed to Mengarten, and the advisor agreed. Ethan asked if they had arrived. Stopping at the door, he heard the knight answer yes, they were holding the Baron there. Ethan then asked if he had been interrogated. Florence, standing behind him, said yes, but even torture hadn't worked. There were still holes in his story. Ethan said he understood. He would figure it out. Mengarten handed Ethan a ring of keys. Ethan thanked him and said he could go back to his post as captain of the knights, but the young man still hesitated. Ethan gave him a small smile and told him not to worry, he would keep his word and spare the rest of the Baron's family. The knight saluted and thanked his lord, then a mouse slipped out of the dark. The man sat on the floor with his head lowered, thinking about what a fool he had been. Back when he was young and weak, surrounded by enemies, he stayed so careful that people thought he was cold and distant. But once he joined the Senate and gained power, he slowly became arrogant without even noticing. That was where he failed. He looked down on the Duke and pushed too far, never understanding how powerful he really was. Ethan slid the key into the lock. Helmet trembled as the door opened. Ethan stood before him. The man cried out in fear. Then he noticed Florence too. He dropped backward and threw up a hand. Scooting away, he screamed at them not to come any closer. The Baron covered himself and shouted that he'd had enough. He had already told them everything. Ethan stared him down and said the act was weak. Even now, he clearly was still hiding something. Resting a hand at his side, Ethan asked if he thought leftover information could buy him more time. The man stammered that he had no idea what Ethan meant. Ethan tossed him a letter and asked if he was still waiting for rescue, because no one was coming. The Baron crawled forward, glanced at the paper on the floor, and asked what it was. Ethan told him to read it. He spotted the royal seal. Snatching up the letter, he read in panic. Ethan asked if he understood. Now the king had abandoned him and told him to deal with the mess with his sons himself. The Baron clenched his jaw. In despair, he slammed his fist into the floor. Then he let out a loud scream. Kneeling before Ethan and Florence, the Baron said it was over. He would tell them everything, if they spared him and his boys. Ethan frowned and said he'd decide later. First, the man had to talk. Lowering his gaze, the Baron admitted there was another level beneath the house. That was where he kept his secrets, including Duke Arden's relic. Ethan's hand shook. Anger flared as he demanded to know if the man meant his father's relic. How dare he take the divine sword? The Baron hurriedly told him to calm down. Throwing up his hand, the man said it wasn't him. He might be in the Senate, but no one would trust him with that relic. Ethan froze when the Baron said it had been broken. The divine sword Dranian, the perfect blade that could cut anything and endure any heat. For generations, that sacred relic had been passed from one family head to the next. It was the symbol of the Ardens, and Ethan's father carried it in the last battle. Ethan clenched his fist. Even if his father had lost, that sword should have survived every blow. He said that was impossible, and demanded to know what happened. The Baron explained that 15 years ago, when the dragons attacked, the countries that weren't ready fell right away. Excited, he went on to say that the Ardens formed a death squad, made up of the family's best fighters. They were stronger and more gifted than any knight, and in the end they challenged the Dragon King himself. But every one of them died. All they found was the hilt of the divine sword. So that's what happened. Ethan thought. His father had fought the Dragon King too. He asked what became of the Dragon King. Leaning on one hand, the Baron said he didn't know. He'd only heard the Dragon King was never seen again. Ethan rested a fist under his chin, thinking that meant the king must have been badly wounded. Then Ethan looked at him sharply and asked why they agreed to peace. If the dragons had lost their king, humanity should have had a chance to win. Helmet stared in surprise and asked if Ethan really didn't remember. This all happened before his coma. Ethan shouted for an answer, and the man quickly raised his hands. He said the Xenon Empire started the peace talks and forced the neighboring nations to accept them. Ethan's eyes widened. As they headed down the stairs, Ethan realized the secret passage was real. Helmet had not lied. He kept turning the Baron's words over in his head. Earlier, Ethan had crouched in front of him and demanded every detail, but Helmet insisted his story was exactly what he'd reported. According to the Baron, the Dragon King vanished after that battle, but his commanders remained, and the dragon army was still overwhelmingly strong, so the war situation barely changed. Soon after, an ambassador reached out to the Xenon Empire. The strongest nation made peace with the dragons first, and the others followed. Ethan went down the steps, confused. The Empire had never been weak, and in this world its position was even stronger than his. He needed more answers, but by then they had arrived. In front of them was a large blue symbol, a protective spell. Ethan raised the lantern to it, said someone had put real work into this, and ordered it opened. He passed the seal to his companion, and let him handle the lock. Once the key was set into the center, they both stepped back. Ethan thought his father's relic had to be here. It wasn't the divine sword, but he had a strong guess what it was. He moved forward, almost sure now. His companion said the room was much bigger than it looked from outside. With so much junk piled everywhere, he wondered if they could even find the relic. Ethan said they could, because they already had. On one shelf sat a container filled with black liquid. It had been discovered while they were preparing the Duke's body for burial, and the man who saw it couldn't believe his eyes. Everyone there was stunned. A black metallic liquid had flowed out of the Duke onto the floor, and no one knew what it was. The Senate argued over it for a long time, then decided it was safer to split it up and store the pieces separately. Opening the vessel, Ethan explained that the collateral families never knew this was the eighth ring, another Arden relic, passed down like the divine sword. His companion asked how that could be the eighth ring, when it didn't even look like a ring. Ethan said the name had nothing to do with its shape. Then a stream of black flame rushed at Ethan's head. Lines of energy lit up inside his body. The liquid started turning into power. A moment later, it burst apart. Ethan absorbed it and was wrapped in red mana. Fragments shot outward, then began circling around him. One piece suddenly changed direction and flew straight at Ethan. The fragments slammed into him, one after another, hitting hard enough to hurt. After a while, he started absorbing their power too. The man beside him asked what was happening. Ethan began to shine. Red mana blazed around him, and he let out a tense breath. Looking at his hand, he said this wasn't bad at all. His companion asked him to explain what had just happened. Ethan said the 8th ring had to be absorbed. No one knew what it was made from, but the Ardens had always kept it as a family treasure. It was usually passed to the next head of the house, and only someone with strong Arden blood could use it. For anyone who hadn't mastered the breath of black flame, it was just a useless object. When his companion asked if the 8th ring had a special power, Ethan gave a short yes, and told him to step back so he could show it. Ethan clenched his fists and thought through the process. First he had to pour mana straight into the 8th ring, so it would greedily absorb it. Using it felt uncomfortable, because the ring restrained the owner's body. He had almost forgotten that feeling, but it seemed manageable, so he released the mana it had stored. Ethan laughed as the surge of mana spread out. Waves of energy blasted across the room. He felt like he had stepped into a whole new body. His companion could only stare in confusion. Then he asked if Ethan had just released all his mana at once. Ethan confirmed it. The 8th ring could store mana, then unleash it with explosive force when needed. The boy nodded and said taking back their land would be even easier now. They just had to work this into the plan. He asked Ethan to leave the search for the remaining pieces to him. Ethan thought bitterly that those people hadn't honored his father as the hero who gave his life for them. They had stolen his relics out of greed. He clenched his fists, determined to reach them soon. The boy vowed to crush anyone who dared question his family's honor. Morning light spread over the castle. Voices echoed outside the door. The boy was troubled to hear that 5 pieces had been taken beyond his territory. He was told one was held by each of 4 family heads, and one more was in the royal palace. He wanted to believe it was just a rumor, but the Baron had confirmed it. Ethan figured the Baron had no reason to lie now. That meant they had a real problem. They couldn't gather everything quickly. The other man said that could wait. Right now they needed to focus on taking Terran back. Once that was done, they could deal with the missing ring pieces. Studying the map, Ethan thanked him for the report. Now he knew what to do. Tapping the map, he said he would first take the ring hidden right under his nose. Then Ethan ordered everyone to prepare for the attack. A new chapter began for the small town. Rumors spread fast about the hero's heir, a man ready to fight for the people. The story raced from person to person. People started to believe in the future again, and in their kingdom. They hoped their long suffering was finally ending. That day, soldiers and townspeople packed the square to watch. Then someone in the crowd shouted and pointed at 2 men walking out. 2 men were led out of the building, and the crowd saw this as the end for those scum. People yelled that they had lost their families because of them, and wanted revenge. As the prisoner was taken to the execution blade, the crowd cried out for his death. Then an armored man slammed his halberd down and ordered everyone to be quiet. It was the Archduke. The people knew him as the one who had toppled the Marquise right after reaching the city. To them, he was the one who saved the city and stopped the Marquise's cruelty. Ethan stepped forward to address the crowd. Everyone waited for what he would say. He called on the citizens to listen closely. Ethan declared that the Marquis had broken the treaty and was stealing the people's property. Because of him, families had suffered, and many had lost their lives. He introduced himself and promised to bring taxes back to normal. Looking at Helmut and his sons, he announced that family law stripped them of their rank as Marquis and all their titles. Ethan also sentenced them to death. The people erupted in cheers, shouting praise for him. Then the huge blade dropped from above, at full speed. Blood splashed everywhere. Someone asked if it was really true. His sister wanted to know if her brother had truly captured the Marquis family. The white-haired boy confirmed it, and said he had seized the Marquis the very day he entered the city, and was already restoring order. She was worried and asked if the other clan families would interfere after he sentenced a Senate member to death. He told the Duchess not to worry. Ethan had already considered every possible outcome. She mentioned that he had come by carriage and it would head to the port, then offered to speak with him on the way. He agreed. The boy lightly pointed out that the knight beside the Duchess might get in the way of that talk. The knight bowed and said he had forgotten to introduce himself. He was the Duchess's escort knight. The boy remembered what the Duke had told him. Marquis Bessus had sent this man as a sign of alliance. As the carriage was loaded, the boy said he would ride so the others could stay inside with the Duchess, and he'd follow with the escort knights. The horses sped ahead. The boy realized that as long as the Duke kept using the allied faction setup, his plan was still safe. His sister thanked him for answering so many questions. Until now, she had no one to ask about her brother's family situation. She admitted she still had plenty to ask, then added that he remembered things well and was very kind. The advisor told her not to overpraise him and asked her to speak casually, since he served her brother. The Duchess was glad to hear that. She took his hands and said that would make things better. Moving closer, she said she was happy he was by her brother's side and hers too. The advisor was stunned by her reaction. The Duchess said he felt like another younger brother, and she hoped they could be friends. Blushing, he agreed, confused why someone so noble and beautiful treated him so casually. Then again, the Duke was much the same. Maybe that whole family was like this. The carriage reached the castle, and the gates opened from within. The boy came out to meet it. He took his sister's hand, and she was clearly happy to see him. She marveled at how huge his castle was. An armored man walked up and greeted them. He said he had heard a lot about her. His name was Fulton, and he had been sent to escort her. Ethan reached out his hand and said he was pleased to meet him. They shook hands and studied each other. Something odd passed between them. Ethan noticed the man was using a faint wave of mana to examine him. The other man also realized Ethan had hidden that mana movement. Well, most knights would never catch it, but he was not most knights. Fulton was shocked when he sensed Ethan's parallel mana flow. Ethan judged that this knight was around rank 6, and the Marquis had spent a lot to bring him in. He told a subordinate to prepare a room for the knight. Fulton thanked him, thinking Ethan only had rank 2 mana. Ethan meanwhile couldn't understand how someone of that rank had scattered his mana so well. The Duchess asked her brother for news about Myers. A door opened. The Duchess entered, saying she was shocked. She asked if she could really use all this, since everything looked so expensive. He told her it was all for her. She looked at him with pleading eyes, hoping for support. Ethan then said that starting tomorrow she would take management lessons. When she looked confused, he explained that he wanted her help in that area, but only if she was willing. She said she wanted to help. After all he had done for her, she felt she should do the same for him. Placing a hand on his cheek, the Duchess promised to support him, and he thanked her. Ethan added that by evening he would introduce her to another knight instead. He said goodbye and told her to rest until dinner. She still didn't understand what he meant about the knight. After closing the door, he kept thinking about that rank 6 knight. Ethan understood that this man wasn't just skilled with a sword, he had started to grasp the sword's true essence. A rank 6 knight could easily do things Ethan still couldn't. That was why the Count stayed so calm. They had several knights at that level. Walking down the hall, he thought about how he'd only trained for a month, and still wasn't strong enough to face men like that. He knocked and asked to come in. Fulton answered from inside, asking what he wanted. The Duke asked for a little of his time. Fulton said he hadn't unpacked yet, but if the Duke didn't mind, he could enter. Once inside, Fulton asked the reason for the visit. Ethan said it was nothing major, just a proposal, one too rude to bring up at the castle gate, but fine to discuss now. Fulton sat at the table and asked what kind of proposal it was. Then he understood. Ethan was curious about his skill and wanted to learn a technique before dinner, since there was still time, so he proposed a duel. The girl sat rereading her book. Stretching, the Duchess said reading had made her miss lunchtime. She invited him to eat with her. Even if it was only for today, he was still her escort. He liked the offer and accepted, though he said it felt awkward in front of Sir Fulton. She didn't understand what he meant. The knight explained that Ethan had challenged him to a duel, shocking her. He added that the fight was probably already underway, so nothing could stop it now. Ethan locked eyes with his opponent. He struck hard and the other man barely blocked it. The knight admitted it was a solid blow. That pleased Ethan. If the man was this good at parrying, then Ethan could go all out on offense. He stamped the ground, sent mana through it, and readied himself. Maybe he thought it was time to speed up. The knight struggled to keep up as Ethan's body blazed with mana. Fulton braced behind his sword, waiting for the next hit. Ethan came in with a heavy strike and a leap, and Fulton barely managed to block. He hadn't expected attack speed to rise that fast. Fulton realized that if he hesitated, he would be the one hurt. The Duke dragged his sword toward him. Then suddenly, the blade vanished from sight. A heartbeat later, Fulton attacked from behind. Ethan had already seen it coming, and blocked with ease. The duel went on, each one meeting the other's strikes. Fulton couldn't make sense of it. He could tell Ethan was rebuilding mana from a broken aura and controlling it again, something normal people simply couldn't do. He also couldn't figure out how Ethan kept showing power beyond the mana he should have had. For knights, strength and speed came straight from mana, which was why rank was judged by how much mana they held. But Fulton had never met anyone like Ethan. He didn't know the fragments spread through Ethan's body held the nature of flame, each one acting like its own lump of mana. That let Ethan move mana through his body faster and more precisely than drawing it all from his core. Fulton charged again. The impact threw the Duke back, and he dropped into a crouch. He stabbed his sword into the ground, and muttered that it was a little heavy. Fulton said it was incredible that Ethan could do all this with that amount of mana. The Duke thought about what it meant to duel someone at such a high level. It had been a long time since he remembered his early sword training. Then he suggested they stop holding back and fight for real. Ethan's eyes turned red, and veins spread across his face as he activated the 8 rings. Red mana flared around his whole body. The sudden spike in power left Fulton confused. Ethan's eyes burned with red energy. Then he rushed in and unleashed a crushing strike. Fulton tried to block it. He gathered mana around himself too. Their power slammed into the ground. The two fought at unreal speed, pouring huge amounts of mana into every move. The knight watching from the side stared in shock. He remembered the duel with the Duke, who had already shown skills none of them had ever seen before. That only made him more upset and amazed. Somehow, in just a few days, Ethan had grown several times stronger. The fight kept going, and the knight still couldn't tell where Ethan's limit was. Fulton went for a finishing strike, but the Duke pushed every attack away with ease. Then during one clash, Ethan's sword flew from his hand. A mana-covered blade stopped at his neck. Ethan accepted the loss, which shocked Fulton after everything he had just seen. He said the knight was too strong to beat, and thanked him. The Duke turned to leave, but his opponent called him back. The knight asked if he had really held back at the start, since his speed had jumped so suddenly during the fight. Ethan explained that he had been saving his strength, and the knight was stunned by a technique like that. The Duke said that without it he wouldn't have had any chance, then thanked him again for the match. The knight said he was grateful for the duel too. Fulton realized he had badly misjudged things. He only wanted to test whether the stories about Ethan were true, but he never expected this much. He thought back on Ethan's movements and sword style, clean and exact like a textbook, yet mixed with pieces that broke the usual rules. That was when he understood the boy's grasp of the sword was already at the level of a fully trained knight. Fulton had reached the 6th level, then spent 5 more years stuck there, no matter how hard he tried. Now he realized that in 6 months, he might not be able to beat Ethan at all. The Duke only lacked time to build up more mana. He called out to Ethan again. The boy said Ethan had learned one technique today, but he had learned something too. If Ethan was willing, he wanted another duel someday. Ethan accepted, and Fulton thought that with talent like this, Ethan could have been arrogant, but instead he still wanted to learn. Fulton said he truly meant it. Ethan replied that when he had time, he would teach him another technique. The knight thanked him for agreeing, even after how he had acted earlier that day. Then Ethan asked him to keep training his sister. Just then, someone shouted his name from behind. The Duchess stood there, clearly unhappy with him. The girl scolded him for not letting someone who had come so far get some rest. The knight looked at Ethan and thought he really had no idea what was going on in that boy's head. Ethan covered his ears while his sister kept lecturing him. Elsewhere, a talk was taking place in a noble family's castle. Through a magic orb, a man asked the knight if the Duke was really that strong. He could hardly believe what he was hearing, even knowing the boy had huge potential. The knight said the boy's strength and speed went far beyond what he expected. He also had a mana control technique that surpassed his current level. Fulton admitted it was the first time he had ever seen an ability like that. The man praised him, and told him to report even the smallest detail about the Duke from now on. Fulton agreed. He was told there would be another call at the next report, and then the connection ended. The man thought about how Ethan had once been in a long coma, yet now he had even broken through the manosphere. He couldn't understand why the boy's power matched that of a 6th-rank knight. In his eyes, the Duke had shown incredible skill and cleverness, and his combat sense seemed far above what anyone thought. Soon, he would surely start making real moves, and the man couldn't ignore that. He ordered a servant to gather several items and send them to the knight at once with a letter. Now the man was sure of it. Ethan could cause major change in the kingdom, so this was the perfect time to strengthen ties between their families. Then a fire broke out, and people started raising the alarm. Soldiers shouted that prisoners from the 8th gate had escaped and ordered every available man to catch them. People rushed into the forest, yelling for the fugitives to be captured. The soldiers knew that was the way they had run. One of the escapees sat behind a tree, trying to calm himself. He thought about how barely he had escaped and where he could go next. Suddenly, hands grabbed him from behind, covered his mouth and pulled him back. The man behind him told him to stay quiet. He said the Count had sent him to guide them. The fugitive agreed they should go with the envoy to somewhere safer first. The guy followed him deeper into the woods, thinking everything was moving just as the Count had planned. A few small torches lit the dark hallway. The boy sat in a corner and asked the envoy if all this was really necessary. The subordinate said they had no choice. They needed to fool the Count's watchfulness. The boy said it would be tough, but he had to stay patient. The man muttered there should be a limit. He wasn't a prisoner. The answer came back that the Count trusted no one and was ruthless. The boy said the Count had thrown away the Baron like a lizard dropping its tail, even after years of service. A person like that would never trust even the head butler. The boy asked how long he had to stay there, and was told it would be over soon. The butler explained that tonight he would stir up trouble at the 8th gate, then send someone to help them escape. The boy added that, during the escape, the butler should run into one of the pursuers. The prisoner remembered all the butler's instructions, and saw that everything was happening exactly as said. The man led the boy into a building, and they went down the stairs into a lit hallway. They had arrived. The man took the prisoner farther inside and said this hideout was safe. Then he asked what had happened, why they had to hide before reaching the castle. The boy answered that he hadn't gone into hiding. The Duke had captured him. He said he had been locked up and tortured there. Seeing the deep wounds on his body, the man thought about how badly prisoners were treated there and said they needed to heal him fast. The boy cut him off and said they first had to contact the Count because he had important information. He shouted that his crystal ball had been taken when he was captured. This was too important to delay. The man said he would contact the Count right away and then help him. Back at the estate, the Duke sat in his seat while the sun shone through the window. The butler said everything was going as planned, and Ethan replied that now the Count would start taking things more seriously. He asked about administration, and the butler said they were bringing in new managers. There had been too many removals from the duchy, so Ethan had handed that work over to him. The butler asked what Ethan had been reading so long, and the Duke showed him a letter. It was from Marquis Blodden, so Fulton must have reported the duel to him. The butler asked if the letter contained anything important, and Ethan said yes. He explained that the Marquis planned to send a gift to speed up his plan, most likely because he wanted an alliance. The butler asked what kind of gift could help that much. The Duke guessed it would be a miracle cure, made from rare plants packed with mana drawn from the air. Those plants were used to make miracle cures, and with one, mana could be gathered quickly and poured into the sphere. The guy said his skill and knowledge were already enough to go beyond normal limits. To reach the level of his past life, he only needed time and mana. The guy added that if the miracle cure raised his mana, then its fire-like nature would burn even hotter. That would make the heat from his sword far greater than it was now. A normal sword wouldn't survive that heat, it would just melt. Before the gifts arrived, the Duke said he wanted to go somewhere for 3 nights. The butler asked where he could be going, at a time like this, and Ethan said he needed to get something. The butler still didn't get it, so Ethan told him to handle everything while he was gone. He explained that he needed a weapon that could endure his mana, so he was going to forge a new sword and come back. Dundinium was the capital of the Duchy of Erdon. A man slammed a crumpled paper onto the table and asked the Count what it was supposed to mean. He was angry that the faction leader was taking a subordinate's death so lightly. If that was the case, then the Duke could kill all of their people, and nobody would care. Count Shaman told Lugon to calm down. If the Duke had really committed murder, then what did he think would happen to them? Lugon kept insisting that the king and the clans would demand punishment. The man in the chair answered that this was very possible. Their heads could end up rolling. Another man stood by with a blank expression, thinking that was exactly how it would go. The Count would bear the blame for all of this, since it was obvious why the Duke had targeted Kargas. By now, everyone understood that a plot had been moving against him. The guy realized he had been the one who started the plan to destroy the Duke. Now he thought he should push things even harder and make them tear each other apart. He glared into his opponent's eyes. Sure, he understood every one of his schemes. However, someone reported through the magic orb that everything had worked. The Count immediately demanded the details. He said the Duke questioned him about Count Shaman during the torture, and he used that chance to feed him fake information about the faction. The Count shot up from his chair and praised his man, glad he hadn't trusted him for nothing. He figured the Duke's next target was Romanton, so Ethan could enjoy himself while it lasted. A dungeon is a special place where mana gathers in swirling pockets. That mana draws wild monsters together, and their nest eventually becomes a dungeon. It also affects the area, creating magic crystals inside. Those crystals are useful for all kinds of magic, so a dungeon is basically a treasure vault. He reined in his horse and thought it had been a long time since he'd come here. There had to be a dungeon nearby, but more than anything he was after the crystals and treasure. Still, Ethan stayed focused on finding a special metal. Then someone suddenly called out to stop him. A guard blocked the way and said the village was closed off for now. Ethan asked what was going on. He showed his seal and told them to open the gate, since he wasn't just anyone. The young guard hesitated and said even faction members weren't being let in. Then the man behind him took a closer look at the seal and asked about the emblem on it. It showed golden flames, the mark of the Duchy of Arden. Realizing who stood before him, he asked if this was the Duke, then ordered the gates opened at once and told them to bring the elder. Ethan rode into the village with a sentry beside him. Right away he felt something was off. For such a wide street, the village was way too quiet. The villagers' eyes were full of worry. He guessed they might be afraid of him, but the fear on their faces seemed deeper than that. Ethan asked his escort where the village elder was. The man apologized and said someone had already gone to fetch him. Ethan decided to go himself and told the escort to lead the way. Soon the village hunter explained what had happened. While hunting near an abandoned mine, he suddenly heard a strange noise coming from inside. It sounded like a pickaxe, so he moved closer to see who was there. What he found shocked him. Dead skeletons were mining ore. Jillian said there were dozens of them, all digging away. When asked if he was sure they were undead, he admitted he was too scared to go in, but he clearly heard the tools. Ethan found that odd, because only one metal could be mined there. It was Ephraim, not as strong as mithril, but tougher than steel. Its nature was also very close to mana, so it was often used in magic tools. The strange part was that this metal wasn't supposed to be discovered here until years later, which meant someone else had already found the mine. As Ethan thought it over, the elder and the hunter kept throwing out guesses. From the elder's reaction, Ethan could tell the villagers still didn't know about Ephraim, so he needed to confirm it for himself. But first, there was a bigger problem. Someone strong enough to summon dozens of skeletons. Only a dark mage could do that, and if a lich was involved, this was far more serious. He clenched his fist thinking he might have to give up the metal if a lich really had an army down there. Then Ethan stood up and said he needed to check something right away. First he asked where this strange mine was. He moved through the forest, brushing past branches, already feeling like he'd been sent to the wrong place. Then he noticed something nearby, a rocky ledge with rails leading inside. As he got closer, he heard the clear sound of tools striking stone. Ethan went in thinking they were either careless or very confident, since they hadn't even set up a barrier. He also recalled the elder saying he had reported the undead to the Baron. Ethan had never seen any such report. If the elder was telling the truth, then Helmet had destroyed the papers and hidden it, and if he allowed a lich onto his land on purpose, something bigger was going on. The sound of picks hitting stone echoed through the mine. Watching from above, Ethan took in the scene below. One skeleton pushed a cart full of Ephraim, making it clear what they were after. Then he spotted something else and tensed. Unlike the others, this figure wore a cloak. The aura gave it away. It was a dark mage controlling the skeletons. Still, Ethan could tell he wasn't as dangerous as a lich, so he headed down, thinking he could take the metal without too much trouble. He walked up to the cloaked man and asked who he was. The stranger gathered mana in his hand and said that wasn't something a dead man needed to know. He looked young and coldly threatened to turn Ethan into a skeleton. Ethan started to draw his sword, then paused. In the center of the man's chest, he saw something like a beating heart made of mana, and couldn't believe it. He finally pulled out his sword and called to him. Pointing the blade aside, Ethan demanded an answer. He wanted to know where the man had learned dragon's breath. The stranger laughed. Ethan couldn't see what was funny, but the man readied himself and said he couldn't let anyone live who knew that name. Then he hurled a mana chain at Ethan and ordered him to die. The attack came so suddenly, Ethan barely had time to react. He leaped aside and dodged the chain. Right away, he saw it was made from mana and packed with magic power. The stranger mocked him, saying this chain could crush even a 5th-rank knight. He claimed the villagers had sent him, and sneered that he'd drain Ethan's mana and turn his bones into a servant. Ethan thought the man was strange. His mana was around 5th rank, but his control was sloppy. He wasn't even hiding the flow properly, and that gave Ethan an opening. He struck the weak point in the chain. The stranger shouted, sure he had him. A whirl of chains closed around Ethan, confusing the dark mage for a moment. Then all the sharp ends shot in to pierce him. Instead, they slammed into the ground and kicked up a cloud of dust. The stranger laughed, saying he'd beaten a 5th-rank knight before, so fighting a 2nd-rank one would be boring. From inside the smoke, Ethan told him he talked too much. The stranger froze in shock. His target was still alive. Ethan had formed a net of energy and shattered the chain. The man could only stare at the broken pieces. Then he realized Ethan hadn't just cut the chain, he had severed the mana flowing through it. Ethan rushed in to attack. The stranger couldn't understand how he'd done it, so he decided to go all out and finish things himself. He called up a wall of dark power and ordered it to protect him, but Ethan was already on him and swung his sword. The dark mage blocked the force at first, thinking he could handle Ethan easily, and struck back. Ethan's blade still drove forward toward him. The man poured in more and more mana to resist, but he couldn't understand why Ethan's sword kept tearing through his barriers. Panicking, he screamed for the skeletons to help. Dozens of undead rushed at Ethan. The dark mage mocked him, saying he couldn't fight both him and the skeletons at once. Ethan tightened his grip, shouted, and swung with massive force. In a single strike, dozens of skeletons were blown apart across the cave. A crack spread through the stranger's protective dome. Ethan gathered all the mana into his hand, then unleashed a wave that left the dark mage stunned. That blow ended the fight. Now Ethan was sure the mana core was in the chest, near the heart. The enemy clawed at the hand, choking him. Ethan saw that his mana control matched the dragon race. In his past life, he had learned that dragons control mana through a core near the heart, instead of the lower abdomen like humans. Back then, this was called the dragon heart. What Ethan couldn't believe was that this man also knew the breathing technique, so he asked one last time where he learned it. Since it mixed human and dragon methods, there was no way he created it alone. Someone from the dragon race had to be involved. Ethan tightened his grip and warned him to tell everything he knew about the technique, or it would hurt even more. The stranger admitted his opponent was strong. Then he said there was an order, and claimed that order would last forever. A huge blast suddenly tore through the mine, filling it with fire. Ethan saw at once how dangerous it was. He realized that without the mana of the 8 rings protecting him, nothing would have been left of his body. So the man knew the breathing technique, but he also mentioned an order. In Ethan's past life, there had been a cult like that too. A twisted group obsessed with the power of dragons. Those people ended up worshipping and serving them. That meant the stranger was a dark mage following the order's teachings. The Baron's missing notes had recorded a breathing method that mixed human and dragon techniques. This made the whole thing much bigger, and Ethan doubted that Dark Mage was the only one in the duchy. He started to suspect the truth. Members of the dragon race may have already slipped into this land. He was furious. How dare they hide on Ardenland? Ethan said once he got his sword made, he'd have a lot to handle. Dwarves live deep in the mountains, underground. They're masters of metal, gems, and all kinds of tools. Even the best human smith looks like a beginner next to them. People were amazed by that skill, so they tried to use dwarves, capturing them and turning them into slaves. Because of that, the dwarves went into hiding in places no one could find. Before the Dragon War and the Union, they stayed out of sight. Ethan knew how useful their craft was. He'd relied on it more than once in his past life. He had once become friends with them and learned where their village was. Standing in the ruins, Ethan was sure this was the place, but he couldn't tell what had happened. His biggest problem had been convincing them to forge him a sword. Now he couldn't even find a single dwarf. He had nowhere else to go. They were the only ones who knew how to work with Ifram. Then one of them stepped out and greeted him. The dwarf asked if he was human and why he came. Ethan said he wanted to place an order. The dwarf asked why he had come all the way here instead of going to the city. Confused, Ethan asked what he meant, and the dwarf said everyone here had left to make money. The dwarf was surprised he didn't know that. Ethan asked where the blacksmiths went, and the answer was simple: try the north. That immediately felt wrong. Dwarves hated humans, so why would they move into a city? As thanks, Ethan handed him a gold bottle. The dwarf wished him luck and called him a smart one. Then he asked for a blessing. Setting a mug on the table, the dwarf asked why his guest had broken it again. The blacksmith Muradny asked who the boy was and whether he could actually use a sword. He added that he'd never seen a human wear out a sword so often. Muradny refused the money, asked who Ethan thought he was, then said to buy him some wine and come back in a month for the weapon. Ethan knew dwarves didn't care much about a person's rank. They cared more about making good weapons than making money. So hearing they had all left just to earn money made no sense. Just then, someone called out to him. A knight walked over and asked why he looked so upset. Ethan brushed it off and said everything was fine. He liked the man's strange attitude, as if spending time with him was some great honor. Ethan asked why it was so loud outside, and right away people started shouting prices from every side. No one bargains like dwarves. Deal with a clever merchant, and you'll leave with empty pockets. The knight told him not to worry. He knew a reliable place and would take him there. He promised Ethan would be pleased with the result. They reached an odd-looking house, and the knight said this was the place. The forge inside was famous for its quality. Seeing the huge line, Ethan guessed they wouldn't get in today. The knight told him to wait, then tried to head inside while people in line yelled that he was cutting in. At that moment a man called to Ethan from the side. A dwarf leaning against the wall said he could guess what kind of item Ethan wanted made. He added that this forge couldn't handle that metal properly without ruining its properties. Ethan was impressed. The man could tell what he carried without even looking closely, so he asked if he knew Ifram. The dwarf just laughed. People in line turned to stare at him. The man explained that Ifram needs an extremely high temperature to melt, which makes it hard to forge. He said the hotter it gets, the better the quality, and the better it works for magic items. He even knew a hot press method that could double its strength before it crystallized. Then the dwarf said, Ethan asked the wrong question. It shouldn't be whether he knew the metal, but whether anyone knew Ifram better than he did. He answered for himself, no one did. As far as he was concerned, there wasn't a better expert anywhere. The knight told Ethan to come inside, and reminded everyone that he was the main customer. Ethan asked if he knew this dwarf, and the knight gave his name, Poferens. The man froze when he heard Ethan's name. He recognized him as the duke who had been in a coma. Ethan said he liked dwarves who didn't suddenly get polite just because they learned his rank. He preferred the bold attitude from before. The knight told the dwarf to leave, but Ethan said he wanted to give the order to him. When the knight started to object, Ethan told him not to worry. Instead, he asked him to send a letter to Poet Castle as fast as possible. The knight agreed, but warned Ethan to be careful dealing with that dwarf. Ethan then learned the man had once been convicted of a crime. About 10 years earlier, he had a rival named William, and both were famous smiths in a kingdom's capital. When the royal court announced it was recruiting blacksmiths, the dwarf had been sure he'd win. He and William both knew his skill was better. He stayed awake for nights to create a masterpiece, but in the end, he lost badly. William had bribed one of the judges, and that still wasn't enough. He also accused him of fraud, so the dwarf was condemned and marked as a criminal. Jumping up from his chair, the dwarf said he had an offer for Ethan. His forge was on its last legs, but he wanted to make Ethan a weapon for free. If Ethan liked it, he wanted the Arden clan to sign a contract with him. He was ready to bet everything he had left and his whole future on this. Ethan asked if he really meant that, then wondered what would happen if he didn't like the weapon. The dwarf answered that Ethan could cut his throat. That made Ethan uncomfortable. Still, he agreed. If the man had that much faith in his skill, there was no reason to refuse. The dwarf shouted with joy that the deal was set and asked for just 3 days to make the finest Ephraim sword. Ethan was shocked by the deadline. Dwarves usually work alone, so he doubted one man could finish that fast. The dwarf said a lot had changed. He'd learned plenty over the years. He was clearly proud of his craft. As he spoke about the allies he'd made, several fellow dwarves stepped out behind him. He told Ethan to get the contract ready. Then he promised his forge would make the best sword in the world. The fuel was lit. A worker in protective gear told the others to dump in all the coal, while another asked how it was going. As the molten metal came out, one man said it had finally started to melt. Someone worried the furnace wouldn't survive that much solvent and pressure. The mustached dwarf didn't care. Pour everything in, burn through the materials, wreck the furnace if they had to, but finish the sword. Molten metal flowed out, and they shouted to keep the temperature steady. Watching it pour, one of them warned they had to cool it as slowly as possible, since the Ephraim's strength depended on it. A hammer slammed into the ingot. 2 men held it in place while a third struck. The blade began to take shape. Another dwarf polished it. The hammer rose again. Frowning, the smith brought it down hard. A gray-haired man watched with his mouth slightly open. Smoke poured from the forge. Raising the sword, the dwarf declared that they did it. He looked aside and proudly added that they really had finished in 3 days. Then he turned to Ethan and said his timing was perfect. Only one final step remained. Ethan asked what was left. The dwarf grinned and said an ordinary sword would already be done, but Ephraim was different. It had to be tempered with mana at the end. Eyes wide, Ethan asked him to repeat that. Heading outside, the dwarf explained that tempering meant pouring mana into the sword, and Ethan asked again to make sure he heard right. The dwarf pointed to the blade and told him yes, try feeding mana into it. If it endured, the strongest Ephraim sword would be complete. When Ethan took it, he noticed how light it felt, and how naturally it fit in his hand. Unlike iron, it felt smooth and powerful at the same time. Red sparks gathered around the blade, and Ethan realized it was absorbing his mana the moment he poured it in. Smiling, he told everyone to move back. He was doing it now. Red energy burst out as Ethan used the Arden clan's secret art, Fire Sword, shielding his eyes from the glare. The dwarf wondered what kind of flame this was. So this was Arden fire mana. He ducked behind a corner and yelled for everyone to step back before they got burned. Ethan grinned and tightened his grip, thinking the sword's reaction was promising. It could take it. He bent slightly and laughed, thinking maybe this blade could reach the highest level. The dwarf watched the blazing light in fear, and then a bright flash burst inside the red flames. A small flame formed. Ethan lifted his head and looked at the burning sword. Then he smiled. Peeking out from behind the wall, the dwarf said this was excellent, truly first-rate. Ethan said that once he reached the port, he'd send materials, workers, and the contract right away. With a big smile, he welcomed him into the Arden clan, as the blacksmith flaming hammer. The man looked at the torch and answered that he understood. As he walked forward, he said the undead problem on the estate must have been solved. He hadn't realized the Baron was that strong. Heading downstairs, he explained that the Duke wanted information on a dark magician who could control the undead. Maybe that man knew something. Cracking the door open, Lawrence added that the Baron was gone, but one person who had served him for years was still there. It was the Baron's butler, now in handcuffs. The man said they had a few questions, and the butler nervously asked if they meant him. With his hands behind his back, Lawrence asked if he remembered the villagers' requests. The butler said yes, he knew about Fellorn village. Lawrence asked why the Baron ignored those requests, and covered up the truth. Lowering his head, the butler said he didn't know the full details. He explained that strange things sometimes happened in the Baron's office. One day while he was working there, a man in a black robe suddenly appeared out of nowhere. The butler said that whenever it happened, he had to leave at once. From what he saw, the Baron obeyed that man completely, which may be why he hid the truth about Fellorn. Peeking from behind the door, the butler said that once he went back into the office, Helmut cut in and asked how many magicians there were. The butler said he had only heard that much. The man thought it over. If magic was involved, there were a few options, but if the door never opened, then it probably wasn't invisibility. The butler said that was all he knew. The man figured there were shadow skills and spells like that, but if it had been one of those, the butler likely would have noticed something. As they left the room, Lorenz said they were done. The knight replied that they might have found a lead. He agreed and said they should search the whole county with as many knights as they could gather. They needed to finish the investigation before the Duke came back. A large city came into view. A knight on the wall shouted that the Duke had returned, and ordered the gates opened. Ethan rode in with the guards around him. One man came up and asked how the trip went, whether anything happened. Then he added that while Ethan was away, his relatives had stayed unusually quiet. Ethan called that a relief. Moving on, Ethan asked about the request he'd sent by letter, and the man said they had finished the investigation. Ethan clenched his fists and said great, he'd check it right away. The man bowed his head and said everything was left in his office. Back in the office, Ethan sat in his chair while the man stood before him. Reading the paper, Ethan focused on one point, movement through space. The report said there were about 50 magicians in the county who could use space travel magic, with details in the attached file. Ethan stopped and asked what. He asked if the numbers were correct, and Lorenz said yes, he had personally confirmed them with the knights. Ethan thought the report itself made sense and didn't seem wrong, but the result was still shocking. He recalled the man in the black cloak opening a portal. Teleportation was useful, but it burned through huge amounts of mana, so most magicians avoided it. In the past, nobles in major cities used it through teleport gates made with costly crystals. Ethan frowned. Around 50 people could use space magic in this county alone. Then he remembered the dark mage from the abandoned mine. That man's mana level had been very high. He also used dark magic mixed with the dragon men's breathing method, the kind that could boost mana fast. If that breathing method were easy to learn, every mage would have endless mana. But for now, it was only a guess. That meant the real issue was somewhere else. Ethan's mana flared as he realized that among those 50 people, one was probably tied to the order. Someone in the office made a startled sound. Holding the sword, the man asked if this was the new blade Ethan had ordered. Ethan said yes, it was a masterpiece from the finest dwarven blacksmith, so good that he brought it back to the Arden estate. The man tested it and said it was incredibly light. The craftsmanship was so clean that it proved dwarven smiths should never be underestimated. Ethan smiled and said that if he wanted, he could have one made for him too. The man widened his eyes and asked if he really meant that. Ethan said yes. Since he had been protecting his sister, he saw it as a small reward. Setting the sword down, the man said it was no trouble at all. If anything, he sometimes had too much free time. Ethan then asked how his sister was doing. He said she had recently been helping Mr. Flexion with office work, and even though she'd never done that kind of job before, she was doing surprisingly well. He added with a smile that Mr. Flexion had praised the Duchess too, saying she learned fast. Ethan grinned and said he was glad trusting them with his sister hadn't been a mistake, then thanked him. The man brushed it off. Then he reached into his clothes and said he had something else to give Ethan. He set a box on the table and said it was a gift from Marquis Blotton. When Ethan opened it, he saw a glowing pill, one that could greatly raise a person's mana. Holding it, he guessed the Marquis had decided his mana still wasn't high enough, so this would help him the most. A man's face came to mind, and Ethan thought that even in this life, his eye for people was amazing. Ethan rose from his chair and thought back on everything that had happened during the trip. He had managed to place the essence of flame into bits of mana and spread them through key parts of his body. Turning the pill between his fingers, he thought that if it increased his mana, then after swallowing it, he'd be ready for the third stage of black flame breathing. A cycle started as he began absorbing the black flame's mana. Flames burst around him. He expected pain beyond anything he'd felt before, but with this much mana, he believed he could endure it. Clenching his fist, Ethan told himself the first step was to raise the black flame to its highest level, heating the mana until it could melt iron. After that, his body would take in the burning steam, and the pain would feel like his blood and organs were on fire. Then the emotions born from that pain would start mixing with the fire, mana until the fire turned black. Bright sparks spread over Ethan's body. He tightened his fist, lifted his head, and shouted. The office window flickered through the flames. Looking at his hands, Ethan asked in shock why he didn't feel anything. He stared at his palm, confused. He should have been in terrible pain, like he was burning alive. Did it fail? No, that wasn't it. Then he noticed a bright light. Rurosha appeared with a smile and asked how her child of fire was doing. Ethan looked up and asked what she was doing here. She told him she came to praise him. It wasn't a failure at all. He had actually moved up a level. Standing in the flames, Ethan listened as Rurosha said she had received pure fire mana, and that aura allowed her to revive. Smiling wide, the Fire Lord said he had done what others couldn't. He avoided the corrupted fire. Stunned, Ethan asked if she meant the breath of black flame. She said yes. Once black flame mixed with pain, it lost fire's true nature, and that flawed flame ended up limiting growth. Ethan stared ahead in shock. The breath of black flame had a flaw? He thought about the Arden clan. Their swordsmanship had become the strongest because of that very technique. The black flame was the core of the Arden clan, and no one doubted its power, yet the technique that defined them was imperfect. Ethan clenched his fist. He couldn't deny what Rurosha said. He remembered the limit he hit in his past life. Even after reaching the peak of mastery, there had been a wall he could never break through. Ethan narrowed his eyes. If black flame breath was really the problem, then what was he supposed to do now? Rurosha smiled. He clearly had a lot on his mind, but she reminded him she had already come back to life once because of that pure aura. Ethan stared at her, stunned, and she went on. The source of that aura was the founder of his clan. That made him ask again. It was Zeron, the first head of the Arden clan. He didn't just build Arden. His talent made him the founder of many other clans too. But so much time had passed that almost no records about him were left. Only 2 stories survived as legends. His power had gone past what seemed possible. One story said he could call up white flames. Ethan tilted his head, thinking about those white flames. Then it hit him. He felt like an idiot for not remembering sooner. Rurosha looked at him and said, it seemed he had figured something out. As her body began to fade, she said she'd wait for the day he could summon a pure flame. Then they'd meet again. Ethan looked off to the side. It was still hazy, but he felt like he finally understood part of it. Images flashed through his mind. The founder, a man covered in blood, white flames, the flaw in black flames, and the wall he hit in his past life. Ethan frowned. Maybe this time, instead of forcing out a black flame, he should just finish the circulation process. The next day began. At Baron Rummerton's estate in Uldren, a man rushed forward. He burst through the door and gave the Baron an urgent report from the scouts. Romanton was shocked to hear the Duke was getting ready to attack his estate. The Baron jumped to his feet and asked if this was revenge for Shaman, but the knight beside him told him to stay calm. Smiling, The knight said there was nothing to fear. He had recently reached 5 stars and was actually looking forward to facing the Duke. If anything, he wanted him to hurry up. A trumpet sounded from the wall. The horses charged ahead. Ethan rode at the front with a huge army behind him. Frowning, he gave the order to move on Uldren. Soon, the castle walls came into view. Ethan swung his sword. His opponent blocked the strike coming at him. Gritting his teeth, the man realized something was off. One swing felt like more than 2 attacks at once. He swung back, stunned. He knew Ethan's mana had grown, but he never expected a whole new technique. Ethan pressed in, and the man recognized it. The red flame technique, a skill only Arden members who passed the cycle stage could use. As Ethan swung again, the man realized he was mixing it with the basic sword style. Fear hit him. This couldn't be real. He gripped his sword with both hands, knowing a normal block wouldn't stop it anymore. Then he struck at Ethan. Ethan dodged. Landing on one leg, he clenched his teeth. Then Ethan slashed, leaving red marks behind. The man stared in shock. Ethan had cut through his sword aura, even though he'd poured a huge amount of mana into that attack to break through. Ethan smiled and said it was a smart move, but in the end, it forced him to stop using the basic technique. The man grinned to himself. This Duke had grown way too much in such a short time. Holding his sword up, he said he'd have to fight seriously now, like a real duel, if Ethan was willing. Ethan looked at him and answered that he always was. Later, back at the castle, someone brought over a strategy plan for the Baron. Looking through the papers, Ethan said it was solid. Even the king wouldn't be able to object. The man told him everything was ready. Ethan only had to go there and speak. But Ethan looked up surprised and asked what was wrong. The man warned that the head of the Knight Order was said to have reached 5 stars, so maybe they should gather more strength first, just in case. Ethan smiled and said there was no need to worry. Once this was done, he'd go somewhere safe and wait, with the fighting knights guarding him. As riders came through the gate, the man asked what was happening. Then he guessed, was this another tax collection? Ethan stood in the road and faced the people. Frowning, he thought that just like Kargas, the lord of this land was draining the common people dry. Adults and children alike looked worn down. Their faces were filled with fear and pain. Ethan pulled out a document and addressed the people of Polaris. They'd probably already heard the news under the royal palace's authority. He had come to inspect these lands himself. He continued that if Baron Romerton had broken the agreement, he'd be punished by ducal law. Then Ethan asked the village elder directly, was the Baron doing his duty honestly? The old man spread his arms and said he understood, but the crowd began whispering in shock. Punish the Baron? Was that really possible? Could they actually speak up? One man raised his hand and shouted that they wanted the Baron tried. This bastard Romerton was taking far too much in taxes. Another backed him up, saying it was true and he had to be punished. Then everyone raised their hands and started shouting. Because of him, their lives were hell. They didn't even have enough to eat. They begged Ethan to save them and praised the Duke and Arden. Seeing their reaction, Ethan said that was good. He'd heard what they had to say. He raised his hand and swore in the name of Ethan Arden and his family that he would punish the Baron. Then frowning, he added that if they had proof of the Baron's crimes, they should bring it to him. The man immediately lifted a book and said he was ready. Ethan asked if this was from the same secret group. The man said yes, and things were going well. If they visited 2 or 3 more villages, they should have enough evidence. Tightening his grip on the reins, Ethan said that was excellent, and they moved on. Elsewhere, at a grand estate, someone asked if the report was true. Hans said yes. A spy had just told him the Duke attacked the Baron's estate today, and Lugan knew nothing about it. Smiling, the man said good, send someone there at once, so those rumors don't reach the Baron. Touching his chin, he wondered how Lugan would act once the Duke stripped away his followers. He smiled even wider. Even if the Duke lost, he'd still drag him down from power and make him answer for everything. He never expected things to go this smoothly. Back at Romerton's estate in Uldren, Ethan stood there with a book in his hand. Baron Romerton and his men faced him. The Baron asked why Ethan had come without even warning him first. Ethan threw the book at him and said he was done talking. Did Romerton know what it was? He wanted an explanation. The book dropped at the Baron's feet. Raising a hand, Romerton said of course he knew. He stepped on the book and asked if Ethan got it from that village before coming here. Touching his face, the Baron said he had planned to visit those villages after dealing with Ethan. Then he looked aside and told his chief it was his turn. Merlin grabbed his sword and laughed, saying Ethan was either stupid or insanely bold to come here alone. Drawing his blade, he asked if they really thought they'd shake in fear. Out of respect for Ethan's rank, he could even hold back a little. Ethan let out a quiet laugh. His hand moved to the hilt, as he said Merlin was even worse than Kargas. Ethan raised his sword and asked if that was all he had to say. Merlin laughed at his confidence. Blue flame burst around him as he said Ethan might be proud of his bloodline, but would he still feel that way after this? With a wide grin, Merlin said Ethan was about to see his power for himself. A blue glowing blade flashed right in front of Ethan's head. Ethan looked down, surprised. Merlin, still wrapped in blue light, asked him what he thought. Grabbing Ethan by the collar, he mocked him. Did he enjoy that greeting, and had he ever seen a real fight before? Ethan thought Merlin was being way too arrogant and moving too fast. The Baron raised a hand and told him to wait. Merlin turned to Ethan and said he should forgive the rudeness, but otherwise he wouldn't listen. Still, he believed Ethan had now seen the gap between them. Spreading his arms, the Baron asked if Ethan wanted to hear his offer. Looking at Ethan, the Baron said that once he heard him out he'd change his mind. They didn't have to fight. He brought up the feud between the counts and claimed Ethan had the wrong target. His real enemy, he said, was Count Shimon, the military head of Kargas, who pushed him to the outskirts while he was in a coma. Since Shimon belonged to Count Lugon's side, they were enemies too. So Romerton said he had a deal to offer. Ethan stared ahead and asked if he was serious. First they pulled a sword on him, and now they wanted to make a deal. Romerton grinned and told him to join their faction. If Ethan stood with them, no one could stop them. They would tear Count Shimon apart, and he would personally guarantee Ethan's safety. Ethan lowered his head and laughed, making the Baron ask what was so funny. Ethan looked up and said they had no fear left, and no shame either. Was that just how pathetic trash like them acted? Ethan slammed his sword into the ground, and the Baron flinched. Flames burst around Ethan as he asked how a mere vassal thought he could promise him safety. He wanted no part in their filthy faction fight. Gripping his sword, Ethan said the elders who betrayed their ruler were his enemies. Every one of them should stand before Arden's court. The Baron angrily called out to him again. Blue particles gathered around him as he started to speak, but Merlin suddenly charged forward and cut him off, saying there was no reason to hear the hero out anymore. He slashed at Ethan, who blocked the strike. With a grin, Merlin said the truth about taking Kargas was clear now. He bribed Menharten and captured Helmut. Maybe he came here planning the same thing. As he kept swinging, Merlin mocked him for waking from a coma and still thinking the duchy's laws ruled here too. The Baron clenched his fist and thought Kargas had been a fool. He assumed the old man had grown weak and couldn't protect his people, yet Ethan was proving otherwise. Still smiling, Romerton told himself he was different. His order was loyal and would never break apart. While blocking the attacks, Ethan thought Lawrence had worked hard. As he swung back, Ethan said he didn't expect Merlin to know that much. Standing in the flames, Ethan thought that if nearby lands twisted the truth this badly, then there was nothing left to discuss. Merlin moved behind him and said Ethan must have felt his power by now. That smile on the hero's face clearly annoyed him. Pointing his weapon at Ethan, Merlin said playtime was over. Blue sparks and glowing particles burst out. The man took a sip of tea. The girl sitting across from him said it felt wrong to sit here drinking tea, while Ethan could be in danger. Laughing, he told her not to worry about him. Holding his cup, Phyrexian said the Duke had beaten Kargas easily. Count Romerton might be stronger, but Ethan hadn't gone alone this time. He brought knights. She set her hands on her knees and said Ethan would never just stand by while his men fought. The man replied that after hearing that, it almost sounded like Ethan might fight alone instead. He laughed and said he doubted the Duke would even get a scratch. Ethan's image flashed through his mind, and he said the Baron's men were no match for him. He had fought Ethan himself and could swear it on his knightly honor. Then the man's eyes widened, and he suddenly wondered what had happened. Sitting on the ground, Merlin thought he had been behind Ethan, and was sure he had already won. Ethan stood in the flames while Merlin wondered if the hero's sword had somehow touched him. Lowering his head, he burned with shame, humiliated in front of his own men. Romerton threw out a hand and shouted, asking what they were waiting for. They needed to help at once. Merlin raised his sword and ordered everyone back, saying he was fine. Through gritted teeth he asked the Count to understand he couldn't fully control his power so he might kill the Duke. The Count laughed and said that wasn't part of the plan. Merlin pulled his sword in front of him and roared. Then he suddenly leaped up and shouted about summoning a deadly sword. Blue flashes exploded everywhere. Romerton covered his face and muttered that Sir Merlin had gotten a little too carried away. The repairs would cost a fortune, and he'd have to raise taxes again. A blue glowing sword appeared, and Merlin thought Ethan had dodged it so cleanly, he hadn't even felt him move. Then Ethan was behind him. Merlin gripped his sword and demanded to know where he was hiding. Merlin jerked his gaze aside and Ethan kicked him straight in the face. Merlin went flying, while Ethan stood there calmly, legs still raised. Ethan stepped on him, and Merlin could only think, how is this possible? Bending down, Ethan said something to him, and Merlin was struck by how overwhelming his power was. He twitched in pain, realizing he couldn't move. Lifting his sword, Ethan asked if he knew what happened to Kargas's men when they waved blades in his face. The man's eyes went wide and he screamed. Blood sprayed out. The Baron stared ahead and shouted that he heard a loud noise. What was happening? Then he yelled at Merlin to answer and say if he had killed the Duke. A voice replied that Merlin couldn't answer now. Romerton looked up and saw black particles drifting in the air. Covering his face, he asked in fear what that was. Then he saw the man on the ground, called his name and said this couldn't be happening. Looking up, the Baron demanded his deputy explain what was going on. Anything, and fast. Romerton spread his arms and shouted that there were 30 knights here. They had to stop the Duke right now. The girl tightened her grip on her sword and warned everyone not to let up. As they surrounded Ethan, the knights shouted to get ready, use the moves they had practiced, trap the Duke, and avenge their leader. Ethan smiled to himself. Their level was low, he wouldn't even need the red flame. The girl gave the order to attack and the knights rushed him. Raising his sword over his shoulder, Ethan thought he'd need to hold back against weaklings like these. Then he let out a roar. A huge tornado of fire burst out. The blast sent all the knights flying. Ethan frowned, thinking there was no reason to kill normal knights. Not one of them gave off an evil aura. Turning his head, he added that only one person here truly wanted him dead. His eyes landed on the Baron, who was hiding behind a knight. The girl looked ahead in fear when Ethan suddenly appeared behind her, walking forward. He said the Baron had crushed the people with heavy taxes, then drew a sword on him to cover up those crimes, and that was a serious offense. Ethan raised his sword to the Count's head and declared that under duchy law he was stripped of both title and wealth from this moment on. Romerton dropped to the ground and screamed. He looked around and yelled, asking why no one was doing anything. There were 200 guards here. Pointing at them, he ordered them to attack at once. The Duke was nothing. What was he paying them for? One knight stood there, hearing his master's order, but he still let the words hang in the air. Then a sword dropped to the ground. The guard lowered his head and said their unit could not follow that command. How could they raise a sword against the hero who saved them? Ethan turned as another voice added that their wages came from taxes. Romerton had unfairly taken from their own families. The Count remembered Ethan's speech and realized what it meant. All that talk had never been meant for him. It was for the soldiers. Romerton clenched his fist and thought this Duke was a terrifying man, strong in battle, powerful in rank, and able to win people over too. Looking up, the Count wondered how no one had noticed that sooner. Flame rose in Ethan's hand as he said this was over. Then he struck the Count hard. Romerton twisted in pain and screamed. The crowd watched Ethan standing over the fallen Count. The knights looked on in shock as Ethan said he wanted to thank them for not turning their swords on him and his family. With the Baron drooling on the ground, Ethan added that, as they had already heard, he visited other cities before coming here and promised to end Romerton's tyranny. Looking aside, Ethan declared that from this moment on, Ethan Arden was taking all power from the Baron. Frowning, he announced that this land would now be ruled directly by the duchy, and it would be free. The guards dropped to their knees before the hero and pledged to follow his orders. Glory to the Duke, glory to Arden. Later, inside the estate, a shard sat in a flask on the table. Ethan said Lawrence had done well finding the second piece, then asked if the Baron had told them everything. Standing before him, Lawrence said yes. With the king's seal, and after what happened with Helmet, it wasn't hard. The Baron only asked for mercy in exchange for answering their questions. Ethan lowered his head and said mercy would depend on what he said about the book. Lawrence asked in surprise, and Ethan explained that he found it in Romerton's office. It was called the Sacred Book of Dragons. Holding it, Ethan said they needed to question the Baron again. He had to learn how it ended up in his hands. Looking at the book's contents, Ethan read from the Sacred Book of Dragons. Praise the Dragon God, and he will grant power to those who worship him. Study the scripture, and the Dragon God's protection will be with you. Ethan frowned. From what he knew, this was a mana-breathing manual. A man in a black cloak came to mind. The dark mage Ethan had met in the abandoned mine. He looked it over and realized the method sounded weaker than his own, but it used the same kind of breathing. Still, it had two huge flaws. It mixed in a dragonman breathing method, and instead of storing mana in a vessel, it forced it into the heart. That let someone rise fast, even to 4-star level, but in the end, the heart would burst and kill them. He set the book down and called for someone to come in. When Lawrence entered, Ethan asked if he had learned anything. Lawrence said yes, not just from the Baron, but from regular townspeople too. Lawrence explained that the book was tied to the order he mentioned before. They seemed to use it to draw people in, and Ethan said they were using it as bait. He went on to say that people didn't know about the side effects. They only saw a quick way to gain power, so they were easy to tempt, as long as they didn't already hate dragons. Then Ethan asked what common people really thought about dragons. Would they truly accept a method like this so easily? Lawrence said war always hurts ordinary people first. Even with a non-aggression pact, the dragon race was still hated. That explained why, when the book first appeared, many people begged for the order behind it to be destroyed. But the nobles ignored those pleas. Worse, people who spoke up started disappearing. By staying silent, the aristocrats let it all keep going, and the common people could only whisper in fear. Thinking it through, Ethan decided fear and mutual benefit were both involved. That meant Zifron had acted on his own after what happened with Helmet. Ethan added that Zifron actually seemed to oppose it. The frightened man had even claimed he had nothing to do with it. With his eyes shut, the man had cursed them and said he wanted nothing to do with that filthy order of Naraxis. Ethan quietly repeated the name. Lawrence confirmed it. Yes, Naraxis, and asked if that was a problem. Ethan folded his arms and said no, but in his mind he knew exactly what it meant. The one who could change form was Naraxis, the Dragon of Lies. Not every dragon man had the same powers, and some used special abilities to torment people. Among them was one especially dangerous creature, the shapeshifter. It could become a human, a plant, or even an animal. Ethan frowned. They were a nightmare to deal with, and seeing through that disguise took the eyes of at least a 7-star knight. Even he had needed about a year of chasing and baiting Naraxis before he finally brought him down. Now there was a non-aggression pact, but Ethan had no idea how long Naraxis might have been hiding in the duchy. The dragon could even be posing as a noble. Ethan suddenly rose from his chair. If that was true, things could become even worse than in his previous life. He told Lawrence this was urgent. The book couldn't have spread by itself. Someone had to be moving it around, and Ethan said he would find the carrier himself. That night he headed out. Inside a shop, the seller barked that they were closed, and he should come back later. Then he slammed the table and repeated it. Come back next time. A moment later, the door was smashed open. The man froze. Ethan lowered his fist and said the door had finally opened. Angry now, the man demanded to know who he was and what he wanted. Ethan didn't answer right away. The others stared at him and asked the same thing. Then Ethan noticed the book in the man's hand. He walked straight toward them and called them rotten merchants, men who had forgotten their past and were selling the power of dragons to idiots eager to buy it. The men stiffened and asked if he had a death wish. If so, they'd gladly grant it. Ethan passed the younger ones and told them to move. He had no business with them. One man swung his sword and answered that they had business with him. Ethan's expression hardened. He punched the man in the face. Then he warned them he wouldn't say it again. After that, Ethan moved toward the merchant. The terrified seller started screaming. Backed against the wall, he asked who Ethan was and why he had barged in. Still panicking, he threatened to call the guards, saying causing trouble here was a serious crime. Ethan gave a cold grin and mocked his nerve. Drawing his sword, he demanded to know how the man dared sell a book praising dragons in the Duchy of Arden. In this land, that was as good as a death sentence. The merchant stared and asked if Ethan was the Duke. Ethan frowned and told him that if he wanted to live, he needed to say where the books were coming from. He kept his eyes locked on him. The merchant dropped to his knees and said he only sold the books sent by the order. He didn't know much beyond that. Ethan guessed there had to be other places distributing them and asked if he knew any. The merchant said the order guarded that information closely. He wasn't sure it was true, but he had heard of another location at Viscount Deccan's estate. As Ethan moved through the forest, he recalled that Deccan's estate was near the lands of Kargas. He decided that would be his next stop. When he came out of the woods, Ethan figured this was the place the merchant had meant. He studied it in silence. There was no warning magic circle, and no guards either. That told him they'd been operating here for a long time, and felt completely safe. Entering the cave, Ethan muttered that it made him sick. Deeper inside, voices carried through the room. One man asked what the other had done. The answer came with a shrug. He had threatened someone a little, taken the money right away, then sent him to the next world. The first man frowned and said that even if the priest covered for him, he shouldn't do that too often. The other just grinned and said who was going to stop him. Their order practically ruled the world already. Ethan stepped in and told him to shut up. He was too disgusted to listen any longer. The men spun toward him and demanded to know who he was and where he came from. Ethan calmly said they didn't need to know since they would be dead soon. He said he couldn't believe human beings could talk like that, then asked if they felt any guilt at all. One of them only replied that no visitor had been expected today. With a smirk, the other guessed someone had sold them out, probably a mercenary. The first man grabbed his sword and said he was bored anyway. Purple energy started pouring off him as he sneered that Ethan had asked for this. Veins rose on Ethan's face as he recognized it, the same mixed breathing technique. The man looked confused, but Ethan kept going. They had taken a dragon breathing art, one that had killed countless people, and were now using it against innocents. Red aura wrapped around Ethan as he demanded to know how they could still call themselves human. Then he charged. The man tensed, thinking Ethan was fast, but decided his attack pattern was simple enough to handle. Ethan swung his blade. The strike cut straight through the man's sword. Blood sprayed. Ethan dropped to one knee for an instant, then lunged again. The man was shocked that Ethan had dodged his attack so easily. Ethan reached out, his hand locked around the man's throat, holding him up by the neck. Ethan said words couldn't describe how sickened he was. His father and whole family had given their lives for fools like this. Gripping his sword, Ethan swore the man would pay for betrayal and for murdering his people. No one would escape judgment. Deeper in the cave, more voices rang out. They shouted that an intruder had entered and someone needed to report it to the priest right away. Blood on his face, Ethan kept walking through the cave while others yelled that he had already broken through the second line. He stepped out into the next area. Crossbowmen were waiting for him. They ordered him not to move and warned that if he tried anything they would fire at once. Ethan glanced around and dryly called it quite a welcome, then asked if anyone else was left. A man smiled and said Ethan didn't want a painful death. If he answered their questions, maybe they'd show mercy. Ethan called that funny, then asked if this was the priest in charge of spreading the dragon race's sacred book. The priest frowned and asked if Ethan understood whose territory this was. Ethan only grinned, almost speechless at the nerve of it. Red aura flared around him as he demanded how the priest dared say that inside Ardenland, while worshipping dragons. Ethan, burning with rage, swore he would wipe out every last one of them. The priest yelled for the men to fire, but keep Ethan alive so they could learn who he was. Ethan charged straight at them. Red flames burst from him and shot toward the enemy. One crossbowman stared in shock, asking what that was. The priest frowned. Ethan had sword skill and fire mana too. This was no normal knight. In disbelief, he muttered, "Was this really Duke Arden?" If this was the same Arden who hated dragons, then it all made sense. The priest realized this meeting might be his chance. A grin spread across his face as he said Ethan had only just awakened. He pulled out a dark book and declared that if he killed this troublesome duke, the dragon race would reward him. Dark energy wrapped around the priest. With that, he said he would gain real power. A magic whip formed in his hand. He lashed it out and called for Ethan's death. Ethan dodged and realized the priest had cast strong magic with barely any chant. He wondered if this man could use dragon magic too. That brought dragons to mind, and Ethan remembered that the dragon men who praised them used a special kind of magic. He recalled the reason. The strongest of them could cast without full spells because of a mana core in the head, the so-called spiritual ball of words. He pictured that energy inside the brain, and while dodging, figured that if the priest really had such an orb, then the Narxis order was tied not just to the shapeshifter Naraxis, but to other dragon races too. Ethan got ready to rush in. His face turned hard. Then he heard the enemy shout that Ethan was trapped and everyone should attack together. Holding his sword out front, Ethan judged the priest stronger than the dark mage before, and decided he had to finish him in one strike. The priest smirked and asked if Ethan really thought he would be given time to cast. Fire shackles snapped around Ethan. Pleased with himself, the priest shouted that Ethan was caught, and one wrong move would tear off his arms and legs. Ethan stayed calm. Then he grinned and called the priest an idiot. He struck back hard at the attackers. The priest froze in shock. Wrapped in red aura, Ethan said the priest really was stupid. The Arden clan controls fire mana, so tricks like this would never work on him. He smiled while the priest, now angry, admitted he knew Ethan would be hard to kill, but not this hard. Taking a battle stance, he promised Ethan wouldn't get a peaceful death, and said he would show him real hell. Purple veins spread across the priest's face as he called the cloud giant's aura into the whip. A massive wave of purple power swept over Ethan. He grew serious. That aura was strong, and if all its power came together, he could be in real danger. At the same time, the remaining warriors rushed him. As he fought them off, Ethan noted there were still a lot of them left. Blood ran from the priest's mouth, as he stared wildly, and demanded to see it. A purple monster rose above him. The priest shouted that this was the power they had given him, and if Ethan was so confident, he should try stopping it. The monster lunged at Ethan. Ethan said it was already too late. Red mana flared at his feet. He admitted he had hoped not to use this. Red energy surged through his body as he ordered the double ring to open. A huge aura burst out around him. The priest screamed in shock. Ethan was furious. He unleashed the second part of the secret black flame breathing technique. A massive blast of burning power shot forward. The fierce wave of mana slammed toward the priest. Its energy gathered into a fireball. The priest stared in disbelief, wondering if Ethan had created that much power through force alone. For the first time, he was afraid. He screamed as the blast hit, and the cave started collapsing. Rocks crashed down. Men were burned alive. Ethan stood over the priest. In a cold voice, he said he had a question. The priest lay on the ground. Ethan asked if he knew about a group of mages inside the order. The priest only grinned and laughed. Still on the ground, he kept laughing. Then he sneered, asking if Ethan wanted to show off like a winner, just like a man from Arden. Ethan frowned and said he wasn't there to trade words. He ordered him to answer. The priest admitted the group did exist, but said Ethan would never learn anything about it. Dark mana wrapped around him as he cried out for the glory of the great ruler. Purple mana poured from his forehead, and he declared that Ethan would follow him into the next world. Ethan grabbed his head. The priest let out a shocked scream. Purple mana streamed into Ethan's hand. Closing his fist, Ethan said he'd seen this trick before, so he drained out all the blood magic before the man could blow himself up. Smiling weakly, the priest said Ethan was a monster, but even with that power, he would still fail. No one in the order would answer him. Ethan's expression darkened. The priest smiled, and said that was because they had all sworn an oath to their great lord. Chains shot out from a magic circle, and Ethan recognized it as a burning spell that punished anyone who revealed a secret. As the priest burned, Ethan realized the spell was high level, beyond what he could stop. He pictured some unknown person reaching out a hand, and guessed the magic had been placed by someone far above a normal priest. That meant his next step was to learn more about this lord. Later, laughter echoed through a castle. A man holding a glass mocked stupid Lugan for making a fool of himself, and said Hans had done great work. Hans placed a hand on his chest and answered that the Count was giving him too much credit. The Count said Hans's information kept Lugan from sending reinforcements, and he likely wouldn't even know until tomorrow. Hans smiled and said he was glad to help, but taking the castle with the Duke's forces shouldn't have been easy. He guessed Ethan had used some special method. The Count gestured to the cloaked men, and said the answer was obvious. Setting down his glass, he asked if Ethan had brought the Order of Kargas to his side, before attacking at night with their help. As he poured more wine, the Count remarked that this meant Romerton was on the level of an order. Hans was caught off guard, thinking the Count had it completely wrong. Even so, Hans thought he had the Count in his hand, and soon the man might start claiming Lawrence had magic too. Then the Count looked at him. Hans answered with a serious face. Smiling, the Count said Hans had made a huge contribution and deserved a reward. He named him the county's new head of intelligence. Stunned, Hans asked if that wasn't too much for him. Handing over a glass, the Count said not at all. Hans had earned it. He would give him support, but in return, Hans had to learn what the Duke was planning. Taking the glass, Hans vowed to do everything he could. The Count smiled, pleased, then said he had one more favor to ask. Inside, he grinned. Now Lugan would have no choice but to fight the Duke, and just as planned, the pressure would hit everyone at once until their factions came over to him. He said he couldn't wait to hear what Lugan would say at the elders' meeting. By morning at the castle, someone walking beside Ethan asked how things went. Ethan said the gains were small, but they still got something out of it. Then he asked if any information had come in, and the man said yes. He had learned something about the Narxis Order. With a grave look, he explained that the Narxis Order works as an official group mainly inside the Xenon Empire. That shocked Ethan. He turned and asked him to repeat it, wanting to know if the report was accurate. Holding the papers, the man said it was true, and even listed in official records. He had only found out after checking other lands himself. Ethan remembered dragons slaughtering people. The Xenon Empire had suffered from dragon attacks too, so he couldn't believe that even after the peace treaty they had recognized Narxis as an official group. Frowning, he realized this went far beyond just the duchy. He immediately ordered Phyrexian to be summoned, saying he probably knew much more than they did. Ethan then thought of the Narxis Order's main seat, now treated as holy ground by the Xenon Empire, with a temple at its center. Using a map, he explained that every one of the 6 kingdoms except Hydern had one of their branches. The Order's top leader was called the Holy Lord, and each branch was ruled by a great ruler. Ethan slammed the table and said that if Phyrexian was right, then the Order held the most powerful people on the Western continent in its grip. He added that there were probably branches in Hydern too, they just hadn't found them yet. He was sure of it because that priest had mentioned the Lord. With a hard look, Ethan declared that Arden now had one more goal: restore the family and wipe out the dragon orders, spread across the kingdom. Phyrexian said it was lucky Hydern had so few hidden orders, thanks to the king keeping them in check. Confused, Ethan asked if he meant that useless king. Phyrexian said it sounded hard to believe, but it was true. The king had pushed back against the order so hard that Hydern was the only place without an official branch. Ethan looked over the papers, surprised the king had actually kept the dragon race out. He admitted he had misjudged him. Ethan had thought the king was just a weak ruler who followed the 7 great families, but now it seemed he had been protecting the kingdom this whole time. In Arden's case, Ethan said, the king likely had no other choice. Then he asked Phyrexian to explain the king's policy. Phyrexian put a hand to his chest and said he understood. Ethan showed him the medal and asked what he could learn about it. Phyrexian studied it and said it looked like a badge worn on the chest. Ethan explained that the priest had been carrying it, so he was likely tied to the order or some group of mages. Then Ethan handed Lawrence a letter and told him to send it to Popherence at dawn. Holding the letter, Lawrence asked if he meant the blacksmith. Did he urgently need a weapon? Ethan sat down and said this was more important, though for now it was still just a guess. He rubbed his chin and said dwarves, not just humans, might also be involved with the order. People filled the street. The blacksmith suddenly dropped his hammer. He stared at the letter in shock. Then he looked at Popherence and asked what was wrong. Setting the letter on the table, Popherence told Muster to watch the forge. As he rushed out, he shouted that he had to see the Duke right away. Startled, Muster asked what happened. Popherence grinned and said his chance for revenge might come sooner than expected. The Count looked at the purple orb. Seated at the table, he opened the 33rd meeting of the Elders. His first topic was the Duke taking Baron Romerton's estate. He also pointed out that Lugan, head of the faction, learned about it later than everyone else. Someone slammed the table. As the room listened, the Count asked if their leader was so useless that the Duke no longer feared them and attacked anyway. With a smile he pressed Lugan. Would he act now, or keep watching while his people were picked off? Lugan clenched his fist and said he thought the Duke was only targeting Shaman, which was why he went after Kargas first. But now it looked like he was simply starting with the weaker ones. He also found it strange that he alone heard the news late, which meant Shaimon probably had help from someone. Lugan pictured Ethan shaking Shaimon's hand, and wondered if Shaimon had joined forces with the Duke. Frowning, he said that if so, rising from his seat, Lugan proposed sending a warning letter. Shaimon only smiled and asked again. Lugan told everyone that because of the vassal agreement they couldn't attack the Duke directly, but they could still use their rights and send a warning to make him stop. He added in anger that they would report everything to the king as well. Shaimon smiled to himself, thinking Lugan was an idiot. Lugan still didn't get it. An enraged Duke would never stop over a single letter. Shaimon was pleased. If those two sides clashed, he could use the chance to wipe them all out with his knights. That evening, Shaimon called Hans inside. Hans entered and asked if the meeting had gone well. Smiling, Shaman said he had trapped Lugon, and if Hekrog was now moving on Viscount Lytton, even better. Then he asked whether Hans had learned the Duke's next target. Hans looked at the papers and said not yet. Still, he reported that the Duke seemed to attack places with heavy taxes, so lowering them might throw him off. Shaman exploded. Hans froze in fear. With his arms folded, Shaman asked if Hans had gotten too bold. Hans was stunned, wondering why the mood had turned so bad so fast. Shaman snapped that Hans's job was to watch the Duke, not tell him to stay quiet and avoid attention. Hans bowed and apologized. Shaman warned him not to forget his new role, and asked if he understood what would happen if he failed. The threat shook Hans. Shaman said that if he understood, he could leave. After shutting the door, Hans quietly apologized again. Shaman held his chin and guessed Lugon had figured out someone was helping him. Thinking of Myers, he decided the best way to crush both the Duke and Lugon was to make the third Duke the main family as soon as possible. A few days later, the story moves to Rummerton Castle's training ground. Ethan stood there reading a letter. With a smile, he said it was a warning. He passed it over and said his plan must have worked. Both factions probably believed he was about to strike west. Holding the paper, Lawrence asked if he was actually planning to hit Shaman's faction instead. Ethan touched his chin and said they might be able to use Lugon, since he kept hiding behind the king. Then he asked whether the research on Viscount Decon's sacred dragon book, the one the merchant mentioned, was finished. Lawrence raised his hand and said yes, and that he had already set up every route to spread the book. Ethan said it was now their duty to follow the king's policy, protect the dragon race and punish the Council of Elders. Then he asked what was happening with Hans. Looking over the report, Lawrence said he had been right. Hans hinted to Shaimon that taxes should be lowered, but Shaimon ignored him. Ethan frowned and called them greedy fools. They knew the Council of Elders would be punished, but they still refused to bend. Then a stranger laughed, saying he was pretty funny for a thief who stole everything from her. Ethan's face hardened, and he swung his blade. The slash knocked away a strong wave of fiery mana. Flames spread across the training ground. Lawrence raised his arms and shouted, asking who it was and how they got in, when the place was guarded. The stranger stepped out through the fire and casually said it was hot. From inside the flames, she asked if this was the famous Flame of Arden. Lawrence was stunned. The Duke's attack hadn't affected her at all. Ethan drew his sword fully and demanded to know who she was. The old woman smirked and said he had a lot of nerve for a thief. Standing before him, she said she was the owner of the potion he stole. Ethan stared at her and asked if she was calling him a thief. He said that was pretty rude coming from someone who broke into another man's castle, then demanded her name again. The stranger gathered blue energy in her hand and told him not to make her laugh. Ethan froze. It was the same thing. She held up the bottle and said she wanted to hear what he'd say now. Ethan realized it was the special potion he had once told Jiran about. He thought of the rare items, the special potion, the life force essence, the lightning stone, and the metal mana charger. Those 4 items had once given humanity a huge edge, and in his past life, they were the reason people could resist the dragon race at all. Looking at her, Ethan thought the inventor had to be the craftsman mage Ilya Fizcraft. She looked furious. Ilya crushed the potion bottle in her hand. She shouted that she spent 5 years creating that potion and stayed shut away for 10. Had he really copied it by accident and made the exact same thing? Frowning, she said there was no way. Staring at Ethan, she demanded to know how he stole her formula. Ethan wondered where she had suddenly come from. Turning slightly, he thought she had to be Ilya, but he couldn't be fully sure. History had already changed before, just like with Lawrence. He narrowed his eyes, deciding to test her. Holding his blade ready, Ethan called the charge nonsense. If she wanted to accuse him, she should at least show her real face. That caught Ilya off guard. Ethan thought this was the safest move, based on what he knew from his past life. He frowned and said, no one should look down on the Arden family. He had already seen through her trick. Her face twisted into a smirk. A magic circle formed beneath her, and she admitted he had sharp eyes. He was clearly not ordinary. Lawrence shielded himself from the bright flash. Then she revealed her true form, and said it had been a long time since she'd shown it. Shocked, Lawrence asked if that was really her real face. With a smug smile, she told him to feel honored. Ilya then turned back to Ethan, pleased, and demanded an answer. She couldn't hold back anymore. Ethan was now sure it really was Ilya, and realized she had shown him a face he never got to see in his past life. He looked at her and thought this was a rare chance. He was standing before the hermit mage who never revealed her identity. Keeping one hand at his hip, Ethan decided to bait her. Ilya snapped, asking if he had gone mute. Ethan answered by bringing up a potion that lets someone use a monster's power for a short time. That left Ilya stunned. He listed more artifacts, a mana-changing stone, a bead that makes the user lighter, a cloak that hides even sound, a crystal ball that can see 1,000 lia ahead, and a bottle that gathers water by itself. Ilya snapped at him to stop. She thought about the potion again, and realized every item he named came from her research, even the ones still unfinished. Angry now, she demanded to know how he knew all that. Stepping closer, she pressed him for an answer. Ethan said it was nothing special. He clenched his fist and said it came from the Arden clan's vision. There was more too, but he wasn't about to explain clan secrets to an outsider. Ilya frowned and said she'd had enough. She waved him off, asking if he really expected her to believe that. Arden wasn't a family of mages or alchemists, so what kind of vision could swordsmen have? Ethan told her she didn't have to believe him. That only made Ilya ask again. He reminded her she had barged onto someone else's land and accused him of theft. Instead of punishing her, he had answered honestly. With a sigh, he asked why he should care whether she believed him. She hadn't even thanked him. Ilya was sure he was lying. Ethan turned away and said she had her answer, so she could leave. Since he was the one who wrecked the training ground, he wouldn't charge her for it. The veins on her face bulged. Yellow mana flared behind him. A heavy wave of energy burst from her. Fire-like mana wrapped around Ilya, as she demanded how dare he toy with her using lies. Then she shouted that she would teach him a lesson. Shocked, Lawrence tried to call for the Duke. Ethan froze for a second. This was a domain. Red mana spread around him, and he realized this was what happened when someone reached the peak of mana control. They could reshape the space around them into a caster's domain. Frowning, he remembered too late that in his past life, Ilya had been an 8th rank archmage. As she moved, she asked if they should continue somewhere else. Red mana flowed from Ethan's hand, and he warned that moving would only get people hurt. Red veins rose on his face. A strong surge of mana burst out from him too. That caught Ilya off guard. Ethan charged straight at her. Startled, Ilya cast a spell. Ethan slammed into the barrier. With both hands raised, Ilya stared in disbelief. How had he broken her domain, and who was he? She quickly formed another barrier. A heavy impact struck Ethan. Several magic seals formed in front of her. Ethan tried to hold on, but the damage was worse than he expected. He grabbed his blade and thought it still wasn't complete, but mana began pouring from his heart. Ilya was stunned. Why had his energy suddenly risen? Was this really his power? Fire swirled around Ethan. He used the red flame spell, Scorching Spear. A huge explosion rang out, and everyone nearby scrambled for cover. Dust filled the air. When it cleared, Ethan was standing over her. He aimed his sword at Ilya and warned her not to move or he'd run her through. She couldn't understand what had just happened. She replayed the moment the flames covered him. That was the dragon breathing technique. For a second, she wondered if he had ties to the dragon race. Then she clenched her fist and rejected it. The Duke might have taken their equipment, but he didn't seem like someone working with dragons. Frowning, Ilya asked how he knew she was a doppelganger. Ethan sighed, guessing she had no plans to keep fighting. He told her that just because Arden was known for swords, didn't mean swords were all they knew. Lawrence listened as Ethan explained that the clan also studied potions and battle skills, and one of those abilities let him see through her identity. Ilya listened quietly while he said that should clear up her doubts, and asked her not to wreck the place again. Lawrence then asked about her attack on the mansion. Ethan said it was all a misunderstanding, so they'd let it go. As he walked past Ilya, he told her to calm down. Then, Ethan grabbed his chest. He breathed hard, thinking how risky that had been. The technique used the breath of the dragon race. Still, he smiled at Lawrence. Without that help, he couldn't have handled Ilya, but luckily he had mastered it fully and suffered no side effects. Ilya suddenly yelled for them to wait, and both of them turned back. With a smug look, she asked if Ethan was at war with his relatives. She offered to help, but in return she wanted him to tell her. Before she could finish, he cut her off and said it wasn't needed. Ilya stared, stunned, and asked again. Serious now, Ethan said he didn't need her help. He already had enough power to beat them. She shouted that she was an 8th rank archmage while he was only a 4-star knight. Ethan held out a hand and reminded her that he had still beaten her. Ilya bit her lip and let out a breath, then angrily shouted that she could make not just those items but many more. With a smirk she added that there was no better craftsman in the world than her, so he would probably think it over. Inside, Ilya planned to pretend she wanted to help him, then crush Arden's so-called vision. Ethan agreed. She smiled, and Ethan told her that if she insisted, he'd test whether her skills were actually useful to him. As he left, Ethan told Lawrence to prepare a room for her. Ilya smirked, thinking things were going exactly as she planned. Ethan smiled too. At the door, Lawrence said the room was ready. She went inside and said it wasn't her style, but it would do. Then she raised a hand and opened an interdimensional pocket. Potion bottles appeared, and brewing tools landed on the table. Lawrence was stunned. Ethan had beaten her so easily that he had almost forgotten she was really an archmage. Ilya just smiled. Dusting off her hands, she said that should do it. After a quick look around, Ilya declared the room finally fit to live in. Lawrence could only wonder where she had been storing all that. Pointing at him, Ilya said he seemed to know a lot about the Duke, and she wanted information on him. Surprised, Lawrence said he had only met Ethan recently, so he didn't know much yet. If she wanted to learn more, maybe she should speak with the lady. Ilya looked surprised, and asked if he meant Ethan's sister. Lawrence said yes, and Ilya happily asked him to take her there. Then Lawrence seriously said he had heard doppelgangers could change forms, and asked if she normally chose to look like an old woman. Hand on her chest, Ilya said she did, because people respected her more that way. Lawrence replied that the Duke was in a war of tricks with his relatives, with false information flying around. If she stayed in the form of a young girl, no one would suspect her, so it would be better to keep this look. Touching her chin, Ilya said that made sense, then asked if Lawrence dressed like a man for the same reason. Caught off guard, Lawrence said that was before he could finish. She headed out and told him to hurry up and take her to the lady. Smiling, the girl asked if Ilya was traveling alone. She hugged Ilya and said she would take care of her. Annoyed, Ilya demanded to know if the girl had any idea how old she was. Lawrence wiped the sweat from his face. Ethan lifted his cup and said it was good that Perforance had come. From across the table, Perforance asked how he could be late when the Duke himself had summoned him. He stretched out his hand and said he couldn't stay calm after seeing that mark, so he wanted to examine it right away. Ethan handed him the crossbow and asked if he recognized it. Perforance started checking it and opened the bolt compartment. He pointed out the exact same pattern and said now he was certain. Then he named the maker. This was definitely the work of the royal blacksmith Williams. Setting the crossbow on the table, Perforance asked if Williams was working with the dragon race. Even among dwarves that counted as treason. He explained that the dragon war had crushed the dwarves too. Back then they had no real order or system, which made them easy targets. When the invasion began, their small villages couldn't fight back, and one settlement after another vanished. In the end, many dwarves died, and their homes were wiped out. Clenching his fists, he said that if not for Arden, then corrected himself, and said it was really thanks to King Marani, who founded the country. Ethan stopped him, and asked again. Perforance looked surprised, and asked what was wrong. Stunned, Ethan asked if Marani was their ruler. He hadn't expected the dwarves to have founded a nation. Everything burned around them. A man opened his mouth and screamed. Another parted his lips slightly, then shut his eyes. The Duke looked down, then carefully turned to the survivors and told everyone to listen. He told the warriors they had escaped disaster this time, thanks to Duke Arden's help, but he couldn't promise danger. Wouldn't come again. The two warriors watched him closely. Then the Duke raised his fist and shouted that they had to overcome this disaster together. The crowd threw up their hands, and the warrior declared that all dwarves had to stand as one. That was how dwarves and humans joined under one banner and built a kingdom. The dwarf smiled. Marani met with all 12 clans himself, helped unite them, and became the first king of the dwarves. The gray-haired man looked at him and said, all of this happened while he was unconscious. Ethan smiled, thinking it was a surprise to hear he became a king there, but at least that meant he was okay. Perforance held out his hand and explained that some dwarves still went into the human world to trade, sending part of what they earned back to help build the kingdom. Looking at Ethan, he added that people say dwarves only care about money, but for his people, he would put up with anything. Ethan smiled and said he used to help his family a lot too. Then he raised a hand and said he didn't know how much it would help, but Clan Arden would support restoring the Dwarven Kingdom too. The blacksmith teared up, and Ethan told him to reach out anytime if there was anything he could do. Covering his face, Perforance said they already owed so much to the former Duke Arden, more than anything. Ethan should thank him. Then he smiled and asked what Ethan planned to do about Williams. Ethan said Williams was acting against both the Dwarven Kingdom and Hydern. Even as the court blacksmith, what he was doing was out of line. Perforance asked what he meant about someone bigger backing Williams. Folding his arms, Ethan said that was exactly the problem. The people behind him had power even the king couldn't easily touch. He added that if they accused Williams without thinking, those people would strike back. Grinding his teeth, the blacksmith fumed that other dwarves were working so hard for the kingdom, while that bastard served their enemies. Ethan told him to listen carefully. Perforance focused at once. Ethan asked if he wanted to play for bigger stakes. The blacksmith asked what he meant. Thinking of Perforance's life, Ethan said there was a way to reclaim his place, restore lost honor, and help his people, all at once. Then Ethan said he would make him the court blacksmith. The blacksmith asked if that was really possible. Ethan pulled his hand back and said he would do it, as long as Perforance agreed. Perforance froze. Looking down, he thanked Ethan for the offer, but admitted he still didn't fully understand. Clenching his fist, he asked why Ethan believed in him so much, when no one else did. The blacksmith looked up when Ethan said it wasn't that strange to trust someone who shared the same enemy. Then Perforance lifted his head as Ethan told him he was now his man. Ethan asked if there was any reason not to trust his own people. Perforance jolted upright, then he dropped to one knee and shouted that it had been a foolish question. He swore he would do everything for Ethan by his hammer. He devoted both his hammer and his loyalty to him. Ethan stood and said he gladly accepted the oath. Then Ethan looked up and greeted the Marquis. The man said he was glad to see him. Since this was their first time talking like this, Ethan could address him however he liked. Ethan smiled and said he would call him Marquis. As the orb brightened, Ethan said he hadn't properly thanked him for the elixir last time, especially after receiving such a gift. The Marquis smiled and said he was happy if the gift had helped. Ethan should take it as a sign of friendship. Then he added that Ethan probably hadn't contacted him personally just to thank him for the gift. Something important must have happened. Ethan said it might sound a little unexpected. Then he explained that Hydern's court blacksmith was tied to the dragon race. He also said he suspected someone very powerful was backing him. The Marquis frowned, and called it both unexpected and serious, then asked if Ethan had a plan. Ethan smiled and said he had a dwarf friend, far more skilled than the current blacksmith, and he wanted to make him the new court blacksmith. Ilya stomped the floor hard. Then she shouted that her skills were finally going to be useful. Ethan looked at her, remembered how the princess kept following her, and thought that in just 1 week she had learned the Duke's secret while also being watched the whole time. Ilya clenched her fist, thinking this was finally her chance to prove herself and maybe get rid of the princess too. Ethan held out his hand and said that since everyone was here, they should begin. Opening the box, he said it was a gift from the Marquis. Ilya and Porphyrin stared at the gear as Ethan said he wanted to turn it into artifacts. Then he asked if that was possible. The blacksmith started to answer that if Ethan meant artifacts, then the narration explains, artifact alchemy is advanced tech that places magic circuits into armor and weapons, letting even a normal knight use magic. Porphyrin grabbed the sleeve and said the equipment was made from top-grade mithril, so it couldn't have been easy to make. Then he looked at Ilya and said he had enough skill to add a magic circuit, but he would usually need a skilled mage to help. Ilya shot up her hand and snapped. Why was he looking at her like that? She was exactly that mage and a top-class one. Pointing at him, she added that she meant assistant. He would work the way she said. He pointed off to the side and asked if he really had to work with this girl. Ethan stepped in and said he guaranteed Ilya's talent. No matter how she looked, she was an 8th rank archmage. Ilya turned to him and heard that this was her chance to show what she could do. Grinning, Ethan added that if they wanted a good result, they couldn't spend the whole time fighting. He had high hopes for this armor. Porphyrin bowed and said that if it was Ethan's order, then despite all her faults, he would work even harder to make a better artifact. Ilya shouted for Ethan not to listen to him. She would fill the gear with incredible magic. Pink lightning sparked from her hand, and she thought that once Ethan was amazed by her power, she would uncover the secret of the Ardennes. The tools were set on the wall. Porphyrin worked carefully on the weapon. Ilya flinched when someone asked if everything was working right. Ethan held out a hand and asked if he should test how it worked. Ilya smiled and said the dwarf was actually pretty capable. He didn't waste motion, cut only what was needed, and stayed amazingly focused. Porphyrin brought the hammer down hard, then he set it on the table. Turning around, he said he was done. Now it was her turn. Ilya gave a sharp smile. Walking forward smoothly, she told the Duke to wait for the result. She was about to do something even he couldn't imagine. The sword flared bright red. Ethan ran a hand along it. Ilya and Porphyrin studied the blade. Ethan's eyes narrowed. He swung it through the air, then raised it and said it felt light. Looking closer, he thought it had been light before, but now it felt like a feather. Ilya winked and asked how it felt. He had probably noticed that when he used mana, more than one spell answered. She explained that besides weight reduction, she added sharpness magic, self-repair, and a spell to keep the sword clean. Then Ethan looked at the glove and heard that she had also enchanted the gloves and knee guards to improve compatibility. The glove burst into flame, and Ethan realized this was even better than he expected. Clenching his fist, he said that even one of those functions would make it a masterpiece. Yet Ilya packed them all into one set. Then Ethan grinned. Ilya spread her arms and bragged that if the dwarf had been more skilled, she could have made something even better. Ethan thought that if he let her keep showing off, handling her later would be a pain. He looked at her closely, then he raised a hand and asked what all this was. Crossing her arms, Ilya shouted that this was nothing, just the start. Now she would show him real magic, and told him to pour mana into every item at once. Ethan took up the weapon and asked again. A magic seal formed before Ilya's face as she said her fire mana would normally be too much for gear like this, but that was the only real way to test whether it could endure it. Ethan gripped the sword with both hands and said he would try. Fire energy poured from it. Porphyrin was amazed. Ethan had only recently gotten a sword from Ephraim, but his skill had already grown that much. Ethan looked at the sword and saw that nothing else was happening. He needed to use what he had shown in their fight, and stop worrying about the weapon. He should pour in all his mana. Ethan tightened his grip on the sword. A huge surge of energy poured out of it, and Ethan cried out. The house windows shattered. Everything in the room was blown away. Porphyrin threw up an arm to shield himself. A massive blaze burst from Ethan. Ethan steadied himself and checked the sword. He ran his hands over it, and fire spread down to his legs. He glanced at his hand and Ilya shouted that this was her high heat transfer technique. Pointing around Ethan, she explained that he could move the gear's heat around or gather it in one spot, letting him handle twice this much. Then she raised a finger and eagerly asked what he thought of her work. Ethan looked at the craftsman and admitted to himself that she was incredible. He never expected her magic to be this strong. Even so, while flames still covered him, he decided he would not make her the lead so easily. Hearing that, Ilya asked if this was all he had to say, since he seemed to be handling it fine. Porphyrin bowed and said he had tested it too. Ilya instantly pointed at him and yelled that the gnome had no talent, and that was why the effect came out weaker than it should have. The blacksmith snapped back that she had been praising him a second ago. Ethan gave a sharp swing of his sword and said she was in. Ilya widened her eyes when he added that he would tell her about Arden's vision, and that she could help him later. She lifted a finger and agreed, so long as he kept his promise. The next morning, Lawrence said Podfarens had already left with the others. Ethan slung his sword behind his back and heard that all the prep work had been finished in secret, so the inspection could start before the meeting with the ruler. Once he was fully dressed, he praised his brother, then started forward. Ethan moved out with his retinue. Mangarten placed a hand on his chest and reported that 40 knights of the Arden Order were ready to depart. A knight sounded the horn, the gates opened, and Ethan said they were moving out. The horses rode through the gate. Ethan sat firm in the saddle, staring straight ahead. Then an alarm rang over the castle. A soldier shouted, asking what army this was, and where it had come from. He looked over the wall, and asked if anyone could identify them. Arden's crest came into view through the spyglass. The man turned and yelled that it was Arden. The cavalry stopped at the bridge. Mangarten called out to the guards of Lethen, declaring that Duke Arden had come, and Viscount Lethen would answer for heavy taxes and abuse of power. Ethan also heard him add that the Viscount would answer for spreading dragon books in Arden's land. The army halted before the gate, and demanded it be opened. The commander shouted for the order to be obeyed, and the gates to be opened. Then he turned and asked whether the Viscount had been contacted. Before anyone could react, Ethan shot upward, and the commander realized they were out of time. Ethan drew his sword and slammed it into the wall. The magic orb dropped to the ground. The Viscount gasped, asking what had happened. The commander crashed down coughing, and a soldier stretched out his hand, warning that they were in trouble. Ethan stood on the wall, and the man cried out that the Grand Duke was here. The commander got back up and ordered everyone to their positions. Pointing at Ethan, he told them all to attack the Duke. The soldiers felt his crushing aura, but still heard the order to move at once and strike. They drew their swords, thinking they could take him if they fought together. Ethan calmly looked them over and realized there was no real malice in them. They were only following orders. So he smiled and decided the quickest way was to crush their will to fight. Flames burst from his chest as he used the 8 rings technique. Then he released a massive blast, forcing every soldier to drop low. The commander shouted, asking what that was. All the soldiers looked up in shock. The commander realized it was a sphere spell. Ethan started walking forward, without fear. One soldier collapsed, coughing, and soon the whole unit let go of their swords. Ethan walked past them and headed straight for the commander. A soldier looked up and asked what was happening on the tower. The commander gritted his teeth, unable to believe that a 5-star knight like him was being crushed by the sphere. Then he lunged at Ethan. Ethan raised his burning hand and blocked the strike. He smiled at his opponent, and the commander's sword shattered to pieces. Ethan grabbed him by the face and smashed him into the ground. Then Ethan looked at him, turned to the soldiers, and said he had no reason to fight men who held no hatred toward him. He was here to punish Viscount Lethen, not them. He then declared that as the true lord of these lands, he ordered them to open the gates. Under the bright sun, one man asked what he meant. The Viscount shouted that the Duke had passed the outer fortress and was heading their way. He went on in panic, saying they had claimed Ethan's strength was only around 2 or 3 stars, yet he had beaten his commander, a 5-star knight. The man demanded a full explanation. Grabbing the orb, the Viscount said he had clearly seen through the crystal ball that the Duke leaped in from above, and then the connection cut off. The man stared wide-eyed and said no 2-star knight could jump through the air like that, then asked what exactly had been reported. He raised a hand to his mouth. Shaman pressed his lips and insisted the report about Ethan's low mana had been reliable. He had checked it himself. Then he asked why the Duke had stormed the fortress. The Viscount shouted that it was because of tax issues and a dragon book. The Count held out his hands and told him to endure as long as possible. Reinforcements would be sent at once. The orb went dark, and the Viscount yelled for them to hurry, because he did not know how much longer they could last. Shaman looked down, then at the table, thinking the Duke's real power did not match the report at all. The Count clenched his teeth and said something was wrong. Everything was slipping out of control, or something had happened. He never could have guessed. He tightened his fist and said they first needed time. Since the Duke had mentioned taxes and books, they had to distract him with Lagoan by any means. Grinding his teeth, he added that he would give up whatever he had to. A knight entered and asked if he had been called. Shaman said word had come that the Duke attacked Lagoan's knights, so several men needed to be sent there as reinforcements. The knight put a hand to his chest, and the Count added that they should move slowly so they would not run into the Duke. The knight smiled and accepted the order. Later, Lawrence came to Ethan and said he had done well. He added that Ethan had figured it out fast. Ethan smiled and said he had only opened the outer gate. Remembering the prisoners being led away, he guessed the main force was still inside with the Viscount. Then he asked if things were going as planned, and Lawrence said they were. They could start pulling back. Ethan told the knight he had left a few soldiers behind to watch the guards and reorganize the troops, and said the rest should come with him. Then he mounted his horse. Ethan announced that they were here. A villager raised his fist and shouted. A man yelled that Archduke Arden had finally come to end Loken's tyranny. The villagers cried out that the great hero had come to draw his sword and protect them. One man in the crowd raised his hand and shouted that he could not stand starving anymore. Another said he was joining too. Soon the whole crowd raised their hands and shouted that they were all going. A huge crowd of angry townspeople had gathered. Ethan stood behind them and watched with a smile. So many had gathered in no time. All they had done was stir embers that were already burning, and the people had plenty to complain about. Lawrence looked over the excited citizens and noted that word about Ethan had spread without any help. People were saying Kargas and Leighton were living in luxury like the old days. A moment later, someone spotted the Duke. He threw out his hand and shouted that Ethan was finally here. The whole crowd turned and welcomed him. Ethan walked through the people, then stopped. Turning to them, he said their city had once been like paradise. The residents looked at each other as he reminded them that after the war, the vassals ignored their lord's will and made the people suffer. Ethan raised his fist and vowed to punish Viscount Loken. Then he held out his hand and promised to rule the city himself. With a wave, Ethan ordered swords drawn. The citizens lifted their hands and cheered for the Duke, while more people shouted from the windows. By evening, the light barely touched the flag on the wall. The soldiers looked at each other and said Duke Arden had likely taken the outer part of the castle already. From what they heard, he had captured 2 territories. One asked how he had done that, after only recently waking from a coma, and the other started to answer. Then both stared into the distance. A soldier suddenly shouted that people were coming. The townspeople were advancing under the Duke's command. A guard yelled for everyone not to panic and to hold their ground. Then he looked at the torch-bearing crowd and ordered someone to report it to the commander. Viscount Loken yelled that the Archduke was attacking with the townspeople. He threw the doors open, stunned that the civilians had suddenly turned on them. The commander shouted for everyone to stay calm. They were just rebels. The soldiers raised their bows and got the order to light the arrows. Then the commander ordered them to fire. One guard hesitated and said he couldn't. His family was out there. The commander swung at him and threatened to kill him for disobeying. Ethan gritted his teeth. Then he shouted at him to stop. The commander clutched both ears. Mungarten stared toward the Duke. Even the Viscount was shaken, asking what that thunder was. Ethan roared that Loken needed to stop tormenting innocent people, open the gates and answer for his crimes. Loken shouted back that Ethan had no right to do this, and demanded to know what they were doing. Leaning out the window, the Viscount ordered them to kill every rebel. The captain backed him up, yelling to kill anyone who refused. But a soldier cried out that he couldn't attack his own family. The commander raised his sword. Before he could strike, a projectile smashed into his head. He grabbed his head and screamed. Ethan held 2 fingers out. The captain stared, wondering if that was some kind of fire mana shot. Then he remembered the fireball, so fast the soldiers hadn't even seen it happen. Moving to the edge, he wondered how Ethan could hit that well from so far away. Ethan lowered himself. Then he launched up with an air jump. He drew his sword mid-air. Seeing that, Loken shouted that this was how Ethan had cleared the outer wall before. Ethan landed on the wall. He stopped there, face dark. Then he leveled his sword at the Viscount. Loken started trembling. Ethan said he had chosen not to surrender. Glowering at him, he warned that there would be no mercy now. He lifted his sword. The captain dropped down and thought Arden's flame was red, not black. If it were black, they'd all be dead already. He grabbed his sword, thinking he still had a shot. Still, he knew red flame didn't guarantee victory, but he pushed that thought aside. Power flared around him as he yelled for everyone to attack at once. 4 warriors rushed Ethan together. He turned to face them. With a stomp, he swept his blade and cut through all 4 at once. The captain realized Ethan had used the sword's reach perfectly. Ethan held his sword out. Then he narrowed his eyes, sensing something off. He noticed a warrior behind him using a dragon-style stance. Ethan spoke up. Looking at the squad, he asked if they had taught knights the Dragon Clan's techniques. The captain snapped that it was nonsense. Ethan clenched his fist and said they had mixed it with human swordsmanship. That might fool others, but not him. This was a Dragon Clan stance, the Dragon of Destruction. The Viscount froze, and the captain was shaken that Ethan knew they taught it, despite the side effects of dragon breathing and sword arts. The commander went silent. Another warrior froze too. One soldier just stared at Ethan in shock. Then a warrior stepped forward and asked if there really were side effects. Loken shouted for this to stop. The captain bitterly realized how cruel it was. Only the 4 of them and the Viscount had known. He quickly shouted that they shouldn't listen to Ethan. Ethan fired back, that forcing knights to learn harmful techniques just for personal gain was unforgivable. Flames rose around him as he shouted that Loken was even worse than he thought. Then Ethan swung his sword and used sword explosion. The blast crashed into his enemy. Their blades met, and the warrior was thrown back. The soldiers stared in shock. The captain could hardly believe it. The swords had only touched, yet an explosion went off. Ethan lowered his blade. Then he said their reaction made it obvious. The 4 of them and the Viscount were working with dragons. The captain ducked, wondering how anyone could fight a move like that, then shouted that Ethan was alone and they should surround him. Ethan only smiled and asked again. Then he leaped up without warning. The captain shouted that Ethan was going for the gate. The warriors jumped after him. Ethan saw they had taken the bait. He turned and cut down 3 of them in one swing. A huge explosion burst out behind them. The captain shouted for his men. Ethan raised his sword and mocked them for attacking from behind. They were nowhere near real knights. Then he struck hard and cut the chain. The fortress bridge dropped. Mengarten raised his hand and ordered the knights forward. The peasants and knights surged toward the castle. Seeing that, the Viscount started to panic. The captain told the others to stop the crowd and leave the citizens to them. Turning back, he said they only had to hold out. He had stopped the Duke. Ethan slammed into the captain. The man was hurled aside. He caught himself and clenched his teeth. His hands shook as he realized Ethan had beaten 5 level knights in one hit. Even he, a 6th level knight, couldn't hold him off. The Viscount's hands shook too, and the captain finally understood what Kargas and Lomantan had felt. Loken gritted his teeth, thinking the Duke had beaten them all by himself. He dropped to the floor, realizing Ethan had been hiding his true strength. Mengarten gave the order to press the attack since the enemy was falling back. Ethan struck the captain again. A sharp cry echoed over the castle. Darkness started to spread. Soon, night had fallen. The palace sat under bright moonlight. Poferens placed a hand on his chest and heard that this was the man the Duke had recommended. The Marquis smiled and said he was glad to meet the finest blacksmith. They went inside, and the man added that it had something to do with the Emperor. Looking at the map, the Marquis warned that Poferens might feel a little dizzy. Magic surrounded them, and a bright light flashed. Poferens and the Marquis stepped out of a portal. The blacksmith started to speak. Then he saw the palace, and the Marquis welcomed him to Perantium, the capital of the Hydran Empire. Smiling, he added that now they needed to make him the imperial family's blacksmith. A fierce wind swept over the tower. Wounded warriors lay on the ground, while screams filled the air. The Viscount peeked over the railing. The captain shouted the name of his technique and aimed his blade at Ethan. Ethan blocked it with his sword. He tightened his grip, then smashed the captain away with a heavy blow. The warrior flew back, and Ethan said he must really trust the speed of his attacks. Flames rose around the protagonist, as he added that now he would show him Arden's strike. A moment later, Ethan hit him with crushing force. The captain cried out, then a huge explosion erupted. Everyone turned in shock. The fighting stopped as the knights stared at the blast. The captain was left pinned to the ground. Ethan looked up. He shouted that if the Viscount meant to hide behind his men, then he wasn't a real knight. He should finish this himself. Loken yelled that he had done nothing wrong, so why should he? Ethan shot back that he was a coward and unfit to be a noble. Then he jumped. Ethan landed on the balcony. Looking at the Viscount, he said Loken should be ashamed. Then he drove a hard blow into the noble's chest. The Viscount groaned. Loken was sent flying into the room. Ethan turned to the others. Then he shouted that the Viscount had fallen. His voice boomed across the area, as he ordered everyone to lower their weapons. Mengarten raised his sword and declared the battle over, telling Loken's men to surrender. The Viscount's warriors were warned that anyone who kept fighting would be cut down, so they should give up now. A moment later, weapons hit the ground all across the castle. Ethan declared that from this moment on, the Viscountcy belonged to Arden. The people threw up their hands and cheered. Ethan watched them closely. Then a voice from the tent said there was urgent news for Count Shimon. The Count asked what it was. Greg reported that Viscount Loken had fallen. Shimon's eyes widened, and he asked again. Then he asked if the castle had really been taken in just 2 days, or if Loken had surrendered. Greg said no. They had questioned escaped soldiers, and the Duke's knights had opened the inner gate and won with help from the townspeople. The sphere grew cloudy, and Shimon said he would hear the full report later. He stared straight ahead, crushing the paper in his hand. He said Loken had a 6th level captain and 4 5th level knights, yet the Duke still broke through the inner gate. Shimon braced both hands on the table and said that could mean the Duke was already close to the 6th level. He glared ahead and said it hadn't even been half a year since Ethan awakened. It was almost impossible to believe. Then he turned to a knight and asked if the 1st Division could defeat the Duke. A squad in dark robes appeared. They were the 1st Division, the strongest unit among the county's 100 knights, Count Shimon's hidden weapon. They had carefully studied dragon techniques, which was why they had to stay in the shadows. The knight answered that the Duke had probably only just reached level 6, and a new level 6 fighter was nothing like a veteran. He lifted a hand and said the 1st Division had 12 top knights, including him and the vice-captain, all close to level 7, so this would be easy. Thinking of the Duke, he said 2 knights from the 1st Division would be enough to bring him down. Shimon said he still planned to make use of the Duke for a little longer. Then he ordered the butler to cut taxes and stop handing out the new dragon book. The knight said he understood and would pass it on to the allied families too. Gritting his teeth, the Count said one thing mattered most. Lugan could never learn about this. The captain agreed at once. Later, Mengarten directed the soldiers. The protagonist rested a hand on the stack of papers. He said their work had gone well, but they still needed more. Lawrence replied that with the land growing, they also had more workers and supplies, so things were stable. He turned and added that they had already taken back most of the duchy's southern lands, and if they captured one more thief, pointing at the map, he said they could split the duchy into 3 zones and start a war of influence. Shimon would likely contact them soon, and they could use him as a shield against Viscount Lugan's faction. Lawrence added that Lugan probably believed they were working with Shimon, so he wouldn't move carelessly. The protagonist smiled and called that foolish. More likely, they thought he was acting out of anger. Leaning forward, he said they were missing the bigger picture because they were busy fighting each other. He would use that, let them keep thinking that until the Enlightenment ceremony. Lawrence nodded. he agreed. The Viscount studied the note. He started talking about tomorrow's tax collection area, when a strong wind suddenly swept through the room and a purple orb formed in the center. A cloaked mage stepped out of the portal. The knight shouted, asking who he was. The man raised his hand with a smile and said he had arrived early so they would know he was coming. The captain drew his sword and yelled at him for barging in during the middle of the night. Logan realized this was bad, a mage who couldn't be sensed even by a 5th level knight. The Viscount quickly told them to wait. The captain tightened his grip and said he'd seize him right now. The mage opened one eye and purple light flooded the room. Pressed against the table, the Viscount thought this was far beyond his control. In an instant, the mage held a knife to the captain's throat. Then he asked who they were and what they wanted. The sorcerer smiled and said he came to negotiate. He wanted the Duke's secret, since it seemed they had squeezed money out of plenty of people. The Viscount jolted upright and asked what would happen if he turned out to be an assassin from the Lugan faction who had gone mad. The mage simply asked if the Viscount wanted more power. His pressure felt even greater than the range of his sensing skill. Looking down, the Viscount realized that if he refused, they would die right there. Logan said that meant they accepted Dragon Clan texts, and their knights gained great power from them. The protagonist replied that dragon techniques came with side effects, then asked if he felt no guilt for tricking his own men. The Viscount smiled. Ethan was shocked to hear that even in the duchy that hated dragons most, many people had already learned dragon techniques. Logan looked up and asked what Ethan thought the other regions were doing. They were only following the same trend. Ethan clenched his fist, then said he understood. He glared at the trembling Viscount and demanded the truth about the mage from that night. What group did he belong to? The Viscount opened his mouth as the protagonist grabbed him. Ethan stared him down and said the coward switched sides the second he was in danger. This was the perfect time to test him. Logan, kicking weakly, said that if he talked, not only he, but his whole family would be in danger. The protagonist asked what he thought this was. If he talked, it would be easier to remove them, and then his family could live. Then he slammed the Viscount into the wall. Clutching his throat, he confessed that the mage from that night was only a middleman. He had been told to go to Delgorn Viscount and find a man with a certain mark. The protagonist went still, his face darkening. Later, many nobles sat around a table. One man raised his hand and asked why a dwarf was there. From the throne, the emperor said he noticed a new face before the meeting began, and asked him to introduce himself. The blacksmith bowed and said he had come in, Archduke Ethan's place, carrying a letter from him. The room immediately filled with murmurs. The butler leaned in and whispered to the emperor, who then read the letter. After that he said this was interesting. Resting his head on one hand, the emperor said the letter claimed the royal blacksmith was working with Dragonflame. The three men snapped their heads toward him. Then the emperor crushed the letter in his hand. The marquis thought the emperor looked deeply uneasy, maybe because one of his people was tied to dragons. His eyes shifted to the table, and he swallowed, wondering if the truth was worse. What if the emperor himself was involved with them? The marquis turned slightly. Pafarenz only stared in silence. The protagonist looked at the letter and thought the time had come. He was in the palace now. Turning the page, he thought the setup around Viscount Ethan was complete. Now it was time to deal with the dragon tribe. Elia ran down the hall. She threw the doors open and shouted that she had finished making what he asked for. Holding out a stone, she proudly said it was a balanced whetstone. The protagonist looked annoyed as she explained he could sharpen his sword anywhere with it, then told her to knock first. Elia shouted back, asking if he had even heard her. She glanced at the list, asked if this was Melesis, the cheap weirdo, and Ethan asked if she knew him. The girl said she knew a lot about mages, then asked if Ethan was really looking for that odd man. The protagonist said yes. Elia smiled and said she was busy, but if he begged, she might help. Ethan pressed his lips together and told her to pack her bags. Then he headed for the door and said they were leaving now. The carriage soon sped down the road. The girl looked out the window. Ethan asked what kind of person Melesis was. Elia placed her hand on her chin and said he specialized in boosting the traits of materials, basically a form of alchemy. Anything he touched, even plain metal, could become material for a famous sword. Compared to that, his combat magic wasn't very special. Leaning back, she guessed he was only around level 4 at best, then asked why Ethan cared. Noticing the sword taken along with them, she said this clearly wasn't just a tea visit. The protagonist replied that he needed to confirm something and ask a few questions. He added that whether those swords were useful or not depended on the answer. The carriage suddenly stopped. Ethan and Aaliyah looked toward the mountain, and she said this had to be the place. She could feel Melesis's mana. Her eyes glowed as she warned that traps and magic circles were everywhere, so barging in would be a waste. Ethan asked if she had a better way. Aaliyah stepped forward and told him to trust her. As an 8th level mage, weak circles like these were easy to erase. She raised her hand and bragged that it would be so smooth he wouldn't even notice. A loud explosion answered her. Birds burst out of the trees. Aaliyah gritted her teeth and screamed. Then another explosion went off. Marching through the forest, she cursed the old paranoid man and all the traps he had set. Fired up now, Aaliyah snapped that if he wanted to challenge her, she'd blow everything apart. Then another huge blast went off, and she yelled for him to just wait for her. Ethan smiled, thinking that if she was already using her old woman disguise, they must be close. A giant seal appeared in front of her. Then came another massive explosion. Elia glared at the opening and demanded to know who dared make her do all this work. She shouted for the mage to come out right now. Nolosa stepped out of the cave and said that every time she came, she smashed all his magic circles like a bandit. Holding out his hand, the mage asked how many times he had told her to warn him first so he could show her a safe path past the traps. Had she forgotten again? Apaulia shot back that she didn't need permission from someone like him to come here. He should have known she was coming and cleared those traps himself.
Novasis rubbed his head and told her to stop being stubborn. Rebuilding those circles took too much work.
Then he looked at the protagonist and said it would be quicker to speak with the Archduke directly. The protagonist asked if he already knew who he was. The mage closed his eyes and said that even out here, news still reached him. The moment the first circle was broken, he figured out who had come and why. With a wave of his hand, he let them enter. They passed through the gate. Inside, Elia immediately accused him of working with the Dragon Clan. Leaning over the table, she snapped that he had gone too far and thrown away his honor. Nemesis answered that times had changed, and a mage should be open to new ideas. Then he faced the protagonist and said he understood they had not come to kill him. Ethan smiled and said he was here to hear him out, not just cut him down. Nemesis held out his hand and brought up the Dragon Clan warriors. Since Ethan had just woken from a coma, he might not know this, but over the last 10 years, their methods had spread fast overseas and beyond the duchy. Ethan touched his face and said he had seen what happened to people without a dragon heart, who copied those breathing methods. Their lives got shorter, so why study them at all? Nemesis smiled and said mages chased knowledge, but they were not fools. His chest glowed green as he explained that they had broken those methods apart and studied them well. Now most people could keep the benefits and avoid the damage, him included. Ethan nodded with a faint smile, saying that made sense. Nemesis spread his arms and said he was glad they understood. Thanks to the dragon methods, new levels of strength had opened up. He explained that 10 stars for knights and the 10th level for mages used to be the human limit, but not anymore. Nemesis said there were now warriors with 11 and even 12 stars. Elia slammed the table and demanded answers again. Ethan smiled and said that anything above 10 must mean. Then he folded his hands and finished the thought. With dragon breathing, their mana had gone past the old limit, so people started skipping proper training. Ethan said he had one important question and wanted an honest answer. Nemesis shook when Ethan revealed he was chasing the Brotherhood of Naraxis, the group that worshipped the Dragon Clan, and that trail had led straight here. Staring him down, Ethan asked why he should spare him. Nemesis answered that there were not many of them. Then he explained that mages wanted knowledge and higher power, and the Dragon Clan texts offered by the Brotherhood were the key, so they made a deal. He did not care about their religion, and never joined the order itself. Ethan asked about that order. He pulled out an emblem and asked if the order might be tied to it. Nemesis looked at it and said yes, it was the mark of Arcana's Magic Association. Elia said she had never heard of it. The mage explained that it was a secret group of powerful mages chosen by the Hydern Empire, basically a council that stood above the rest. Then he puffed himself up and said he had actually been invited. Velia waved him off with a laugh, saying that was the funniest thing she had ever heard. If the group really contacted him, why had they never contacted her? Nemesis raised his fist and yelled that she always looked down on him. He was better than some cave-dwelling doppelganger. Velia bent forward in anger and shouted that he was never to call her that. Ethan thought it over. Mages had grown stronger through dragon methods, and now there was a secret group of top elites. The two mages sprang up and nearly started fighting. The protagonist said that would mean mages already held major spots in the palace. Nemesis smiled and said exactly. They were either key members of the Brotherhood or tied to it, like he was. Ethan pictured the dragon and the emblem together. If the palace blacksmith was linked to the Seventh Kingdom and the Dragon Clan, then the whole palace might already be in their hands. Or worse, he thought, maybe that had already happened. Alea glanced toward the bookshelf and noticed one of the circles she had broken was beyond this old man's skill. The protagonist asked what that meant, and Alea said someone else already knew they were here. She said this old man was finished, either way. Ethan would kill him, or the Order's people would. Then Elysis smiled and suggested taking him along. He could still be useful as an assistant. Ethan agreed. There was no reason to refuse if he was not part of the Order and not truly working for the Dragon Clan. The girl rushed over happily, saying this was perfect. She would keep him on a leash and use him until he died. Melisus sighed that he clearly had no choice. If he became their subordinate, they would protect him, and his work would not change much anyway. Alia turned toward the backpack. Ethan reached out and asked if she had the communication crystal. She said Lawrence told her to bring it. Looking into the crystal, Ethan heard that Count Shimon had sent an urgent message. Lawrence said it was just as he feared, and Ethan immediately ordered him to take Mengarten and the knights and invade the Viz County of Eton. Ethan slammed the table and said he was leaving at once. Heading for the exit, he said they were all going together. It was time to move. In the Pleiston district of the Viz County of Eton, the people had risen up against the guards. A knight's sword burst into flames. Mangarten shone blue and shouted for everyone to hold the line, but his enemy was strong. Nerion met the attack, and heard that they could not lose just because he stood alone. One knight gritted his teeth, stunned that the Viscounty's envoys were right there, yet they were being held back by a single man. Nerion suddenly leaped at the knights. The others charged with shouts, but Mangarten yelled for them to stop and keep formation. Nerion quickly put down the knights who rushed him. A knight cried out and swung. Nerion looked ahead calmly and said the Duke's knights were nothing special. A red beam flashed behind the knight. Nerion snapped his head toward it, then was blasted backward. Ethan looked at him and said he had not expected someone that strong in the Viscounty. It was impressive that Nerion noticed the attack in time. Seeing the fallen soldiers still alive, the protagonist asked if he had spared them because he trusted his own skill. Nerion turned and said it was not arrogance. He simply believed he could defeat them without killing them. The protagonist said he was sorry for arriving late and would handle Nerion himself, leaving the Viscount to Mangarten. Nerion lowered his sword slightly and apologized for ever pointing it at Duke Arden. The protagonist's eyes widened, then he blocked the strike. Nerion was thrown back and thought Ethan had hidden his strength well. He had moved even faster than he did against Mangarten, around 6 stars. As Ethan slashed again, Nerion revised it. He was closer to 7 stars, and his sword felt different from one simply made heavier with mana. Nerion swung hard with a shout. Ethan blocked it, and thought Nerion knew the basics well, but his blade carried hesitation and fear. Nerion clenched his teeth. It made no sense. Ethan's mana felt like only 4 stars, yet there was no opening at all. Their swords clashed and they pushed off each other. The protagonist smiled and said he wanted to ask something. Nerion asked what it was. Ethan said the knights of the side branches all used methods close to the Dragon Clan's arts and Arden's secret techniques. As captain of the knights, why didn't Nerion use them? Nerion narrowed his eyes and stayed silent. Then he put a hand to his chest and said a true knight was built on the right mind and body. He would not ruin his body just to gain power. Ethan gave a slight grin and said that was a good answer. Nerion stared in surprise. Then Ethan lit his sword with fire and said he would face him with real strength, the way a real knight should. Nerion froze, eyes slightly wide. As Ethan moved, a huge blast rang out. Nerion dropped to one knee. A crater spread around him. The protagonist walked toward him and said Nerion should understand by now what it meant to storm in here with his knights and endanger civilians. There was still time to make things right. Nerion listened as Ethan told him that if he was truly a knight, he needed to remember what he was fighting for. The knight studied the protagonist, then raised his sword and asked if someone like him, who had turned away from the truth, still had a chance. Ethan lowered the blade and said that depended on what he did from this point on, he would personally cut the chains binding him. Still kneeling, Nerion said he would wait. The Arden flag flew overhead. Shimon laughed and said the fallen side branches so far were Kargas, Deccan, Lamentan, and Ethan. The Viscount looked at the crystal ball and spoke. Ethan's army now stood in the city. In just 136 days after waking from his coma, he had united 4 territories and 120 knights to face the side branches. Standing before the crowd, Ethan learned that his new decree for the duchy had already spread across the Hydran Empire. Wellington hurried down the hall. He stopped at a door, knocked, stepped inside, and bowed with a hand to his chest. He said he had a report. The Emperor leaned over the table and asked if the investigation into Duke Arden was done. Wellington mentioned Duke Arden's visit to the royal blacksmith, and the Emperor's hand twitched. Still smiling, the Emperor asked how the investigation into their connection was going. Wellington answered that they had proof Duke Arden had secretly supplied weapons, but the secrecy around it kept them from finding out more. The Emperor thought it over. Duke Arden had gone against the Dragon Clan's policy whenever he could, but as one of the 7 kingdoms and the nobles' leader, he wasn't someone even the Emperor could easily move against. Bowing, Wellington admitted they had only managed to demote Williams. They still couldn't remove him from the imperial court, so he had failed. The Emperor raised a hand and told him that was expected. With the Count and the nobles opposing them, this was the best they could do, so Wellington should lift his head. He then said a slow investigation was normal. What mattered most was keeping their spies' identities hidden. Looking out the window, he added that Red Moon, the spy group working with him, was their last weapon against the Dragon Clan. As sunlight poured through the glass, he thought everything was still going smoothly. Walking beside Ethan, Lawrence reported that William, the Imperial Palace blacksmith, had been fired and Pofferins had taken his place. He added that the new appointment was only for a year. Ethan glanced at the decree and said it was called temporary, but if things went badly, it would likely become permanent. That made it seem the Emperor truly meant to challenge the Dragon Clan's policy. Then he asked how the Imperial Court reacted to the battles inside the duchy. Lawrence replied that, for now, they seemed willing to just watch. Ethan smiled and said that was fine. As long as they stayed out of it, he had no problem. Entering the room, he added that the Imperial Court was like evening slowly falling. Soon, each side's real strength would be tested. Later, Ethan headed to the training grounds. With a smile, he asked how training was going. Mirian placed a hand on his chest and greeted him. Ethan remembered how Mirian had fought, and thought this was a huge gain. A knight close to 7 stars had joined them, and Ethan could trust him with the knight's discipline and training. Patting his shoulder, Ethan said they had only just joined, yet Mirian was already working this hard. He was dependable. One look at the knights told Ethan their skills had already improved under Mirian. He asked Mirian to gather everyone, and Mirian wondered why so suddenly. Ethan smiled and said the new knight order needed a new style of swordsmanship. Outside, the day was clear. Ethan stood before the knights and told them more than 100 knights from 4 families were now gathered here. Because of that, their sword styles and command systems were all different. He stepped forward and said that from now on, they would follow the ways of the Knights of Arden. Drawing his sword, he told them they would learn the technique he was about to show. Then he called the representative knights forward. Looking at them, Ethan said they could begin. All of them rushed him at once, and Ethan reminded them this was without mana. Mirian and the others attacked together, but Ethan blocked every strike. Then he swung hard and knocked them all back. More warriors came in from above. Ethan narrowed his eyes and blocked the attack from overhead. That warrior was thrown back and bent over in pain. The next fighter charged in, trying to overpower him, but Ethan guarded the blow. The man thought brute force would crush him, but Ethan calmly watched, caught his arm, and slammed him to the ground. The warrior groaned. Ethan spun at once and knocked away 2 more attacks. Then he lunged forward sharply. A fast chain of strikes followed, and both opponents were hit in turn. They dropped to the ground. Mengarten crossed blades with Ethan. As he swung, he realized Ethan's power wasn't coming from fire mana. So what kind of sword art was this? Ethan suddenly slipped to his side. Mengarten barely reacted before Ethan swept him off his feet. He crashed to the ground. Mirian raised his sword and held still for a moment. Then he charged, confused. He had expected Ethan to teach Arden family swordsmanship, to restore the family's honor. Ethan blocked the strike at once, and Mirian wondered what style this really was. Mirian struck hard again. Ethan glanced at his hand. Mirian went in for another swing, then froze. For a moment, he saw a dragon behind Ethan. Ethan planted his foot and slammed a heavy blow into him. Mirian barely got his sword up to defend. Ethan swung again, grabbed him fast, but Mirian forced him back with a sharp strike. Then Ethan's kick came flying toward him. Mirian leaped back just in time. Ethan lowered his body and rushed in again. Mirian was stunned. What kind of technique used such a low stance? Ethan closed the gap in an instant. A slight grin crossed his face and he smashed into Mirian's sword. The tip snapped off. Ethan pressed his blade to Mirian's throat, and Mirian admitted defeat. The other warriors stared in shock. Ethan had beaten 6 men with 1 sword. How? Ethan looked over the gathered knights. Mirian kept his eyes on him. Ethan smiled and told them most of the people here cared deeply about Arden. He went on to say they had been forced to swear loyalty to the Senate because of the side branch's tyranny. Remembering the battles against dragons, Ethan said people likely came to admire the Ardens because of their skill. They were called the strongest swordsmen on the Western continent, but a blade is honest with everyone. So did they know how the Arden family reached that level? The crowd fell silent. Then Ethan revealed the truth. The Ardens did not cling to noble pride. They studied barbarian techniques and improved them. Norion, shocked, said those were the same barbarians who had started a war against the Hydern Empire 100 years ago. Ethan answered that no technique is good or evil on its own. Clenching his fist, he said it all depends on the person using it. The sword art he had shown was a mix of his family's techniques and the Dragon Clan's, a new style he created himself. The dragon-slaying sword technique. Mengarten and Nerion were stunned. Arden's blade made to kill dragons. Norion looked at Ethan and realized that was why he had told them to accept the Dragon Clan's techniques. Turning away, Ethan declared that they would learn this new sword art of the Duke's house and become the greatest knight order on the continent. Then he raised his fist and asked who would stand with the Ardens. Norion dropped to one knee and shouted that he swore loyalty to Duke Arden's family. Everyone around him knelt too and pledged themselves to the Duke. Ethan listened as all of them swore allegiance to him. He held out his hand and said this army looked like it would become even stronger than expected. Lawrence turned and asked if Ethan planned to restore the Black Flame Legion. Ethan clenched his fist and said no, the old Legion had changed too much. The story recalled the Black Flame Legion, the Arden family's official knight order, and the pride of the house, known as the finest knights on the continent. It also remembered the cloaked warriors who wiped out the Dragon Clan. Arden's do-or-die force had been built through them, but under the side branch's rule, that proud order had nearly vanished. Ethan said the war against the dragons was still not over, and it would soon enter a new stage. Leaning on the wall, he declared that this new order would replace the Black Flame Legion and become the continent's strongest dragon-killing force. Light poured through the window as Shimuan spread his arms and announced that the Viscounty of Ethan had fallen too. Smiling to himself, he thought that Duke Lugon and the others still had no idea what Ethan was really after. The Count glared and said that at this rate, the Duke would deal with Lugon next. Just then, the butler came running. He burst into the room and shouted that an urgent message had arrived. Shimon asked what could be so urgent that the man forgot his manners. The butler replied that Ethan had announced he would attend the Senate meeting. Shimon jolted up in shock and asked him to repeat it. Then he bent forward, furious. It was happening much sooner than he expected. Clenching his fist, Shimon realized Ethan's anger would not stop with Lugon. It would reach him too. The Count ordered the doors shut and called for an emergency Senate meeting. He told the butler to inform the others at once. Looking out the window, the Count thought there was no choice now. He had to move faster. A warrior raised his sword, and flames burst out. The Arden banner shone in the sunlight. Ethan shouted that the time had come to take back the duchy and wipe out the parasites draining the Arden family. The knights listened closely. The princess clenched her fist as she heard that in the Senate's name 10 years had passed. Elia and the mage studied Ethan in silence. He lifted his weapon and declared that from this moment, they were a dragon-slaying force that would bring down the Senate and build a new duchy. Looking at everyone, he shouted, "Glory to Arden." Ethan held out his sword and said this was the real beginning. In Cenarine's arena, people shouted that Archduke Arden had arrived. A warrior yelled for the crystal ball at once. They had to report this to the Viscount. One citizen could hardly believe it. Archduke Arden himself had come. Ethan's horse moved toward the city, and his group rode in. The people recognized him as the man who freed the 4 fortresses and begged him to save them too. Ethan stared ahead, angry. Coats of arms lined the office. A man glanced at the table and said many seats were still empty, but since the matter was urgent, the Senate meeting would start now. Then someone shouted from outside the door. The butler rushed in, crying that there was a problem. Arden had just entered the city. Shimon froze, and the Count ground his teeth. Ramun clenched his fist and demanded why they were only hearing this now. Furious at the guards on the walls, he swore they would all be punished for this failure. The butler trembled in fear. Shimon covered his mouth, puzzled. He had hurried this meeting because the Archduke wanted to attend, so how did Ethan know it was happening already? The butler dropped low and said he couldn't just come in like this. Ethan ignored him and walked right past. Everyone in the room stared at him in shock. Ethan calmly said he was glad to see them and would be joining the meeting. The Count jumped up, shouting that this broke the law. Pointing at Ethan, he said only side families could attend. Even as Archduke, he had no right to sit in on a Senate meeting. Ethan tossed papers onto the table and said he had letters of authority from 4 absent elders, all approved by His Majesty. Then he sat down and told them to take any complaints to the king. He got straight to the point, cut taxes in half right now, and ban the spread of copied scriptures. Logan protested at once. Ethan turned to him and said if he refused, he would start a war. The Count shook and demanded how he dared speak that way. Logan shouted back that they would soon see whether Ethan had the right to treat him like that. Knight Captain Zaret began to glow blue. His pressure spread across the whole room. Everyone lowered their heads and groaned. Shimon stared ahead and thought this was the power of a 7-star knight. The only reason they could pressure the Archduke this way was because of him. Then Ethan slammed his fist on the table. Looking at the Knight Captain, he said he was the captain of the Red Lion Knights of the Hamilton family, a 7-star knight. Ethan's chest glowed red as he asked if that gave him the right. A red wave burst from his chest. Everyone in the room jerked back and shielded themselves. Lugan raised an arm to protect himself too, his teeth clenched tight. The Count shouted, asking what Ethan was doing. Ethan asked if Zaret really wanted to use his pressure here and add treason to his list of crimes. Zaret gritted his teeth in shock. Ethan had crushed his pressure with ease, even though less than a year had passed since waking from his coma. Then he stared closely at him, when Ethan asked again for his answer. Lugan sprang up and pointed, yelling at Count Shimon for staying silent. Ethan only smiled and said there was no need. Shimon had already agreed to every demand. At that, Shimon smiled. Lugan glared at the Count, jaw tight. Outside, Ethan's squad waited near the building. Fonze looked over the knights and mocked that their old knight Captain Nerion was there after all. He raised a hand and sneered that he was sorry for the late greeting. Those dark clothes made Nerion easy to miss. Nerion asked what he wanted, and Fonze replied that it was nothing. He just found the name Dragon Slayers funny for a group using Dragon Clan techniques. Nerion glared at him. Then he said it was rich, hearing that from someone who once begged at their feet to learn those same skills. Fonze ground his teeth and snapped, asking what he had just said. How dare Nerion insult the Red Lion Order? With his arms folded, Nerion said that if someone like Fonze was vice-captain, the whole order must have been dragged down. That made Fonze even angrier. He called Nerion a traitor, and said the Archduke must have gone mad to make him knight captain. Nerion suddenly drew his sword. Holding it out, he asked if Fonze was done talking. If he wanted a fight, then draw his blade. Fonze smiled and asked what game he was playing. Nerion replied that the fool beside him shouldn't get involved. They couldn't use killing moves, and he didn't want trouble for the Fonz. Fonze stretched out a hand and said there was no need to worry about him dying. Then his aura flared, and he promised to leave Nerion flat on a bed for the next 10 years, chained up like his master. Nerion leveled his sword and shot back that he'd make sure Fonze spent the rest of his life licking dragon boots. Fonze swung first and told him to shut up. Nerion blocked the strike at once. Fonze clenched his teeth, thinking that was the Dragon Clan's sword style, the very one Nerion had insisted on using. Nerion slashed back fast. Fonze blocked it and thought Nerion was a hypocrite. As he attacked again, Fonze told himself he already knew all their sword techniques. A dragon shape rose behind Nerion. Fonze barely stopped the blow. He jumped back, stunned. That attack was different from the techniques he knew. Nerion reached out his hand, then grabbed him. Fonze yanked back and shouted for him to let go. Nerion swung his sword and yelled that Fonze would pay for those insults. Fonze gritted his teeth and told him to stop. Instead, Nerion suddenly threw his sword aside and made a fist. Then he drove a hard punch into Fonze's face. A warrior looked down and realized Ethan's pressure had just spread out. His mana had reached rank 6, but there was still no black flame energy. Shimon stared ahead, then smiled to himself. At Ethan's current level, he couldn't use the black flame. He turned toward Ethan. Shimon thought maybe Ethan simply wasn't worthy of it. Ethan suddenly looked at the count, making him realize a mana spell had been used. The energy coming from Ethan seemed lower than a 7-star knight's. The knight behind the Duke released blue energy. Ethan turned sharply, thinking he didn't know exactly what they planned, but they had probably decided they held the advantage. Folding his arms, he told them to enjoy that feeling while it lasted. Then Ethan faced Lugan and demanded a clear answer. Would he obey or not? Griff said he needed time to discuss it, and asked for 1 week. Ethan slammed the table and called that nonsense. They wanted another week after squeezing the villagers dry for 10 years. His anger flared as he said maybe they should settle it with war, right here and now. Shimon widened his eyes, thinking Ethan was dead serious. He knew the man was proud, but not this reckless. Lugan clenched his teeth, cursing Ethan for doing whatever he wanted. Even if they won a war, they still couldn't kill the Duke. The Count realized that if he obeyed, their faction would fall apart. Shimon stood up, drawing every eye in the room. He clenched his teeth, stared at the table, and said he would obey. A man held out his hand and said that would cut their income in half. Ethan rose and said, then it would start today. With that he finished and bowed, then he turned and walked out. Shimon raised a hand and said everything that needed saying had been said, so the meeting was over. They should leave as well. Jarret lifted his hands toward the Count and called out to him, but Lugan shouted that the filthy Archduke acted this arrogant only because of his personal immunity. Then he rushed into the hall and ordered them to return and get ready for an attack. The Count stepped outside and froze in surprise. Nerion pulled back his sword and looked down at the beaten opponent. The knights spun around at the commotion. Lugan pointed and shouted for him to get up now, but Jarret told him to wait and let him see what had happened. He walked over and asked if they had been ambushed. If so, they would call out the whole Knight Order at once. Staring at the floor, Fonze said no, nothing like that had happened. He had simply lost a duel. Jarret shouted, stunned. He looked at Niren and realized the Dragon Slayers weren't just random drifters from everywhere. They had beaten the Red Lion's vice-captain. His fist tightened. Jarret raised his hand and yelled for him to get up. They were heading back to the main castle. Ethan walked past the Count and said his Knight Order was basically a bad joke. Then he added that calling them Red Lions was just sad. Lugan ground his teeth in anger. The carriage door opened. Lawrence turned and said the meeting must have gone well, and Ethan answered that it had gone smoothly. A moment later, the carriage rolled away, and the protagonist said the only thing left was to see how Lugan would respond. Crossing his legs, he ordered more spies to be placed across the territory. They were going to bait them into a trap. Lugan slammed the table, stared into the ball, and shouted that Keston wasn't answering. How dare he betray him? Then he turned to the butler and asked how the people were reacting. With taxes cut in half, they should be complaining less. The butler looked up and said a nasty rumor was spreading. People were saying the taxes were lowered because he lost to the Archduke. The Count grabbed the bottle and hurled it, screaming for the people spreading those rumors to be brought to him at once. He raged that the butler had heard it all and calmly come to report it. If he failed, he'd be hanged. Terrified, the butler ran out, shouting that he understood and would do it right away. The Count finally calmed down and slowly sat back down. Then dark energy appeared, and a voice said he seemed to be in quite a bind. Lugan spun around and shouted, asking who said that. The mage smiled and introduced himself as someone tied to the Arcana Magic Association, and the Brotherhood's 8th spiritual leader. At those words, Lugan dropped to the floor. Then he asked if the man was from the Brotherhood of Naraxis. The mage sat down and said yes. The Archduke had clearly put him in a hard spot, and they were willing to help. Lugan asked why the Brotherhood would help him. Smiling, the mage said they had their own reasons. They wanted the Archduke gone too. Then he held out a banner and said this would keep suspicion off them. Lugan stared at the emblem and recognized it at once. It was Rimdel's symbol, a kingdom they were always clashing with because they shared a border. The Count narrowed his eyes and said that made sense. Then he said that if so, he would send the captain, the vice-captain, and 10 elite knights. The mage smiled and said that was excellent. Then he opened a portal and said they'd contact him again once everything was ready. Lugan watched the portal carefully, then he burst into loud laughter. Clenching his fist, he said the assassin, the spiritual leader, and 10 elite knights would be more than enough to finish him. The protagonist looked at the chessboard and asked if they had found a Brotherhood spy. Lawrence said yes. There were only 6 of Lugan's spies, and one of them was tied to the Brotherhood. Looking at the piece, the protagonist said Lugan was clearly working with them, and their plan was assassination. Lawrence replied that all the spies seemed to be trying to learn what they were doing. The protagonist pushed a piece forward and ordered them to leak that he was going on a secret trip to inspect the territory. Lawrence reached out and asked if he meant going alone. He trusted Ethan's skill, but with the Brotherhood involved, it was dangerous. Ethan said, bringing guards would keep them cautious. It would work better if he drew them out himself. Lawrence raised a finger, then looked at him and asked, what about her? Aaliyah quickly ran up to the protagonist. She rushed into the room and announced that she'd heard he desperately needed her one-of-a-kind help, so she came to save the day. Ethan glanced away and said this time there would be real fighting. He knew she was a great mage but wasn't sure she still had that inventive spark. Was she really confident? Elia shot back that he'd regret doubting her once he saw her battle mode. The protagonist asked what battle mode was. The girl said it was the highest level a great mage could reach. Then she looked at her staff and told him to wait and see. Outside, the sun was bright. Riding his horse, the protagonist said they were being very careful. Elia said they'd spent a month circling every city and still hadn't sensed anything. Then she asked if he was sure someone would ambush him, and Ethan said this was their only chance. That's why the enemy was being so careful. A moment later, the girl sensed something. Ethan turned as her quiet voice sounded in his head, telling him to keep moving. There was a magic circle about 50 meters ahead. Her eyes lit up as she said they'd put real effort into it, but it still wasn't a big deal. It was space-locking magic. A purple orb appeared ahead, and Elia warned that the moment they entered the circle, they'd be trapped. She asked what he planned to do. Ethan calmly said they had waited all this time for this. Of course they were going in. The horse slowly stepped into the circle. A moment later, purple walls rose around them. Then the orb began to shine. Warriors started coming in, then lined up across from the protagonist. The mage stepped into the sphere and declared that they had walked right into the trap. Ethan asked who he was. The sorcerer bowed and introduced himself as Eric, the 8th spiritual leader of the Brotherhood of Naraxis. He was sure Ethan already knew why they were there. Getting off his horse, the protagonist said he could tell they were pros at assassination, and yes, he knew who he was. Zaret studied the protagonist closely. Then he drew his sword and said the 10 years Ethan spent in a coma had been the most peaceful years of all. Now his tyranny would end. Everyone around the protagonist began to glow. Inside the huge cube, Zaret declared that this was their Brotherhood's finest barrier. It was impossible to escape. The protagonist grabbed his sword and said he talked too much. Then he raised it in front of him and said it was time to get to work. The mage licked his lips, thinking Ethan was taking this far too lightly. He had already killed countless people, but this one felt like it would be much more fun. Aaliyah folded her arms and pointed out that, sadly for them, the child behind Ethan wasn't someone they could treat like a helpless kid. Eric spread his arms and said she should just blame her bad luck. Aaliyah grabbed her staff, smiled, and called them idiots. Fire wrapped around her legs. Then she raised the staff and told them to witness a great mage's power. Holding the staff in front of her, Aaliyah declared that now none of these kids were leaving without her permission. The whole cube flashed with bright light. The warriors opened their eyes as the cube started to vanish. Eric blurted out, asking if she was that inventor. The girl smiled and said he was coming with her. Then magic lifted the sorcerer off the ground. The warriors watched in fear as the spiritual leader vanished. Eric found himself alone in a red world. Looking around, he realized this wasn't just a barrier space. It was a world the mage had created herself. Then he screamed. Purple magic burst from him as he shouted that he would make his own domain here. The magician smiled, then turned sharply. Elise said that was more like it. If he couldn't do at least that much, this whole month of waiting would have been pointless. Eric held out a hand and asked her to wait. They had searched all over the continent for her, and he was glad to finally meet her. Walking toward her, he asked if she would join the Brotherhood. They were willing to accept any condition she named. Elise smiled and said his group was pure evil. Did he really think she'd ever work with them? Eric lowered his head and said that was a shame. Then magic burst out of him as he shouted that she would have to die. The girl laughed and told him to go ahead and try. Standing before the knights, the main character counted them, 1 7-star and 9 6-stars. Since returning, he had never faced this many strong enemies at once. Ethan gripped his sword and looked at the warriors. Then he focused and realized he wasn't afraid. He remembered every swing of his blade. If he were a coward, he never would have had the nerve to raise it in the first place. Then a dragon image flashed through his mind. Ethan leveled his sword at them and told them to come. Furiously he fired a flaming arrow. Eric ducked and slipped past the shots. The girl smirked and said he ran like a little rat. The sorcerer looked up thinking she really was a great mage, but how would she handle this? Then he shouted for the dragons to lend power to their faithful servant. A bright light burst out, and a purple dragon rose above the magician. Elias stared at it, then asked what that was supposed to be. Eric's arm changed into a paw, claws extending from his hand, and horns sprouted from his head. Eric threw his arms wide, and fully changed into a dragon. Ilya flared with light and fired a rain of arrows. She smirked. Realizing this was a special skill, he had boosted his mana and started using dragon language magic. Eric reached out and mocked her, saying the Great Witch would die inside her own magic space. Ilya brought up a seal and laughed. If anything, he had just made this more fun. The dragon opened its jaws as Eric yelled for her to die. The seal by Ilya grew larger, and she unleashed a wave of lightning. The protagonist suddenly burst with red light, and Zaret realized the Archduke's mana had spiked. Gritting his teeth, Zaret admitted Ethan had fooled them. He hated to say it, but Ethan was strong. The knight studied Ethan carefully, then he lunged. He jumped at the protagonist, and ordered everyone else to attack too. Ethan opened his mouth and breathed fire. After casting his spell, flames wrapped around his body. Ethan clenched his teeth as blinding fire covered him. Then his power burst out in a huge explosion. The warriors were caught in the flames. Grunting, Zaret raised an arm to shield himself and ordered a retreat. Fonz was stunned. He had never seen a skill that turned the body into fire, and he had no idea how to kill Ethan now. Zaret drew his sword and shouted for everyone to stay calm. Even with the Ardennan's secret art, Ethan still wasn't untouchable. He told them to aim for the wound on Ethan's chest. If they pressed him, they could still hurt him through the fire technique. Fonz clenched his jaw and noticed another wound on Ethan's neck. Zaret began to glow and shouted that Ethan couldn't block their strongest strike if they followed his lead. He told them to pour all their mana into their swords. Touching the wound on his chest, Ethan realized Zaret was a 7th level Great Knight. No wonder he saw through the trick so fast. He recalled the Body of Fire, one of the Ardenn's secret arts. It turns the body into flame and knocks away attacks. In another dimension, their strikes would be useless, but the skill had clear limits. Ethan stared ahead and knew he was burning through mana fast. He gritted his teeth and decided to finish them quickly. Then he charged the warriors. Ethan swung his sword and used Fire Fist Dance. A second later, he had already passed them and appeared behind them. One warrior started to speak. Then everyone noticed the cuts on him. Ethan checked himself and saw he only had 40% of his mana left. Zaret leaped up and shouted that it was working. He ordered everyone to attack together and give Ethan no time to breathe. Ethan turned and used Solar Prominence, move 4. Then he slashed again with a fractional Kai strike. The blast hurled the warriors back as they cried out. Zaret and Fonz managed to block the attacks. Then the two of them cut Ethan with 2 quick strikes. Zaret turned back. Fonz looked too and realized they had only scratched him. Then they saw Ethan jump at the others. His sword blazed, and he saw his mana had dropped to 30%. He thrust his sword forward and called out a fiery explosion. A warrior tried to shield himself with his sword, but the attack left him covered in ash. Fonz ground his teeth. He couldn't even get close enough to land a hit. Ethan stomped the ground hard. Then he swung his sword and used Solar Prominence, second move. Right after that, he activated Detonator Sword. Dust filled the cube. 2 severed hands flew out of the flames. Zaret shouted that they couldn't let Ethan disappear in the smoke. Then his eyes suddenly widened. In one sharp motion, Ethan grabbed a warrior by the neck. Watching his comrade die, the knight froze in shock. Ethan turned toward him and noted there were only 3 left now. Then the glass cracked and Alaya stepped through it, dragging a man behind her. Her red eyes swept over the battlefield. Smiling, she asked Ethan why he still hadn't finished them. She tossed the man aside and called him a weakling. The spiritual leader had been beaten. The dark green-haired man couldn't believe it. He rushed at Alaya, trying to kill her. She snapped her fingers and started casting. A fireball formed in the air. Eric and the short-haired man were stunned. Alaya asked how much longer Ethan planned to keep a lady waiting. He told her not to rush him. He'd be done soon. Eric bared his teeth. If she had beaten the spiritual leader too, then fighting both of them would be a nightmare. He stepped in front of the girl and took a battle stance. She waved a hand and said she wouldn't interfere. That only made him angrier. He felt like she was looking down on them. He called to Fonz, and Fonz listened closely. Eric said he would handle Ethan while Fonz watched for an opening and struck at once. And if Eric died here, then Fonz would lead the Red Lion Order. Fonz shouted for him to stop, but Eric kept walking toward Ethan, dead serious. He used the Red Lion Order's secret technique, and Ethan answered with Lion Attack. The blue-eyed fighter noticed blood on Ethan's clothes and face. Eric attacked first, and Ethan blocked it. Keeping a hard look, Ethan said this was a strange time for serious talk in front of an enemy. He added that he wouldn't waste the chance Eric's men had given him. He shifted his leg slightly and thought that if they drained all his mana, then the long red-haired man began casting, and a glowing blue sphere formed before his hands. Ethan had no mana left. Eric was pleased. It had worked. Dust hung in the air. Blood poured from Ethan. The long red-haired man held his sword at Ethan's neck. Ethan caught his wrist. Eric shouted at Fonz to attack now. The short red-haired man rose with his sword ready. He launched the strike. It was almost enough to kill Ethan, but he used 9 Rings Fold and followed it with Wyvern Breath. Eric was shocked. Ethan had absorbed his energy. Then Ethan used Solar Flare and Fire Blast Wave. The two men were blown away. Ethan's eyes turned red. Aaliyah stared in shock. Everything fell into chaos. The spiritual leader woke up, sitting with his head lowered. He had only just come to in front of him was a table, with Ethan and Aaliyah seated there. Looking farther ahead, he saw bodies on the ground. He wondered if those two had really killed everyone. Ethan grabbed him by the neck. He had a lot to ask, starting with where to find the great spiritual leader. The spiritual leader laughed and said that wouldn't work. Then a purple orb appeared before his head. The red-eyed girl was shocked. She shouted that he had activated phase shift. She tried to cast a spell, but it was already too late. He said it was pointless. Ethan gritted his teeth, realizing the man had saved this move for the moment he got captured. So he used his own power to stop the phase shift. The spiritual leader screamed as strange lines spread across his head. Ethan now held that man's power in his hands. The girl asked what he had done. Ethan explained that phase shift was a high-level wyvern technique, and it had major weak points. She asked if he meant the damage it did to the brain. Holding his head, Ethan said phase shift gives crazy healing and regeneration, even if someone's head is cut off, but it can't restore memory. So he focused flame on the man's head and took that away. Now he was just a harmless idiot with drool running from his mouth. The great spiritual leader read a report on the incident and demanded an explanation. A young white-haired man said they were still looking into it and would report back as soon as possible. The man kept reading with a grim face. The document listed the leaders of the Western Land sect. The Dark Arts priest ran the mines, killed by Ethan, and now the mines were shut down. The high priest oversaw the publishing house, also killed by Ethan, which closed that down too. The Wyvern tribe's magic book was banned in Ardent Lands. After reading all that, he said a battle had recently broken out in the region under the 8th spiritual leader. Was Ethan behind that too? The young man answered that the clash wasn't tied to Ethan. According to the report, Ethan had been scouting with a woman during the attack, while the 8th leader had a squad of council-led assassins with him. Eric also had the dragon possession technique. The great spiritual leader said, maybe the king was behind this. The young man said that was possible. The Order of the Shadow Knights was under suspicion, and the government would likely blame the king as well. The leader asked if those were truly his knights. He ordered a squad sent after the Order of the Shadow Knights and the Ardents. Whoever did this to his students would pay dearly. That night, most people were already asleep. Marcus sat at a table reading a paper. Then someone knocked. A hand rested on the doorknob. A light pink-haired young man entered after being allowed in. He asked Marcus if he was the second spirit in charge of the mission. Marcus confirmed it and invited him to sit. Mengarten thought this was the man the advisor had named Captain of Intelligence. He had heard Marcus was part of the organization. The bearded man said everything was ready for the operation, but he wanted to avoid needless losses. Marcus told him not to worry. With a hand on his chest, he promised the mission would be carried out with honor, swearing on his name as a soldier. In the street, people whispered that the Count had arranged the attack on Ethan. They wondered if he was all right. After all, he had been attacked by the captain of the knights in the Ehrenver. Then someone suddenly called them out. The men who stopped them started yelling, asking how they dared spread lies. But the crowd pushed back. They all knew the Count had only acted because of Ethan's orders. They said no one here was stupid enough to believe otherwise. Then one of them got kicked hard in the stomach. He was seized for treason, and the brown-haired man ordered him thrown in prison. Just then, someone called out from behind. It was Marcus with his men, declaring himself a warrior of liberation. As two townspeople were being restrained, the brown-haired man snapped that he recognized Marcus, the leader of the rebel traders. The bearded man shouted back, telling them to let the townspeople go since they had done nothing wrong. The brown-haired officer ordered his men to seize him too. Then a swordsman suddenly stepped in front of them. Everyone demanded to know who he was. He answered that it didn't matter, knowing his name would change nothing. The young man was confused. He never expected these rebels to have a knight among them, and not just any knight, a high-ranking one. He immediately ordered his men to line up and attack. The pink-haired fighter answered with the Red Lion's joint hunt strike. His expression never changed. Then he followed up with the Dragon Slayer art, Sword Technique 1, a crushing blow. The brown-haired man was totally lost. He had never seen anything like it, especially not a wyvern-style technique used this way. The pink-haired knight kept going, using Dragon Slayer Sword Art's second technique with a destructive dragon strike. Then the brown-haired man landed a hit straight to his chest. Even that didn't stop him. He still tried to finish his move, but Mengarten ducked, making the strike miss. He moved right into the third Dragon Slayer technique, a devastating single flash. The swordsman lost his weapon. The pink-haired knight slammed him face-first to the ground. He told him that even if they were both 6th-rank knights, he was stronger. He could even feel that he had grown stronger than when he served the Baron family. Marcus shouted that the Red Lion Knights were not the enemy. The real enemy was the Count, who lived by crushing the people. The townspeople cheered after his defeat. Lugon yelled, asking why they still hadn't arrested that ragged fighter. His men answered that the man wasn't some ordinary Smedian. He had backing. Lugon demanded to know from whom. A servant explained that knights were supporting him, and the Red Lion guards had already been beaten and humiliated. Lugon angrily asked if Arden's knights had already arrived. He also wanted to know whether Eric and Fons had replied, but the servant said no. A whole week had passed. Lugon slammed his hand on the table and insisted they still had the larger army, so that had to count for something. He ordered them to name a temporary captain of the order. Then someone knocked at the door. A messenger rushed in and reported that Arden had taken the fortress of Toledo. He added that Arden himself was leading the knights in battle. Lugon bared his teeth. He told the butler to send out his order. All forces were to gather at the palace. They would fight to the death. The brown-haired man couldn't understand what was happening. Nearly the whole city had gathered. Mirian announced that the guards were giving up. Everyone was stunned. The true ruler of these lands was a traitor too. The people raised their hands and cheered. The guards insisted they were not weak like the others. They still had a squad of 4th-rank mages ready, and no matter how skilled Ethan was, he wouldn't survive an assault on their castle. The guards raised their bows and opened fire. The citizens were horrified. They were shooting into the crowd. Ethan moved toward Narian. He gripped his sword, cast a spell, and invoked Moan. His strike cut forward through the rain of arrows. The guards were stunned. Ethan's forces had already taken the high ground above them. The white-haired fighter launched his own attack, reminding everyone to follow the master's orders. The lead guard held firm, and said they only had to endure until the Count's reinforcements arrived. As Narian kept fighting, Ethan said that once they broke the gate, they needed to gather their best men, find the Count, and take him hostage. The white-haired man agreed. Then the scene shifted. In a corridor, a stranger was being moved on carts, while people urged them to go faster. A young servant dropped his cup. Lugon cursed at him, saying they could just leave him behind. Another servant nervously asked if they really had to fight to the death, because if the rebels broke through, tens of thousands would pour in. With Ethan leading them, surrender seemed smarter. Lugon mocked him for forgetting what happens to cities Ethan captures. He said the soldiers would die buying time. While he hid, the servant would come with him, along with a few others, and as much treasure as possible. Lugon asked if anyone was chasing them. The servant said no. Far off, the townspeople were screaming, and Lugon's family was shaken. He realized the castle had fallen, though he hadn't expected the soldiers to hold out that long. The servant urged him to hurry. They were almost at the exit. Then they found people waiting in front of them. Those strangers asked if Count Lugon was there. One of the guards rushed to attack, and the servant yelled for him to stop. A purple glow appeared on one of the strangers. He struck the guard with magic. There was something wild in his face. The attack killed the guard instantly. His head was completely gone. Lugon's family froze in terror, splashed with blood. Lugon himself couldn't understand what was happening. The people in cardigans decided only the Count should be kept alive. One of them, a long-eyed man, looked completely insane, and then they began slaughtering everyone else. After it was over, the pink-haired knight arrived. Lawrence and Aaliyah were with him. He said it was pathetic. The Count had ordered his soldiers to die while he escaped through the tunnel himself. Lawrence looked over the scene and noted that none of the treasure had been touched, so the killers clearly came for the Count, not loot. The pink-haired man studied the bodies too. From the mana traces, he guessed the Count had been protected by 6th-rank knights, and anyone who could kill 3 at once had to be incredibly strong. Lawrence asked if he thought it was only one attacker. He said yes. The victims had all been killed the same way. It wasn't done with a normal blade either. The bodies lacked sword wounds. It looked more like magic mixed with wyvern power. Elias said there had to be 2 of them. After all, the Count was the only one left alive. They must have wanted information from him. The white-haired man wondered who could have done it. Ethan believed they were from the Brotherhood. The white-haired man agreed. He also thought they were trying to force the Count to reveal who killed the 8th leader. Elia agreed with that too. Ethan added that, judging by their magic, the attackers were probably spiritual leaders themselves. This looked like the Brotherhood's answer to his last move. Now they were sending assassins into the palace. Lawrence said they probably believed Ethan was being turned against the king. Ethan waved it off. That was fine. Let them chase the wrong target. He also took back the 9th ring, and Lawrence asked if they should use this chance to set the Brotherhood against the kingdom. He wanted to force the king into acting against them, so he told them to contact the Marquis and the Sir. Later, under a bright sky, Helmut spoke near Ethan about the Brotherhood killing the Count. Ethan said their boldness came from the 7 noble houses backing them, and he planned to corner the king into stepping in. He asked Helmut to investigate the former royal forge. The mustached man thought it over while Shaiman guessed Ethan wanted to drive the Brotherhood's agents out of the king's inner circle. Ethan agreed. If they found proof that members of the 7 noble families were working with the Wyvern tribe, they could weaken that group's hold over the king. Helmut thought it through. Foreign powers had enslaved the Wyvern tribes, but if Ethan was willing to take this on, then it was worth fighting. He promised to bring back solid proof. Then the action shifted again. A fighter rushed in and tried to hit the red-haired boy, but a shield blocked all the damage. The dark pink-haired boy stumbled and stopped. The red-haired one warned that his next strike would be stronger. He lunged at the poor boy, who raised his shield to defend himself. Off to the side, someone asked if the report was true, and a servant confirmed it. 5 territories had already been taken back, and that wasn't all. Myers lowered his head slightly. The servant asked if he felt ill. Myers said he was fine. Back in the fight, Myers had only just learned the Black Flame art, while his brother was already taking the Count's capital and crushing the Night Corps. His opponent, a boy with side bangs, asked if he had lost focus in the middle of the duel. Then he unleashed a pure diamond strike. Myers froze, thinking he was nothing compared to his brother. That thought filled him with rage. His sword started glowing red. The orange-haired boy stared in shock. Ethan's brother struck. Their blades collided, and Myers planted his shield on the ground. Then he unleashed a decisive finishing blow. He told himself he could not fall behind his brother. His eyes burned with anger. The red-haired boy begged him to stop, but the flame from the strike burst so bright it could be seen outside the arena. The boy was stunned by Ethan's brother's attack. Count Shaimon applauded. He praised Myers for mastering Black Flame even better. Myers said it was frustrating because he still had so much left to learn. Shaimon laughed and told him not to be so modest. A servant then brought him an elixir. Shaimon asked how Ethan was doing. He replied that Count Lugon had been brought down. Shaimon said the soldiers kept talking about one thing. Through the whole battle, even when Ethan killed the Count, he never used the Black Flame. Myers was stunned. Shimon started thinking about the Black Flame ceremony, where the Ardens would choose their new patriarch. He asked if Ethan really planned to allow that, when he still couldn't call up the flame. With a hard look, Shimon said he would handle it. Ethan asked if he meant to go against the late king's will, and Shimon demanded to know what he meant. Ethan reminded him that he wasn't even 20 yet. The man asked if he meant the rule that banned the fire opening right before the candidates came of age. He knew about it, but brushed it off. Ethan would be 20 soon, and the Senate had no reason to change its plans over something so small. Nothing would happen before his birthday anyway. Since Ethan wasn't objecting, Shimon said they would meet again in a month, in Rendinium. If Ethan failed to appear, they would take it as him giving up his claim to the patriarch seat. Everyone gathered around Ethan. The blue-eyed girl asked what they were supposed to do, since the ceremony required Black Flame. Franz admitted he was worried because Ethan still hadn't shown it. Ethan turned to Lawrence and asked if he saw any chance at all. Lawrence fell into thought. Ethan thought about how much he had trained to prepare for the fire opening ceremony. Then he told everyone to stay hopeful. Soon they would end the rule of unworthy heirs. The girl mentioned the city. Ethan said they needed to go back home. He began packing. Lawrence talked over what they should bring. Then the bracelet on his hand lit up. Ethan sat with Lawrence. He asked if Lawrence was really okay. Ethan had heard he couldn't sleep, and had been drinking at least 2 bottles of rum. People also said he barely ate. Ethan knew he was working for their cause, but asked if he was trying to kill himself young. Lawrence sadly said no. Ethan told him to take care of himself, hand work off to his subordinates when he could, and remember that he was needed for the long run. Then Ethan handed him a box. It was a gift from his sister. Inside was a magic amulet meant to give Lawrence strength. Ethan told him not to take it off, and reminded him again sleep more and pass work on when possible. Lawrence stared at him, speechless, because it sounded more like an order than advice. Then he smiled. The bracelet was beautiful. A servant called out that everything had to be loaded before sunset. He was horrified to see Lawrence smiling. At this rate, the dungeon would probably be filled with screams tonight. Ethan stood there, wrapped in red flame. When he exhaled, red fire left his mouth. He wondered what a pure flame really was, as his chest glowed. Rorosha had said black flame came from pain and went against the natural nature of fire. In other words, it was unstable and limited. Ethan focused on a fire without bitterness, just pure breath. He snapped his fingers and fire appeared nearby. Then someone suddenly came up behind him. It was his sister, coming to say all the preparations were done. Ethan smiled at her. He said he was ready. She smiled back and said it was time to return home. On the day of the fire opening ceremony, they rode in by cart. They were entering Rondinium. Citizens were talking about their lord. Some were even crying because he had finally come back. The cart came to a stop. Elia thought the capital looked even worse than she had imagined. Lawrence was furious that half-breeds had dared ruin the young master's city. Ethan's sister placed a hand on Lawrence, and he looked confused. He asked what she meant. Looking out the window, she thought Ethan would make them pay. This was what they had done to their city. Ethan was already mounted on his horse. Then she suddenly froze. Shimon had come out to greet him. Ethan asked if everything was ready for the ceremony. The man confirmed it would be held in the arena. Ethan said that if so, they should do it right away. Shimon wondered where that confidence came from. When Ethan still couldn't use black flame, he stopped him. Shimon said this was a huge event, the first in decades, and they had prepared a reception. Ethan told him to cancel it. He said he didn't want to waste one more minute with the traitors who had crushed his lands and turned them barren. Shimon snapped, asking what Ethan meant by that. Still, he thought he had protected himself well enough that the ceremony would go the way he wanted. The flame burned. Ethan walked forward with the others behind him. Soon they stood in the arena. Elia smiled. She warned Ethan that magic seals were set in the center, and told him to be careful. She expected no honesty from them. Ethan told her not to worry, and kept going. The townspeople shouted that their young master had returned, and this was no time for feasting. Others whispered about who would win. Then Myers entered the arena too. The brothers faced each other. Ethan gave a faint smile. He realized Myers had grown up. Shimon announced that everyone seemed to be present. Ethan asked about the third contender, since 3 people had claims to lead the Arden family. Shimon raised a hand and said he had tried to contact him, but got no answer. Ethan guessed the man had decided to hide out, even during the rite. Shimon asked if they could begin now. He shifted his foot slightly. Then he declared the 18th Arden fire opening rite had begun. The crowd erupted in cheers. The 2 brothers stood across from each other. Both of them smiled. All eyes stayed on them. Myers decided to show Ethan how much stronger he had become. He lifted his sword high and moved in to strike. At that moment, Shimon raised 2 fingers. It was the signal to activate the magic seals. A magical aura flared around Myers. He was shocked when his sword rose even higher on its own. His legs slid back without his control. A black-red aura surrounded him. Shimon smiled coldly. Myers had no idea what was happening, as the sword kept rising. Then he realized they were pouring mana into the field. He started thinking of what to do, but Ethan cut in and told him not to be afraid. Just do what you can, Ethan said. He looked at him with calm confidence. Myers smiled back. A huge red aura wrapped around the sword. The crowd loved the sight and cheered loudly. People in the stands said Myers looked stronger than even the previous head of the family. Shimon thought it was over. He had won. But Ethan walked forward calmly. He was even smiling. Shimon couldn't understand that confidence. He still saw no black flame. Ethan recalled the teachings. Eternal pain, endless circling fire. Endure it. The black flame is born through suffering, and you will always feel that fire. He raised his sword. Black flame appeared beside it, just as powerful. The townspeople shouted that the eldest heir was strong too. Those in the stands were confused. Wasn't the eldest supposed to be out? Shimon grew angry. This wasn't enough yet. The magic seal was meant to let the youngest heir show far more black flame. Ethan's face turned serious. He called for everyone to listen. Until now, he said, House Arden had used black flame as its symbol, but black flame was unstable magic, and now he would show them something else. The crowd had no idea what he meant. Ethan kept speaking, telling them to look at their future. Then his eyes turned white as he used the secret of the pure flame. He gripped his sword tighter. A white flame burst out. It was just as strong, but now it burned white and red. Everyone was shocked. Shimon couldn't understand where Ethan had gotten white flame. Even the officials were stunned. It was the legendary magic tied to the founder's bloodline. His sister was overjoyed, just like the rest of the people. Ethan declared that black flame had become the symbol of House Arden, but it also chained their potential and kept them from growing. After learning the founder's martial art, he realized the future belonged to the white flame. Myers fell to the ground. He admitted defeat and swore to serve Ethan faithfully. The townspeople celebrated the eldest heir's victory. Ethan smiled. The outcome had been clear. Shimon was furious. He tried to speak about the result of the ritual, choosing the Arden head, when a voice suddenly yelled for him to stop. The brothers both looked over, confused. It was Terran. He demanded to know how they dared choose the family head without him. Ethan wondered who he was sensing from that dark aura. His sister looked terrified. She tried to run to Terran, but someone held her back. Terran declared that he alone was the best choice for the throne. Then Ethan remembered who he was. He stepped forward and spoke, but seconds later, Terran lunged at him, shouting that he would be the head of the Ardens. Ethan realized it was a curse, and got ready to fight. Terran struck first, and Ethan blocked. Terran attacked again. Ethan defended himself, and realized this was not Terran acting like himself. He cursed the 7 great families in his mind. What had they done to his brother? A pink aura spread through the middle of the arena. Ethan held his ground and kept defending. Black flame places a curse on its target, destroying them with filthy energy. Then Ethan spoke about the white flame. He said it should cleanse the darkness covering Terran's mind. Terran's eyes darkened while his pupils shone brightly. The townspeople argued among themselves. Some said the youngest heir was amazingly skilled and had already surpassed his father, while others insisted the middle heir was better. No one understood what was really happening. Ethan and Terran clashed again and again, blades flashing, until the middle heir was beaten by the eldest. Mongarten and Nerian spoke quietly to each other. Nerian realized the white flame looked smaller than the black flame, but it was eating away at that dark energy. It really kept finding new ways to shock everyone. Ethan kept fighting. Terran snarled in anger. Ethan thought this was almost the end. Then a voice from behind ordered them to stop. Ethan swung, then halted. A huge red aura flared in the arena. Ethan turned, confused about who it was. The crowd stared too. It was the captain of Count Ratian's knights, and Ethan's sword was stopped right in front of him. The man was Commander Marlek, a transcendent warrior. Shinun was horrified. The Arden family's future was on the line, and right now the Rada family was known as the strongest swordmaster house. Marlek led the Radam Knights and had reached the 10th rank. Marlek asked if Ethan meant to kill him. Ethan shot back that a knight should know better than to step into someone else's duel. He was also shocked that Marlek stopped the white flame with raw mana alone, without even using a defense skill. The commander just laughed, saying that was basic knight training. Then Marlek asked if they were really going to ignore the rule breaking in the fire opening ritual. The rostrum started to shout, because the leader of the Black Demons had shown up. Marlek said the Ratians and Agles only got the notice about the ritual 2 weeks ago, so Tyrion had no time to prepare. Ethan thought that excuse was pathetic, and this man was supposed to be transcendent. If Marlek really were, Ethan wouldn't even be able to aim a sword at him, so his level was probably no higher than the 9th. Still, his mana was massive, almost like Ethan's had been when he became a transcendent warrior, and if Marlek had that much mana, then real 11th and 12th level knights must have far more. Ethan asked what happened now. Marlek answered that the middle air state was unstable, so the ritual had to be done again. Ethan fired back that they were the reason he ended up like that. He demanded to know what they had done to his brother, but Marlek acted like he had only been teaching him. Then Marlek turned to leave, declaring the fire opening ritual invalid. He added that they would set up a fair duel later and send word, but Ethan cut him off. Furious, he told Marlek to go to the abyss and charged with his sword. Marlek slipped aside, and the strike missed. Then Marlek drew his weapon. The two of them clashed. Ethan wasn't holding back anymore. Marlek got serious too. Myers was stunned, and his sister covered her mouth, unable to understand what was happening. Phyrexian said it was a secret technique passed down by the great families. He never expected someone from another house to master it so well. People whispered that even Count Relation's Knight Commander could use black flames. Marlek held his sword ready. Ethan attacked, but Marlek blocked it. A moment later, Ethan shifted positions. He struck again, and Marlek stopped that one too. Marlek thought Ethan's blows were impressive for a 7th rank fighter. His sword skill was nearly perfect, only his mana was lacking. He also felt Ethan's style looked a lot like Count Garand Marlek's. Marlek blocked again. Ethan moved around him at high speed. He launched another heavy strike, and Marlek parried once more. Shinnon couldn't believe it. The first heir was standing against Marlek, and hadn't fallen, even though the man was supposed to be transcendent. Marlek struck, and Ethan managed to block. He could tell the man was toying with him, but one thing was clear. Marlek's black flame was far better than Terran's. They had used Terran like an experiment to uncover the secret of that flame. He figured they had twisted Terran's mind in all kinds of ways to fill him with hate. Otherwise, how could an 18-year-old carry that much darkness? They hadn't spared his mind at all, just to reach their goal. Ethan burned with rage. Those cursed torturers made him want to kill every last one of them. Ash rose into the sky as Terran charged the dragon and slashed it. The beast's body split open. Then he turned and shouted for everyone to hold on. A little longer, and the Dragon King would appear. Suddenly Terran saw a dragon claw right in front of him. A heavy impact rang out. Ethan had stepped in front of Tian. He looked at his brother and asked if he was okay. A massive dragon stood before them. With his blade raised, Ethan told Tian to get ready. This was their final commander. Tian, dead serious, told Ethan to go on. He smiled and said he'd fight to the death. Staring at the monster, Tian told Ethan to kill the Dragon King and save humanity. Tian lowered his head. Ethan dodged attack after attack. As he guarded with his blade, he realized the angrier he got, the calmer his mind became. Red mana wrapped around his hand. Frowning, Ethan vowed to show those fools they could never break the Duke's will. Flames covered his body. Marlek frowned, thinking Ethan had lost control. He had purposely held back so Ethan could still dodge. Then he drove his blade into Ethan's chest. A powerful force burst from Ethan. Red mana poured from the wound in his chest. Myers frowned and thought Ethan didn't have enough mana for this. Blood sprayed through the air as Ethan dodged the attack. The boys were terrified. Ethan's face was hard and focused as he swung. The man saw a crushing blow coming at him. Ethan's strike landed. Blood ran down his blade. A cut appeared on Marlek's neck. The crowd burst into cheers. Shimon was stunned. The boys whispered that the first heir had not only fought a transcendent warrior, he had actually wounded him. Marlek frowned, thinking Ethan clearly didn't know his place. Angry now, he said he had only tried to calm Ethan down after he rushed in like a mad dog, and Ethan had no idea who he was facing. Ethan watched him closely as Marlek lunged, charging forward. Marlek yelled that he'd put Ethan in his place so he would stop leaping around. Then a huge blast exploded. Both Ethan and Marlek were shocked. A young man stood between them and said that was enough. With a stern look, he demanded an end to this pointless duel, and said they should hear His Majesty's message instead. Ethan wondered if this was another high-ranking knight. There were a lot of transcendents here. The man looked annoyed. The newcomer grabbed the blade and repeated that they would listen to the king's words. The man dropped to one knee. Then everyone else knelt too. The knight looked at Ethan. He noted that Ethan still dared to remain standing during the king's message, which meant he likely had the right. Ethan studied him and thought of Count Wellington. His family was probably tied to the royal line, and if Ethan ever needed to send a message to the king, this man might be the one to tell. The young man raised a hand to his mouth. Marlek listened closely as the knight announced that the Archduke's eldest heir had won the right of opening fire, but the ritual had been rushed, and all representatives of the 7 great families agreed on that. Power rolled off the boy, as he declared that because of this, the eldest heir would serve as acting patriarch for 1 year. Shimoshan froze in shock. Ethan stayed serious while the boy shouted that the right would be held again later, to choose the true archduke. Marlek smiled. Furious, Ethan demanded to know how the king could meddle in family succession. The boy calmly said they were only asking him to wait a little longer. He told Ethan the king was on his side. What happened to Tian was awful, but this wasn't the time to settle everything. If Ethan accepted it for now, he'd be rewarded. Well, Ethan frowned and asked what kind of reward. The boy calmly said they would support him with money to rebuild the cities. Ethan looked at him in silence. The boy stood firm in front of him. The protagonist finally said they would talk about it later. Holding his sword, Ethan thought he couldn't bring Tyrion back right now anyway, and he needed time to grow stronger. In his heart, he asked Tyrion to wait, and promised to bring him home. Then the boy loudly announced that until the next fire-opening ritual, Ethan Arden was now the patriarch of the Arden family. His sister was overjoyed. In the arena, Ethan heard people cheering. Many were stunned. Shimon was terrified. As he walked down the hall, he muttered that this couldn't be happening. A man followed behind him. Shimon ordered the soldiers moved out at once, and the man answered that he'd handle it right after seeing him off. Climbing into the carriage, Shimon ordered them to send him a few guards and a communication crystal, while the rest went to the castle to prepare for the march. The carriage rolled away. Shimon seethed, thinking Ethan was a fool and a bastard. Holding his head, he realized even the king had stepped in and confirmed Ethan's right, ruining all his plans. That same night, the story moves to Count Shimon's castle. The warriors stood in formation, talking about how the eldest heir had become family head, while young Master Myers got pushed aside. A frightened boy asked what would happen to them now. The captain walked over to them, raised his hand and called for the Blue Eagle Knight's attention. The men answered with grim faces. Looking at them, the boy said they all knew Ethan had been chosen as family head through tricks and schemes. The others started murmuring that they had suspected as much. Apparently Ethan had powerful backing. Clenching his fist, the boy said the commoners and many nobles supported Ethan right now. Still, he raised a hand and ordered a temporary move to Halim County. With a hard look, Shimon shouted that they would join Marquis Pritchel's forces and strike back decisively. Shimon frowned, but told himself it wasn't over yet, not while he still had knights. As the gate started giving way, Shimon thought that once they took Arden Pritchadel and Halim could be won over by a promise to split the duchy. Then an explosion hit. Shimon froze and demanded to know what was going on. Dust swallowed the area, and everyone stopped in shock. Nerion stepped forward with a hard look. He shouted for the dragon slayers to move in. They charged straight at the army. The captain pulled his sword and yelled that they were Arden's knights. The fight broke out. The boy reached toward Shimon and urged him to protect his family and get somewhere safe. Shimon looked at him and said he understood. Even so, he couldn't figure out how they had reached the castle this fast. The boy suddenly flinched. Nerion struck him. The boy jumped back and called him a fool. Nerion stared him down, saying it had been a long time since he'd seen Captain Loveland. Then he told them to surrender. They didn't want pointless bloodshed. Loveland snapped back that Nerion had lost his mind. He told him not to forget his place as a Viscount's knight captain, and asked if he really thought he could stand against the Count's captain. Nerion answered that Loveland was talking about the past. Back then he really had been weaker. Now things were different. As a Dragon Slayer infantry fighter, he had grown far stronger, and they were not taking Arden from its rightful heir. Loveland lunged and told him to shut up. Nerion tightened his grip on his sword. A dragon-like aura burst around him. Their blades met at close range. Loveland was shaken. Had Nerion really surpassed him? Still, he managed to block the next strike. Strong mana poured from his sword. Nerion slammed into it with a heavy blow. Loveland's blade cracked apart. He swore he wouldn't lose here. Shoving a hand into his coat, he reminded himself that he was the captain of the Count's knights. Loveland attacked again. That only made Nerion angrier. Loveland answered with a smug grin. He struck at Nerion again, fighting like a man ready to die. A blue aura flared around Nerion, and he smashed Loveland with a brutal hit. Blood ran down Loveland's face. Nerion raised his blade and stood over him, ordering him to surrender. Nerion frowned and said it would be a waste for such a skilled warrior to die for nothing. The Archduke rewarded loyalty. Well, and he wouldn't be stingy with anyone willing to serve him. Blood kept streaming down Loveland's face. Even then, he smiled. He rushed Nerion, screaming that the Blue Eagle wouldn't lose its claws just because some boy had been placed on the throne. Nerion, furious, called him a fool. Blood sprayed out. Loveland dropped to the ground. Nerion looked down at him. The other warriors were stunned. Then Nerion shouted for Count Fern's men to give up. Wires wrapped around Shimon, and the rest were bound too. Nerion reminded them that the Archduke showed mercy to the defeated. He added that the Count's allies were already captured, and now they should honor the one true ruler of these lands. That night, at Duke Ratien's estate, Ratien asked about the man's injury. Eyes closed, the man begged forgiveness for bringing shame to the duchy. Ratien said no one would have guessed the eldest heir had gifts like that. He then asked what the man had learned from their brief clash. The answer was clear. He now understood the white flame and the kind of skills Ethan possessed. Setting down his pen, Racian said that was excellent. He ordered a council of the 7 great rulers to be called, and said he would attend in person. We're then introduced to the 24th patriarch of the Wrighton family, Duke Garon Wrighton. Holding a flag, he announced the 18th head of the Arden family. Ethan's face stayed serious. He started up the stairs and took his place before the crowd. Ethan said he wanted to show his support for the people of the duchy. They had suffered a lot, but now they could finally rest easier. His words caught the crowd off guard. Then he named the prisoners in the dungeon, and as ruler of these lands, sentenced Ferns, Amel, Kargas, Lemon, Alien, Gamalies, Deccan, Keston, Romerton, and Uptiltane to death. Clenching his fist, Ethan declared that he was putting in a new system of rule. The people erupted in cheers. Ethan raised his hand. With one order, he told them to carry out the sentence. The door slammed shut. Later, seated at the table, Ethan muttered that there wasn't a single normal person among them. Lawrence pointed out that too many people had vanished at once, and now there weren't enough officials to run a duchy this large. Ethan asked if he was blaming him. Lawrence said no, then explained that they planned to bring back people pushed out during Kargas's rule, but none of them were good enough. So he asked if Ethan had anyone else in mind. Looking through the papers, Ethan admitted he didn't freak out hand. Frexigem then entered, and said he would send in the next candidates. 2 men walked in. One introduced himself as Kalen of the Howling clan, and the other said he was Urkan. Ethan immediately realized these were the exact people he needed. He motioned for them to sit and told Lawrence to start the interview. Lawrence looked at the papers and asked Kalen why he chose the county that had belonged to Ferns. Kalen spread his arms and said he wanted to build an industrial and cultural city, so he was already thinking about how to draw in people from across the duchy. He smiled as he spoke. Ethan knew Kalen was young, talented, and unusually gifted at building businesses. Back then he had seemed like a plain dreamer who wanted to remake an entire city. Now he felt sharper, but his vision was still the same. Lawrence then asked Urkan which land he wanted, and Urkan chose the county that had belonged to Emilt. Ethan knew Urkan was an expert in farming. During the war between humans and dragons, he had helped keep the duchy from starving. Urkan explained that the land he chose had rich soil and great water sources. Hearing that, Ethan smiled to himself. This was perfect. He set down the papers and said both men were accepted. Their names would be added to the official records right away, and they would be appointed to their posts at once. Smiling, Ethan added that he would give them knights and carriages so they could leave for their territories immediately. The 2 men thanked him with a hand over the chest. The story then moves to the Duchy of Lassian, where the 7 rulers had gathered. Jiren opened the meeting, saying they all already knew the topic, the 18th head of the Arden family. He picked up a report and asked them to review the testimony given by Count Marlek. A marquis covered his mouth and asked if Ethan was really that capable without help, and even stronger than the other family's heirs. We're introduced to Marquis Torian, of the Spirit Summoner family. With a grave look, he said yes, and in his view, only Milton might be able to deal with him. Another noble spread his arms and asked who Milton was, and whether Torian was serious. That speaker was Marquis Sage Aiden, from the famed Spearmaster family. Calmly, he thought of Milton as the strongest and most talented of all the heirs from the 7 families. Then came Duke Dostin, from a famous wrestler family. He explained that Milton had been raised on special food and potions to make him powerful, and had also learned dragon techniques and Arden dark magic. By 18, Milton had already reached 8-star mastery. As Milton with a sword came to mind, the Duke called him the so-called strongest swordsman of the next generation. Standing beside Jiren, he admitted that if the 2 fought now, he couldn't say for sure that Milton would win. The room reacted at once, asking if he really meant Ethan was on the same level as the kingdom's strongest young swordmaster. The nobles stared at each other in stunned silence, the mood turning dark. Turian raised a hand and pointed out one part of the report that made no sense. Ethan seemed to already know the dragon sword technique. Looking back at the paper, he said the report claimed that for a 20-year-old, Ethan's ability was far too great. The man with first-hand experience placed a hand on his chest and said the report was accurate. He had fought Ethan himself and would stake his life on that judgment. The others were left even more confused. One of them said he couldn't understand Ethan's sudden growth. How could someone who had been bedridden for around 10 years reach 7-star level in just 8 months? With a grin, Jaron said Count Marlek would explain. He looked at Marlek and told him to speak. Standing before the table, Marlek said they had all believed Arden fought dragons out of justice. Someone closed his eyes and asked what that had to do with the meeting. Marlek replied that the story never fully made sense. Hating dragons and protecting the continent were one thing, but were those reasons enough to keep fighting a war that could wipe out the whole bloodline? That made everyone pause. Marlek's face turned grim. He suggested another answer. What if something happened in that war that let Ethan gain the knowledge and experience of another being? The room was shaken by the idea. Marlek frowned, and said that if it were true, then the Duke's actions and the legendary white flames would finally make sense. Stunned, Tyrion said that would mean the Duke's condition wasn't caused by mana exhaustion. Marlik covered his face and said whatever it was, an artifact, a magic circle, or some secret that passes down skill and knowledge, they were now sure it had to be somewhere in the Duchy of Arden. Everyone at the table was stunned. Then the spiritual leader walked in, shocked, saying he had never even heard of something like that. Marlik stared at him, wondering if this was Chief Naraxis, and when he got there, Gerond raised a hand and asked what the chief thought. Naraxis stepped up to the table and said that if such magic existed, it had to be extremely advanced. Still, the Arden family was not known for magic, so it made little sense. He lifted a finger and guessed that maybe the technique had been passed down somehow, but the Arden family had already fallen apart. The others quickly agreed. Naraxis then said that for someone who grew that fast, the Duke was clearly gifted, but still just a puppy. He brought up the king and spat that this puppy was the reason their order could not move west. Because of his deal with the king, their spies were even getting pushed out of the royal palace. Slamming the table, Naraxis declared that at the coming ceremony, he would shatter Duke Terran's mind completely. They had to win. With a hard look, he warned the 7 clans not to forget the rich gifts their order had given them. Surprised, Gerond asked him to calm down. The hit left a dent in the table. Naraxis said that if they broke Duke Terran's mind, rebuilt his body, and then gave him the dragon's techniques, they could defeat the Duke within a year. A smile spread across his face. Marlik answered grimly that if they did that he would lose his mind for sure and be dead within 5 years. Gerond, still smiling, said they would begin at once. Soon, screams echoed through the dungeon. Terran was chained at the wrists. Drool ran from his mouth. Then he let out a loud scream. On his knees he thought the Council of Elders might have replaced the family head, but they were not insane enough to steal the divine sword for themselves. Opening his mouth wide, he said Ethan already knew the sword was broken. Then the doors opened. The protagonist pushed them open and stepped inside, wondering if this was really the Arden family treasury. After looking around, he said they had stripped the place clean. Only a mouse ran across the floor. Ethan bent down and said Kargas was right, they had left this behind. Looking at the hilt, he realized it was the family treasure he had never managed to claim, the divine sword Dranion. It carried the words left by Zeron Arden, the first family head. Ethan pictured a man holding a massive blade and remembered that the handle was made from branches of the world tree, while the blade was forged from the divine metal Ardenesite. Zeron had gone to the land of fire and taken the Lord's flame. Then the god of blacksmiths forged the weapon, and the elder magicians blessed it and carved words into it. Zeron had named this sword, which held a white flame, Dranion. Studying the hilt, Ethan said this blade had endured the perfect white flame. There was only one like it. Red mana started rising from the handle. As Ethan left the treasury, he wondered what had happened in the battle with the Dragon Lord. He said fixing this sword again was going to take real work. Elsewhere, training continued on the field. Nerion rushed in. The boy blocked the strike and thought Knight Captain Nerion was far more agile than the future vice captain of the Blue Eagle Knights. Nerion frowned and kept pressing forward. The man leaped up. After another block, he noticed Nerion's moves were sharper than they had been in the duel with Laverne. Watching closely, he realized it was still the dragon's technique, yet the gap was huge. In his head he wondered if Duke Ethan had created it himself. Then the man took a hit. He frowned. Gripping the sword with both hands, he attacked and slipped behind Nerion. With a grin he asked how that was. Nerion smiled and told Raymond the duel was over. Startled, Raymond looked down at his sword. Then he suddenly started to run, clutching his head and shouting that in 13 fights he had never once been able to go on the attack. The onlookers stared at the red energy and said the black flame was incredibly strong. The blood of the Ardens was clearly different. Next, Myers charged in. Ethan slipped past his attack. Then the protagonist drew his blade. Myers was caught off guard, but he barely dodged. Stunned, he stared at the sword and jumped back. Then Myers launched several more strikes at Ethan. Their blades crashed together. Myers tried to break through again, but after blocking him, the protagonist told him to focus and bring out more black flame. Myers frowned, thinking this was supposed to be training. Ethan had said he would use purification too, but he had not expected power like this. As he attacked again, Myers thought about justice and dishonor, purity and corruption, purification and damnation, white flames and black flames. Looking at the protagonist, he admitted he did not know if he could ever take in the white flames. Then he wondered if he was enjoying this too much. He raised a shield to block the next strike and slid across the ground. Dropping to one knee, Myers heard Ethan say that was enough for today. Tonight he would hand over his notes, and they should help him call forth the white flame. Myers looked up and asked if Ethan would teach him himself, and if he was planning to leave. Ethan smiled and said he needed to restore the divine sword. Once Myers could summon the white flame, he would give him a weapon that fit him. Sweat ran down Myers' face as he asked in shock if Ethan really meant to restore the divine sword. From inside the room, a man's voice asked if those were branches of the world tree. Annoyed, Aaliyah snapped at her to at least pay for the night. With clear irritation, he asked if she understood what she was looking at. Those were actual branches of the world tree. Aaliyah shut her eyes and asked why that mattered if it was broken, then asked if he had called them there to restore it. Ethan held out his hand and said they should start with the blade, since Melis knew metal best. Then he asked if there was any way to get Ardenashet. Melis showed him an ingot, and explained that Ardenashet was the finest metal of all, even called divine metal. It had vanished 200 years ago, and this sword was the last weapon ever made from it. Checking the hilt, Aaliyah asked if they really needed Ardenasite to restore the blade, saying she doubted even the Emperor had any. Ethan smiled and asked if she meant they could use something else instead. Aaliyah answered that a metal alloy might work. In a serious tone, she said it was made from about 30 kinds of metal, and was only half as good as Ardenasite, so it would be best if this old man handled it. Ethan asked where he could get it. Aaliyah smacked Melis and said that if he had enough money, he could buy it from the dwarves in the Dwarven Kingdom. The protagonist said he would figure that part out. Aaliyah then said they could ask a dwarf skilled with metal to repair that part, and replace the rest with fresh branches from the world tree. The protagonist pointed out that was a problem. They were elves. Aaliyah raised a hand and told him to leave that to her. Smiling, she said she knew an elf. Just then, someone knocked and asked if Ethan had a moment. The protagonist turned serious, wondering who that voice belonged to. The man entered the office and said he had come to congratulate him on becoming Duke. Ethan smiled and called out that it was Marquess Bloden. Once they sat down, the Marquess said this was their first time meeting in person. Ethan asked him to speak more casually, and the Marquess said he had brought a gift to celebrate the new title. Over tea, he asked if Ethan needed anything. Turning back, the protagonist said he was actually about to ask for help, but first the Marquis needed to see the scroll. Ethan explained that he wanted help finding certain items. After checking the scroll, the Marquis asked about the method for making new items, and 2 others listed there. Ethan looked at him and asked if he could get a Mendarian alloy from the Dwarven Kingdom. The Marquis was surprised and asked why he needed something so costly. Remembering the sword in his hand, Ethan said that once he started controlling the white flame, the blade could no longer handle the strain. He would get the money somehow, but the real problem was finding the alloy. The Marquis touched his chin and said Mendarian alloy was extremely rare. Then he clenched his fist and agreed. Their families had trusted each other with their futures, so he promised to use every connection he had to find it. A flag waved in the wind. Looking at the purple orb, Ethan asked about the military support needed to organize intelligence. Lawrence replied that the Red Moon, which served the king, was protected by the Shadow Knights, and that was why they could secure reliable information. With a serious face, Lawrence added that if they wanted to grow their own forces too, they would need support and protection. The carriage rolled down the road. The protagonist said building up new guards would take too long, then asked if Lawrence had heard of the Dark Brotherhood. Lawrence said he only knew rumors. Ethan told him to learn everything he could about the lawless city of Carmen and make contact there. Lawrence calmly agreed. Then Ethan turned away and wondered if he should keep meditating. Angry, Aaliyah asked if he had noticed he was not alone. Clearly annoyed, she told Ethan that maybe he was not used to this, but when someone was sitting right in front of him, normal people talked to them. Then, looking pleased with herself, she said she would explain how she became friends with the elves. Pointing a finger at him, she told him to listen closely. Smiling, Aaliyah said it happened long ago, and that she slept with a high elf. Ethan looked at her and asked again. Aaliyah pictured the world tree, and explained that it was the elves' home. Near it, they grew stronger, and only high elves could care for it. She pictured a girl. Ethan smiled, thinking the world tree was still just a tree, so taking one branch to make a handle should be simple. The carriage moved into the mountains, then arrows started raining down on it. Ethan knocked every shot away. An elf with a bow said Ethan had avoided the first attack, so they needed a second wave. Standing in front of Ilya, Ethan reminded her that she claimed to be friends with the elves, but Ilya said that clearly wasn't helping. The elf shouted that they could never let them enter their land, and ordered everyone to loose every arrow they had. Ilya reached out and tried to stop them, saying this was all a misunderstanding. Wrapped in flames, Ethan said doing this himself would be faster. The elf immediately ordered them to take down the man first. They aimed at Ethan. The archers pulled back their bows, and Ethan got ready to block the volley. Then he fired back with a powerful strike. A girl raised her hand and told them to stop. Covered in green mana, she said anyone who attacked them to reach the sacred world tree deserved punishment. Ethan lowered his hand and told her not to be scared. The elves' bows had shattered, and Ethan said he had only broken their weapons. Stunned, she asked again, still focused on his fire mana. Ilya ran to Irina, saying they had finally met, and showed the handkerchief Irina had once given her as proof of their friendship. Irina looked at Ethan and said he was a descendant of the Ardens, the line that once fought dragons. Ethan asked why they were so wary, and Irina explained that outsiders had come and taken some of their elves, even though these lands should have been protected by the World Tree. She admitted they still didn't understand what was happening, and asked them to understand why they were trying so hard to protect the tree. Ethan wondered who those people were, and if that was why the elves had mistaken them for invaders. Irina recalled a huge mass of dark mana, and said that about 6 months ago, someone started building a castle nearby. Since then, that ominous power had kept spreading. She told Ethan that the energy came from beyond the World Tree's reach, but it drained the elves so badly they couldn't even fight, and the enemy mages were extremely strong. Ethan drew his blade and asked for forgiveness. Then he struck the ground. The stunned elf asked what he was doing. Aaliyah screamed in fear. Ethan sensed the dark energy and asked if that was what those strange growths were. Shocked, Irina asked what it was, and Ethan said the cause was a dragon tree. He explained that a dragon tree was like the world tree, but for dragons. The difference was that instead of giving life, it stole energy and strength. Ethan added that he didn't know where it had been planted, but the world tree was already close to dying. Irina grabbed her head and asked what would happen to them. With a serious look, Ethan asked her to tell him more about the people building the castle. Exhausted, Irina said they knew almost nothing. The strangers had appeared out of nowhere, wearing cloaks with a purple glow. Ethan pictured a cloaked man, and asked again. Irina said they weren't all identical, but every one of them gave off that same purple light. Tightening his grip on the sword, Ethan thought about dragons and those purple cloaks. Then he said he would help and asked them to lead him to the castle. A purple fruit hung from the tree, and a man sat beneath it. A stranger approached Diego and said he had come to report. He told him the world tree's infection had reached 80%. Soon it would start to wither, and the elves would lose their power. Diego held a puppet in his hands. Grinning, he said that even if the elves figured it out now, it was already too late. While moving the puppet, he added that they still had to be careful. Once the infection was complete, they would begin their attack. Looking at the fruit, Diego said it was dragon fruit. He licked his lips and said it had absorbed the life force of the world tree and its branches. The amount of mana inside it had to be enormous. Clenching his fist, Diego said he needed patience. Against a high bishop who had mastered dragon techniques, even 10 of those fruits would not be enough. Naraxis appeared in his thoughts. Diego brought up the girl and stressed that his real goal was a high elf who could grow seeds left behind after the world tree died. He mentioned the book and said that since Eric had failed, the burden on him was even greater. If he succeeded, he would be allowed to learn a mid-level dragon technique, and that would raise his power by a huge amount. The puppet dropped to the ground. Diego looked at it and realized intruders had arrived. He called for the army of silver. A man dropped to one knee and asked if Diego had summoned him. Diego smirked and said the elves had come again, and this time they needed to be captured alive. Outside, the wind howled. Ethan and Aaliyah leaped through the trees. Ethan stopped and said this had to be the place. Aaliyah looked at the castle and said the dark energy was coming from the fortress itself. Ethan looked up, sensing someone nearby. Aaliyah asked if they had already been found. Warriors surrounded them and said they weren't elves. Ethan drew his sword and told Aaliyah to stay back. One of the men smirked and shouted that it didn't matter who they were, they had to kill them. The mages blasted him with heavy streams of mana. Red flames covered Ethan's body. He knocked every attack aside. Their spells shattered. The man stared in shock, asking who Ethan was, then yelled for everyone to retreat. The mages started vanishing. Ethan turned and said they were chasing them. Irina thought this really was the same man who had forced even the Dragon Lord to back down. An explosion went off. Aaliyah looked around and guessed they had reached the fortress interior. They faced the castle ahead. The elves were speechless, asking what that awful aura was. Ethan lowered his blade to the ground. He poured fiery mana into it. The energy spread around everyone, and Ethan told them to stay close. Diego ordered his men to stop the mage and the elves. A huge magic circle formed overhead. Ethan's barrier broke, and Irina collapsed. Aaliyah grinned and said this was gravity magic, then called them idiots. Light energy wrapped around her as she raised a magic seal above her head. She looked at Ethan and said she figured she should protect everyone here. Ethan started walking forward. Staring at Diego, he said he would handle the leader himself. With a smile, Diego said, Ethan looked just like the one in the picture. Ethan rushed him and asked what they had done. Diego blocked the strike. Ethan was surprised he had managed to knock his sword aside, even without using white flame. Diego Grandin said that if he truly was Duke Arden, then this fortress would be his grave. Darkness began closing in around them. Ethan watched in surprise. A purple sphere sealed them inside. Frightened, Irina called out to Ethan. Aaliyah turned to her and said not to worry, he could handle it. What mattered now was the dark energy pouring off the others. One of the men ordered everyone to push harder, saying they couldn't let trash like this interfere with their leader. Aaliyah frowned at that. Diego remembered Naraxis telling him he was worthy of leading the clan, and that the great dragon had passed this technique down to him. Looking at the puppet, Diego thought that soon he would be able to control other living beings too. Purple streams of mana spread through the area. Ethan dodged Diego's attacks. Watching carefully, Ethan realized he had never seen this technique before, not even in his past life. It looked like a kind of domination art, which made it dangerous. He gripped his sword with both hands. As he swung, Ethan thought he needed to purify it with the aura of white flame. Diego lowered his head and said this really was the legendary white flame. Grinning, he shouted that everything had been done to obtain this power. A huge surge of mana burst from Diego. Ethan imagined a dragon's eyes and recognized it as the Eye of Death. He pictured a man clutching his head and realized this was dragon magic that enslaved the mind. Even strong fighters with great training couldn't resist it until death. Desperate, Diego wished death on Ethan, but Ethan struck first. Diego was caught off guard. Ethan slashed him. One of Diego's arms was cut off. Ethan guessed Diego was using his eye to attack the mind, and magical threads to move the body, then mocked dragons for relying on such cheap tricks. Diego smiled, and admitted Ethan was skilled. He said he didn't know how Ethan had resisted that magic with so much mana behind it, and it seemed the rumors hadn't been exaggerated. Frowning, Diego shouted that this place was under his control. A massive aura burst out from him. He yelled that he was summoning a dragon. Ethan watched with interest. A dragon arm grew from Diego, and his body started turning monstrous. A tail appeared next. Ethan frowned, wondering if this was the transformation Aliyah had mentioned. He remembered fighting Eric, who had said they could take dragon form. Diego roared in his dragon shape. Ethan thought this was better. He still wasn't fully sure how to use it, but he had seen this kind of thing before. Diego clenched his fist, looked at Ethan, and asked if he could feel that overwhelming aura now, or if he still wanted to call it a cheap trick. A faint smile crossed Ethan's face. Red energy started pouring out of him. That caught Diego off guard. Ethan lifted his dragon arm and asked, "Like this?" Stunned, Diego could barely believe it. He asked if Ethan had copied it just by watching, even though it took him his whole life to master that dragon art. Ethan looked at his hand and said the dragon's mana was only in one arm for now, but it was still usable. Diego frowned to himself, wondering if this brat had really done it. He charged forward, telling Ethan not to make him laugh. Then Ethan raised a hand and hinted that Eric had already told him the secret. Diego smashed the ground. Ethan sprang back to avoid it. In the next instant, Diego was behind him, taunting him for looking the wrong way and asking if he was impressed yet. He followed with a heavy strike. Ethan was knocked to the ground. He pushed himself up on one knee. Smirking, Diego mocked him. Sure, Ethan could copy a weak little dragon trick, but he'd never recreate the real thing. Then Diego shouted that this was what a real cheap trick looked like. Ethan braced with his sword. A red pool spread under his feet. The chains locked Ethan in place. Standing over him, Diego sneered and asked if the Duke was really kneeling. As he swung his blade, he said this was the gap between humans and dragons. Dark energy blasted toward Ethan as Diego screamed that he was done for. A massive explosion erupted. Diego froze and asked what just happened. What kind of blast was that? He stared in shock. The humans around them started releasing dark mana. Eileen frowned and called them annoying. Another violent explosion hit. One of the men panicked, realizing this was the leader's magic thread zone. Rena smiled. Then Ethan suddenly appeared in the middle of the fight. Red mana pulsed from his heart. Diego was already unconscious. Wrapped in flames, Eileen said it ended faster than she expected, then asked if she should really show what she could do. A man shouted for everyone not to give up and to focus their power. Eileen just smiled. A giant blaze burst through the area. Steam filled the air. The man dropped to the ground. Eileen glanced at him and said she left one alive on purpose. If Ethan wanted, he could question him and get a confession. Ethan said that probably wouldn't work. The man most likely had a sealing spell on him, probably from the Archbishop, so they wouldn't get a word out of him. Hand to her face. Eileen said it was the same as last time with the dragon transformation. As Ethan walked off, she asked if she could keep the leader for research, since she might learn his techniques. Ethan said she could do whatever she wanted, but first they had to find the dragon tree. A torch burned nearby. As they moved through the passage, Ethan said magic had let them build a fortress and dig a dungeon this deep. In the dungeon, Ethan figured they had put in a huge amount of work. Looking around, Eileen wondered if this was the place. Ethan looked up and said this was what had been killing everything nearby except dragons. They stopped before a dark tree. Flames wrapped around one of its branches. A huge wave of red energy poured from the tree. Ethan studied it. While Eileen said she had finally destroyed the dragon tree, Ethan turned to her. She explained that the dragon tree had drained all the life from the land and poisoned the whole area. It was pure evil. Even with healing potions, the soil wouldn't grow crops for years. She looked down and asked if he really thought people would ever come back. Ethan said they would. People have a strong will to live. Looking at the warriors, he added that one day the dragons would fall and peace would return. When that happened, people would settle there again. Eileen smiled. Ethan said that was exactly what he was fighting for. Watching the burst of energy, he said people understood what hope was. Then Ethan noticed the dragon fruit. Eileen pointed it out. Looking at the branch, she proudly said she picked it before everything burned away. Then Ethan asked where she got the branch from the dragon tree. Frowning, he warned that it still held stubborn life energy, and asked if she was planning something dangerous. With a grin, Eileen said she had a great idea for restoring the hilt of the divine sword. First, she would cleanse the fruit completely. Rhina walked up to them. Smiling, she asked how they could ever repay the Duke. Ethan said dragons were enemies of Arden, so he only did what had to be done. Then he asked what would happen to the elves. Now, Rhina looked away, and admitted that was the question troubling her most. She said the Dragon Brotherhood spread across the kingdom would never leave them alone while they still had the World Tree. Ethan told them to come to his duchy. The elves were shocked. Ethan clenched his fist and promised that if they came, he would protect them. No order or brotherhood would be able to touch them there. Rhaina stared at him and said they were still human, after all. Ethan reminded her that ordinary humans had kidnapped and enslaved elves and dwarves before just for profit. He placed a hand on her shoulder and told her not to be afraid. Ailina said she had watched humans for decades, and she could tell the Duke was a good man. Still, she thought he carried some secret. He was too calm and sharp for someone his age, and when the dragon transformation started, he wasn't surprised at all. Then she remembered everything she had seen and said that even with all his power, he had never bullied the weak. That was why he could be trusted. Rhaina folded her hands and asked what they could do in return. Ethan said they didn't owe him anything. As he turned to leave, he offered them a small territory. If they wanted, they could avoid people completely and grow a world tree there. Rhaina asked in disbelief if they could really live there. Ethan looked back and said he only wanted one branch before they gathered the seeds and moved the tree. That had been his goal from the start. Smoke drifted overhead. Their carriage rolled toward the settlement. Looking out, Elia asked if this was the place Lawrence had mentioned, and what kind of city it was. Ethan answered that this was Carmon, the lawless city. Elia pressed her hands to the window and said it looked pretty decent for a lawless city. She had expected blood in the streets. Ethan explained that Carmon began as empty wasteland. Then drifters came, built it up, and the city took in anyone. Back then, smuggling, theft, murder, gambling, prostitution, and even kidnapping were everywhere. He went on to say that humans, elves, dwarves, and vampires were all treated the same there. As the carriage moved through the city, Ethan added that factions eventually formed, and pressure from the state forced Carmon to make its own rules. Elia asked what those rules were, and Ethan called it Carmon's Law. As they approached the building, he explained it simply: don't do anything unless you're asked. A man stopped them at the entrance, saying not just anyone could enter, and asked what business they had. Ethan showed him a gold coin and said they had come to meet the leader of the Black Brotherhood. The man was startled and wondered what kind of badge that was. Then he opened the door and invited Duke Arden inside. Elia looked at Ethan and asked what exactly he wanted from them. As they walked down the hall, Ethan said he had come to swallow them whole. The day was bright and clear. Ethan sat on the couch. With a smile, the man asked what Duke Arden was doing in a place like this. This was Dekal, leader of the Black Brotherhood, and one of Carmon's 3 strongest factions. Ethan folded his arms and got straight to it. Since they were in Carmon, he had an offer. Did they want to work for Arden? Dekal frowned. For a moment they just stared at each other. Then Dekal asked if he could ask 2 questions. Ethan gestured for him to go ahead. Holding up 2 fingers, Dekal asked why Ethan needed them, and what they would gain by serving him. Ethan smiled and asked if he had heard of the Shadow Order. He wanted to build something like that in Arden, a group that would handle the duchy's hidden work. As Dekal glanced at the girl nearby, Ethan added that they could earn the fame of Arden's secret order and learn killing techniques. That surprised Dekal. Resting a hand on his knee, he pointed out that Arden was known as a house of swordsmen, not assassins. His face hardened. Strong mana started pouring from him. Ethan watched calmly. Blue energy rose from Dekal, as he warned that if Ethan was trying to fool them and use them, then not even Duke Arden would walk out safely. Ethan let out a sigh, then he stood and said that was fair. Once up, Ethan asked to be taken to the arena. Dekal pointed out the main members of the Black Brotherhood, and asked if they could watch too. Ethan tossed his blade and said he didn't care. There was nothing that special about the technique anyway. It could be done with a sword or even a kick. Dekal asked again, still serious. Holding a dagger in front of him, Ethan asked what he wanted to see first, and said he'd show whichever one Dekal chose. Dekal frowned to himself, wondering how Ethan could be this bold, even as a genius. Knight techniques and assassin techniques were completely different. They stared each other down. Dekal figured the Black Brotherhood had only stepped in because of the former Arden head, but none of that mattered if Ethan could even kill an 8-star knight. Dekal took his stance, and said Ethan looked awfully confident, so he'd use his leg technique. Then he told him to dodge if he could. Ethan only gave a faint smile. With one hand on his hip, he said that was fine. In the next instant, Dekal was right beside him. Dekal froze in shock. He slashed at once. Ethan slipped behind him and asked if the Black Brotherhood's leader was always this impatient. The others stared, asking what he had just done. Dekal spun around in anger. His strike had missed. Ethan was already behind him again. Smiling, he asked if that was the attack Dekal meant. Dekal glared at him. Elsewhere, the Marquis told him to prepare a book on dragon techniques, warning that the art had too many side effects to test alone. Ethan answered that he'd get it ready within a week and send it over. He looked at the Marquis, who thanked him. At the table, Ethan thought about the Dragon Slayer sword he had built from techniques of other clans. Now he could push it even further. As he turned the pages, Ethan studied the dragon techniques the Marquis had gathered. Then something caught him off guard. Looking at the book, he realized that in his past life, he had never learned that person's identity. He pictured a cloaked dragon, and wondered if this was a shadow worshipper technique. Dekal frowned. admitted Ethan was impressive, and apologized for holding back. This time, he said he'd attack for real. Ethan raised a hand to stop him. That was too easy, he said. Use mana. Decal blinked in surprise. The others traded uneasy looks. Blue aura wrapped around Decal's dagger as he said he drew it fully, and asked if Ethan was looking down on assassin techniques. Ethan charged straight at him. Decal's attacks came flying in. Decal smirked to himself. Sure, he had Ethan trapped, even if he couldn't kill him. Then Ethan vanished from the middle of the assault. He reappeared somewhere else. With a blade at Decal's head, Ethan said he'd already died once. Decal was stunned and wondered what that move was. He turned and demanded to know what technique Ethan had used, saying he had never seen anything like it. Ethan just smiled and said he made it himself. Decal stared at him and asked how, when the Arden family was known for sword arts. Ethan slipped a hand into his pocket and gave him one last chance. Use his strongest move and come at him with killing intent. Decal frowned, but agreed. Blue energy began to gather around him. One of the men shouted in shock that the Black Brotherhood's strongest technique was coming out. Clones appeared around Decal. He said with a hard look that it might sound arrogant, but he was about to land a killing blow. Blue mana surged through the room. The clones circled Ethan. He recognized the attack and thought of the Shadow Worshippers, a dragon race built for killing. He remembered how they specialized in assassination. Ethan dodged the attack as Decal appeared behind him. Ethan thought about how those killers melted into darkness, dragged knights in with hidden arts, and finished them there with a new technique called the Shadow Mantle. He sprang back from Decal's strike. The onlookers watched in confusion, saying they couldn't follow it, and Decal still hadn't even touched him. Suddenly, Decal's blade flew from his hand. He dropped to one knee. Stunned, Decal realized he was the foolish one. Compared to Ethan, he was just a frog at the bottom of a well. Lowering his head, Decal admitted defeat and asked Ethan to teach them that technique. Ethan smiled and said the world of the sword was much bigger than they thought, and it seemed they finally understood that. Standing before Decal, Ethan said that even if they joined the Arden family, their main work would stay the same: gather information, and when needed remove people who had to go. But he promised the Black Brotherhood's name would still stand for justice in the shadows, just like the Royal Shadow Order. Decal smiled. Ethan asked if they would work with him. Closing his eyes, Decal said there could be no greater honor than protecting the Arden family and following this new vision. They had no reason to refuse him. Ethan reached out his hand and said this was exactly what he needed. At the door marked with a snake, Lawrence said he had sent dragon slayers to protect the elves. Then he smiled and said the Black Brotherhood was working for him. Now, Lawrence said Ethan had really done it. Then he added that Marquis Frechdal's estate had contacted them. The Marquis wanted to meet Ethan in person. Looking at the pink orb, Ethan thought about the kingdom's 7 clans and the Fractal Spirit Summoner clan. From his chair, Ethan told Lawrence to make him wait. He'd send the date later. Lawrence looked surprised and asked if that would really work. Ethan said that if the man had reached out first, then he needed something. Since he held one of the 8 rings, they would have to deal with him eventually anyway. So it was better to save their best cards for now and irritate him a little more. Smiling, Ethan then asked about the lands that had been given new managers. He turned to Lawrence, who said Galen, the man placed over Hermes, was a very unusual case. With a grin, Lawrence said Ethan should go see for himself. It was worth a look. Aaliyah suddenly burst in, laughing loudly. She stopped in front of him and shouted that she had done it. Holding the fruit high, she announced that the dragon fruit was finally ripe. Ethan looked at it in amazement and said its energy had become not just purer but much stronger too. Aaliyah lifted a finger and demanded a thank you. She had burned through all her precious reserves for this. Ethan put a hand on her shoulder and thanked her. Caught off guard, she asked him to say it again. He told her he really meant it. He had been ready to throw it away, but she turned it into something useful. If she wanted anything, she only had to ask. Flustered, Aaliyah said she'd think about it later, since nothing came to mind yet. Holding the fruit, Ethan told her to take her time and think it over. Then he bit into the fruit. Later, the carriage rolled through the city, as Aaliyah fell asleep. Red mana wrapped around Ethan. He frowned and realized he had absorbed all of its energy. Looking at his hand, Ethan thought that only 7 months had passed since his awakening, yet he was already far beyond where he had been in his previous life. He clenched his fist and noted that his mana had grown, and more importantly, the white flame had now spread through his whole body. Ethan thought his inner issues were basically solved, and his core foundation was set. All that remained was facing the kingdom's 7 clans, the 8 rings, and Terran. Ethan stepped out of the carriage. Walking over to Galen, he said it had been a while. Galen bowed and began reporting that trade and culture in the city were both growing well. They moved through the city together. Looking around, Aaliyah said the place felt far livelier than before. Up ahead, a performer on stage called for attention and started talking about Duke Arden's long illness. Aaliyah eagerly wanted to watch, but Ethan said they should go somewhere else. Why sit through a play about him? Aaliyah got mad and shouted that he had promised to grant any request she made. Galen laughed and told Ethan to take in how the city's culture was growing. Aaliyah sat down with a pleased smile and said it was starting. The actor on stage shouted about Barassus village and Baron Kargus, where the people had suffered under the Red Scorpions, who took taxes while pretending it was protection money. Other actors came out bragging that they'd eat, drink, and enjoy themselves, after taking money from those miserable villagers. Then the curtain was pulled back, the crowd watched with delight. A boy actor raised his fist and shouted that he was Ethan, and the people would never suffer under those villains again. Ethan grabbed his face in embarrassment. The stage fight began. Aaliyah looked thrilled as people around her praised the Duke as an amazing hero sent by the gods. Then she turned to Ethan and asked if he had fire mana from the moment he awakened. Galen told him these shows were performed every day now, and the people loved them. He spread his hand and called this the power of culture. As they left, he said he had something else to show them. They went into a room. Galen sat at a card table and asked Ethan if he wanted to try. Ethan looked at the cards and saw they used real people and events. Aaliyah placed a card down, while Galen explained that Arden was shown as a hero to win people's sympathy, while the dragons and the Order were made to look pathetic, building hate toward them and lowering interest in the sect. He added that later they planned to link the cards with magic, making the game more vivid and organized so every citizen would absorb that same worldview. Ethan was surprised and thought the idea had real promise. Aaliyah stared in shock after losing. Ethan noted that the game was both effective and profitable, so Lawrence had been right to tell him to see it himself. Setting the cards down, Ethan said he would provide extra funds to develop the game further. Holding one of the cards, Ethan added that once things became stable, they would share the profits. Galen bowed and thanked him. As he headed for the carriage, Ethan said he was satisfied and done here. Aaliyah asked if they were going to the future agricultural center next, but he said no, they'd visit once the elves arrived. The coachman got the carriage moving, and Ethan said they were headed to Londinium. Aaliyah suddenly snapped, saying this card game had one huge problem. Holding up the cards, she complained that if even a great mage like her could lose, then anyone could. Ethan could tell from how worked up she was that the game really had done its job. She went on, saying gambling like this should be banned. Ethan teased that Galen had promised a special card as a gift, though maybe she didn't need it. That caught Aaliyah off guard, and she said he was going too far. Ethan looked at her and asked if she actually wanted the card. With a grin, he told her to admit the game was fun. Aaliyah frowned and called him awful, then added that he seemed like the kind of guy girls don't like. Ethan blinked at that. He folded his arms. Still annoyed, she asked if that was true. Was that why he didn't have a girlfriend? Ethan turned away and said he was too busy for dating. At the castle, a man ordered the gates opened. From inside the carriage, Aaliyah could still be heard yelling that Duke Arden was an idiot. A man shouted for everyone to clear the way. They had brought the one they needed. Walking into the hall, Ethan said it looked like everything was already in motion. A man greeted him warmly and said all the preparations were finished. Ethan asked Aaliyah if she had brought the world tree material. Smiling, she said she had, and she also brought the fruit of the dragon tree. She laughed and said she didn't need anyone to tell her how to use it. The man examined the tree and said this must be the ominous one he had heard about. Its aura was strange. He immediately called for everyone to hurry. They had to expand the branches and work them into the sacred sword. Aaliyah smiled and said a mage like her shouldn't be left out. Magic flashed as spells and lightning shot across the room. Aaliyah shouted instructions and the man repeated the words after her. Their magic was aimed at each piece of the work. The sword began to shine brightly. Ethan watched with interest. Under the magic, the sword started changing into something far greater. Aaliyah stared ahead in surprise. The spell kept building, creating something none of them expected. The mages were confused. This was only supposed to be a strengthening step, yet something else was happening. The materials began trying to merge on their own. The students looked up in confusion when the lanterns suddenly glowed blue. The girls had no idea what they were seeing. Some mages had to shield their eyes. The man stared at the object and said the three relics had suddenly linked together and started sucking in mana. Aaliyah warned, clearly shaken, that she did not have endless mana. All three mages poured in their power. Ethan watched in shock, unable to understand why a mere handle needed this much mana. The man admitted he didn't know either. Then Aaliyah shouted that the handle had inherited the tree's absorbing nature. She quickly decided they had only one choice: keep feeding it mana until it was full, or everyone there could die. Everyone stared at the handle. Stopping now sounded tempting, but if they broke the process halfway through, all the materials would be ruined. Ethan sent out a massive wave of power and ordered everyone to hold their positions. He gritted his teeth. The three of them forced open all 8 rings. Every stream of magic was funneled into the handle. The whole place blazed with light. Exhausted, the man and Aaliyah watched as things finally began to settle. The object now glowed red. Aaliyah asked Ethan what he thought. He said every empty space had been filled, and the dragon tree fruit had fit perfectly. Smiling, Aaliyah said the plan had been to call Ethan later and hold a separate ceremony once the handle was fixed. But instead, everything finished at once. Ethan looked down in surprise as she added that it all worked because of him. Staring at the hilt, Ethan thought that unlike his past life, something had clearly changed. A few days later, they asked with a smile if this was the glory he would be dealing with. Ethan smiled back and said this was the restored hilt of the sacred sword. Now only the blade remained. After studying it closely, a man said it was odd. Dwarves normally never sold alloy this good outside their kingdom. Aaliyah pointed to herself and said she was the reason it turned out like this. She explained that she had boosted the properties of the low-grade alloy the dwarves sold them. The man asked if she really knew how to improve materials that much. As a sick mage lay in bed nearby, Aaliyah answered that she had some help, but she had done most of it herself. She added that she first secured high-grade solvents. The man calmly said he had never seen such a pure alloy before, but they should still test it. The furnace burned fiercely. 2 workers climbed the stairs. A man shouted that the temperature was steadily rising. Everyone began pouring in the solvents. The liquid splashed onto the stone. The flames grew stronger. People watched in amazement, saying it was a miracle. Without equipment this good, the furnace would have melted already. Ethan and Aaliyah watched quietly, but the alloy just sat there. After an hour, Aaliyah yelled in frustration. The man admitted he had no idea when this alloy would melt. He had never seen anything like it. Normal metal would have melted and boiled long ago. One worker warned that the solvent's effect would end soon, and the alloy still had not started melting. Ethan said, surprised and disappointed, that maybe none of it had worked. Then he slowly walked toward the furnace. Even as everyone shouted for him to stay back, he kept his eyes forward. Someone asked if Ethan planned to raise the heat with fire mana. The others started whispering, but a man ordered them to be quiet. Watching Ethan closely, he said it wouldn't work. Even knights struggled to reach that kind of temperature. Everyone stared at Ethan, thinking that even now the Duke was still finding new ways to shock them. The workers could only watch in confusion. Ethan placed his hands on the alloy, then he shouted. A violent blaze surged through the area. Fire burst from the furnace, and at last the alloy began to melt. The man yelled that they had done it. The others stared at Ethan in disbelief, saying this was impossible. Ethan looked ahead, stunned, and thought of the legendary sacred sword, Dranion, the blade that reached the land of fire and took the Lord's flame. The man still could not believe what he was seeing. Ethan looked down and realized what was still missing. Gathering mana, he thought of the 8-ring handle he had already restored. The flames rose even higher. The man kept watching Ethan in fear. Ethan let out a breath. Ilya studied him closely. Then she heard an order. Gather every remaining member of the Order of Dragon Slayers near the forge at once. The group rushed into action, shouting over one another. Nerion turned to the side and listened carefully to the report. 2 men listened as well, focused on the message. Everyone had to gather immediately. They planted their feet and moved to obey. A man quickly reported that 101 members of the Order of Dragon Slayers had assembled. Ethan shouted that he needed some of their mana, and no one was to interfere. He gripped the handle tightly. Nerion watched with interest, unable to understand what kind of handle it was. Ethan began pulling in mana. Everyone stared at him in shock. Nerion saw Ethan's own energy slowly draining away. The gathered soldiers looked at the magic, unable to make sense of it. Ilya laughed and said this was the dragon fruit's special effect, the same thing she had seen when they made the handle. Its purpose was to gather mana and pass it to its owner. Nerion watched closely and said Ethan was not only restoring the sacred sword, he had also mastered a frightening technique. Ilya realized the Duke had risen to another level. The man looked ahead with confidence, as orders were shouted around him. The others answered in surprise that no one had known it could melt completely like this. Ilya shouted with a grin not to hold back. They needed everyone's strength if this forging was going to succeed. Everyone yelled for the others to stay sharp and not miss a single step. The workers asked each other what exactly they were about to make. One girl smiled and recalled the legend. First, the handle was made from the branches of the world tree, and then the blade was forged from sacred alloy. Ethan looked over at the workers as their nervous questions spread. He kept his gaze forward, while the man forged with expert hands. Ilya focused on the magic. Watching it all, Ethan told himself he had chosen the best path. Then the weapon rose into the sky. Everyone shouted that this was the legendary sword that had endured the white flame, and a hand closed tightly around it. Ethan lifted it high. The crowd looked at him in awe. They looked toward the kingdom and understood they now had both the power and the purpose to protect its people. In the mountains, people looked at Ethan and said he had become a legend. The sword struck the ground. Ethan turned to the others with a smile. Then a hand held up a paper, and one of the men looked ahead calmly. A letter on the table told them to wait quietly until he sent for them himself. Someone slammed a hand on the table in anger. The hero snapped that he was only a temporary ruler, yet he was already acting proud. He started to think this whole thing had been arranged to ignite the white flame. Still staring at the letter, he thought it over. Then he got up and called for the butler. The professor calmly said he was leaving the clan in his care until he returned, because he had something important to investigate. The hero looked ahead, sure that if they truly had a vision, their knowledge would keep being passed down. Offerens looked at him as the guy asked if he had something to say. The blacksmith, still seated, said the situation was serious and brought up Williams, the man making deals with the dragon race. He went on to say dwarves were being hunted across the kingdom and treated like traitors, while Hofferens only got a warning. Ethan listened in surprise. He said that was strange. The dwarves still hated dragons, but Williams was perfectly safe. Marquis Splotton had promised to look into it and contact him soon. Kuzne shouted that it was time to head back to the castle. As the door shut, Ethan realized the dwarves hated dragons, yet had no issue with the castle. Sitting with his hands folded, he said the day would come when he met the hero he remembered from his past life. Ethan fixed his gaze forward and said he needed to get ready before that happened. A festival had begun. The guy asked Fonze, surprised, if there was really a holiday at this time of year. Smiling, the hero explained that Ethan had restored the Ardin's relic, the sacred sword. The guy asked if that was why they threw a festival. As they talked, Torian stood behind them in a cloak. Fonze said the festival would have contests, and the prize was the Duke's great sword. Turian listened as Fonze added that sword masters from everywhere had gathered knights and mercenaries alike. Even those who lost might still join the Order of Dragon Slayers and make a name for themselves. The group kept walking, smiling and saying the huge crowd would be perfect for merchants like them to make money. They kept moving forward. Turian looked off into the distance and decided he should see for himself how strong they really were. One of the men blew a horn. Ethan stepped into the center and heard the crowd shouting for him to begin the tournament. Out of the corner of his eye, he sensed a powerful aura and muttered that someone was there. As he moved, Ethan said hiding was useless. The aura felt like that of a top warrior, similar to what he had sensed from Count Merc at the ceremony. With a faint smile, he drew his sword and guessed it might be Tyrion. He set the weapon on the sand, thinking the man must have lost patience and come himself. The crowd stared at the new divine sword in awe. Ethan raised his voice and announced that today was the first day of the 10-day tournament. Grinning, he told everyone to enjoy themselves. Then Ethan sped up. The whole crowd, including Tyrion, watched the arena in shock. Fireworks burst across the sky. Tyrion looked up stunned, unable to understand how Ethan had set that off so easily with the sword. Then Tyrion noticed something else. Ethan slowly walked back. He glanced at the man from the corner of his eye. Tyrion looked down at himself in surprise, not understanding what had happened. A huge glass slammed onto the table. Everyone celebrated, laughing that this was real fun and calling for more drinks. Looking around, Tyrion admitted it was all incredible. He remembered visiting this city under past rulers, when the people were poor and death was everywhere. Now the same city had changed completely in just a few months, and Tyrion couldn't believe a man who had only recently turned 20 had done it. Then he heard something nearby. Tyrion turned and saw two people arguing over a set of cards that caught his interest. A man walked over and told them to stop fighting. He explained that these cards came from the Arden department. The tavern owner hadn't cheated anyone, and they should just enjoy the festival. Tyrion watched in surprise, as one man complained he had spent a lot, while the other calmed him down and called him Marquis. He looked at the Urbana card game. A regular set cost 50 copper, while a special set cost 50 silver. Tyrion couldn't figure out what made them so valuable, that even nobles were buying them. Opening the doors, the hero said the main event he cared about was the Order of Dragon Slayers match in 2 days, but first he should try the card game to understand the local culture. 2 days passed, and the arena was ready. The hero stared ahead in disbelief. He had only meant to try a few rounds, and now he still didn't understand what kind of card game this was. Tyrion sat calmly and said he had only just come to his senses 2 days later. He glanced sideways at the knight who had come to watch the tournament. The hero noticed the man had shown up wearing a hooded cloak. With a smile, the guy asked Tyrion if he liked the city. Confused, the hero asked how he had done it. The guy shot back angrily that Tyrion had been told to wait, yet came anyway, and even made fake papers enough to charge him with a crime. Tien clenched his teeth. He was being looked down on, but he couldn't show it. Before Tien could answer, the guy stood and said the main fight was starting. He calmly walked off, telling Tien to meet him at midnight in the castle and find the office himself. Tien tried to ask something, confused, but got no chance. One of the men raised a hand and announced the winner. Then he shouted to the crowd that it was time for the 7 Stars Knights battle. Tien entered the arena with confidence. Smiling, the announcer called out the next fighter. The crowd watched the two combatants with excited smiles. Sir Fulton, sent by Bessus, stepped into the arena. He faced forward without fear. Nerion looked aside with a smile. Someone placed a paper in a book and said it should be passed on to Bloten. Fulton stared at it in surprise, saying it was that same book, the one that couldn't remove the side effects of Dragon Tribe magic. Sitting on the throne, Ethan said the harmful spells had been rewritten at the Marquise's request. The guy looked at the sheet, stunned, unsure if it was even possible or what the note meant. Ethan smiled and said that with those talents she could raise her level with ease. Fulton said this would finally let him go beyond 7 stars, and the Duke's teaching would be incredible. Nerion looked at his opponent and asked if a knight from Bias joining the tournament broke the rules. Fulton replied that he owed the Duke a great deal, first for restoring order to the Order of Dragon Slayers, and then for much more. The hero looked at him confidently, as the man said that if he took first place he would hand over the reward. Gripping his sword tight, he added that he knew this was an important man charged with protecting the Duchess. With a smile, the announcer shouted to the crowd that the match was beginning. Nerion rushed in, telling his opponent he should learn some manners. Fulton charged forward, just as boldly. The two men clashed. Tien watched the fight in surprise. He said this was a match between the duchy's finest knights. Watching Fulton, Tianrian judged that their total mana wasn't that high, but their skill was impressive. Their swordsmanship was polished far beyond normal. The fight was on such a level that any of them could compete with family orders that had 7-star warriors. Tien kept watching, unable to figure out how they had trained like this. Looking toward the Duke, he thought all these fighters were terrifying. Night came. Tien looked around and called on the spirit of the wind for help. Then he rose into the sky. Flying fast, the hero thought Ethan was clearly hiding a secret, and they had to uncover it no matter what. He slipped in through a window, deciding that if Ethan refused to cooperate, force might be needed. Tien found Ethan already standing there. With a smile, the protagonist said he had expected Tien to drop right away. Tien stared at Ethan in surprise, and realized everything the moment he saw him. He understood that Count Merc had lied to protect Duke Ukraining's name, when he claimed Duke Arden was only equal to the kingdom's strongest swordsman. Remembering the fight, Tien thought that couldn't be true. Arden's chance of winning was 7 out of 10, and that was only 9 months after waking from a coma. Smiling, Tien said that alone could be proof. Ethan watched him closely as Tien said there was something he wanted to know. Then Tianrian asked if there was something in the estate that could pass on memories or experience. Ethan, startled, asked what he meant. Closing his eyes, Tianrian said Ethan's reaction told him he couldn't be fooled. The hero smiled at him and said he understood everything, so he wanted to make a deal. Ethan looked confused and asked what he was talking about, saying he had only acted surprised to play along. Glancing at Tianrian, the man said he finally understood why he had come. The protagonist realized Tianrian believed Marquis Fractal had passed his experience on through the bloodline, and that the 7th line believed this was how he had returned. Tianrian knew he couldn't handle this by himself, so he tried to strike a deal and test Ethan at the same time. He studied Ethan and said he had snuck in for one reason: to learn this secret no matter what, and use it to gain power over the other clans. Ethan stayed calm and said he needed to test him first, because there wasn't enough proof to start trouble between the 7 clans. Tianrian smiled and promised a big reward if Ethan talked. Ethan answered that he didn't need money and would explain it for free. That only confused Tyrion more. Why was he giving it up so easily, and what was he really planning? Ethan said it was simple. This power could only be inherited. Only those with Arden blood could awaken it, and even if someone else taught the method, they still couldn't copy it. He added that it wouldn't be hard to find records about the Arden sword tower. Their relatives had sold those materials for years, and the family members who never gained the Black Flame were made managers of the sword tower. Even without the gift, they still inherited memories and could keep developing the Arden sword style. Tishan was amazed. To him that meant fire mana and bloodline talent were being passed down through memory. Ethan smiled and said that if Tianrian's curiosity was satisfied, he could leave now. The two locked eyes, and Tianrian finally said it would be hard to face the other 6 families alone, so they should become allies. Ethan looked surprised and flatly refused. Then Tianrian rushed off, asking where the girl was. He ignored everyone calling after him. Fire gathered in his hands. The girl was standing right in the flames. The blaze swept across the whole area, kicking up fierce wind. Fire tore through the scarecrows, while she watched it calmly, holding the flames in her hands. Tianrian nervously told her to come out at once. She looked at the fire and said her power had grown so much that she couldn't fully control it anymore. He snapped his fingers, and the flames slowly began to fade. The girl looked at Tianrian, and reminded him that he was the one who told her not to wander, and locked her up here. Tianrian, still wary of her fire, covered himself with ice for protection. He pointed upward, not even noticing the smoke rising from his singed hair. An icy hand put out the last flame, and then Tianrian told her he had found a groom for her. She stared at him in confusion. Tianrian suddenly realized that if Ethan was telling the truth, an alliance with the Fractal clan would give him huge influence in the kingdom, and even if Ethan had lied, the Arden clan was clearly rising again, so building ties early still sounded smart. She had already received tons of marriage offers, and Duke Raishan even tried to marry Milton to her, so he could swallow their clan. Tyrion had refused before, but now he saw a new chance that could change the whole game. Ethan calmly said no. Tyrion blinked in shock and asked why. He loudly insisted that his daughter was an extraordinary beauty. Ethan snapped back that he didn't care about that. He was trying to figure out the Arden clan's secrets. Tyrion said he truly regretted everything tied to his family's secrets, but even so, the Agilas and Raishan kept trying to hurt them. Then he pointed out that Ethan had shared this secret only with him, which meant he wanted an ally. Ethan fired back that if that was the case, he could just send letters to everyone. He raised his voice and warned that once the Arden secret spread, all kinds of ugly ideas would follow. People would want ties to him just so their descendants could gain that power. Some would try to ally with him, while others would watch him or kill him if they couldn't win him over. Tyrion pressed his lips together and said the kingdom might have 7 clans now, but things could turn dangerous fast if Duke Arden used himself as bait to turn them against each other. He looked at Ethan in disbelief, and called him a terrifying man for being willing to risk his own life. Ethan tightened his expression. Tyrion realized Ethan had probably seen through him, but since things were urgent, Ethan offered another deal. Ethan said he would reveal his secret when he chose, and Tyrion could use that time to prepare. Tyrion looked confused, and Ethan finally named his price, the return of his family's treasure. After the former Duke of Arden died, a strange liquid came from his body. The Duke of Agils tried to use it against the Prince of Terran, but it accomplished nothing. Tyrion clenched his fists, realizing that if Ethan wanted it back, it was probably tied to Arden blood. Still, he agreed to send everything within a week, and said he had to leave. As Tyrion flew through the sky, he thought this was a real chance, and now he needed a plan. Isra Fractal was Marquis Tyrion's only daughter. Among the clans, she was known as the most desired bride in the Western continent. Beautiful, gifted, and already ranked 7th in ability at a young age. So when she heard about the groom, she was furious. Her temper was impossible to control, and Tyrion had never found a way to change that. She walked up to her father and said she wasn't interested in anyone weaker than her, and on top of that, it was too hot for her to stay there. Tyrion nervously explained that the problem wasn't just her wild personality. High society also knew she had reached the 7th level. She shot back that she had long since surpassed that only made Tyrion more afraid. If the others, especially Rhayshawn and the Agils, learned the truth, they would rush to claim her. He had hidden her this whole time, but his patience was gone. Then he asked if she had heard about Duke Arden, the man everyone had been talking about lately. Isra stared at him and asked if they wanted her to marry that man. Tyrion hurriedly said yes, but first she only needed to go, take a look, and decide after that. With a smile she said she was leaving right away. Tyrion thought Milton was weak and unstable, the kind of man who could never handle her, so he lowered his head and asked Ethan to take care of her. At the market, Asura looked around in surprise and admitted the city wasn't bad. The people didn't seem rich, but she could still see hope on their faces. Looking ahead, she wondered what kind of man Ethan really was. Then her face lit up with a smile. A light burned nearby, and a crowd had gathered. One man shouted loudly to the side, while fighters held their stances with swords ready. Ethan watched and told his assistant the numbers of the people being accepted. Asura carefully came down the stairs. Seeing the huge crowd, she wondered if he was really here. The shouting went on, and Ethan kept watching. Asura scanned the line of fighters and quickly spotted Duke Ethan, admitting to herself that he was cute. She felt an aura around him at only about star level, yet people still claimed he had incredible ability. With a smile, she decided she was good enough. Since she still had a few days before the promised time, she kept wandering the city to look around. She remembered her father telling her to buy the Arden card game. Before she left, he had even warned her that she wasn't allowed to play it. The door slowly opened, the host grinned at the crowd and announced they were about to find out who was the strongest cardmaster in Rendurium. The crowd erupted in cheers, while Asura looked ahead in panic, wondering how this happened. 3 days had already passed since the promised time. The host pointed to one side and announced a master of G's who had made it all the way to the end without trouble. Then someone grabbed the man's hand. Asura looked up and saw Ethan, like a comet dropping from the sky. He firmly demanded the return of the goods before any game continued. Asura froze, realizing this man was Duke Arden. She slapped his hand away and asked what someone so famous was doing in a place like this, adding that he shouldn't bully innocent people. Ethan looked at her and said she had been watching him for about a week, and he noticed long ago. He said he waited, but she never came, so he showed up himself to keep her from running. Then he held out his hand and told her to return what she promised. She smirked and asked how he could be so sure he had found Lady Asura. Ethan answered that not everything she said was true. She told people she had only reached village level, but in reality, she was already at the 9th. Asura's eyes widened. Not only had he tracked her for a week, he had also seen through her real level. Grabbing her robe, she thought bitterly that she had spent a whole week acting, only to get exposed anyway. Then she reached into her pocket and said she would hand over the goods first. She handed over the bag and asked how he found her. He just turned and started to leave, so she asked again, confused. Her jaw dropped in outrage. From the stage, the host called for Miss Asura to come out, and the crowd started whispering, wondering if she had run off. He warned that if she didn't appear in 5 seconds, she'd be counted as withdrawn. Asura shook her head. The countdown began, and she pressed her lips tight. Nervous, she called out to the Duke and asked if this wasn't a little too rude. Ethan turned back, and she pointed out that he got what he came for, so why was he leaving now? Facing him, she said he'd already gotten what he wanted. Then she asked if he hadn't heard from his father that they might marry, and if he really had no interest at all. Asura pulled back her hood and asked if he was acting like she was already his future wife. Ethan narrowed his eyes and said Marquis Fretel clearly hadn't understood him. He had already refused that alliance. Seeing how mad she was, he added that he had no reason to marry her either. Why would he care about a girl he'd never even met? He turned away and told her to enjoy herself. Offended, she asked what he just said. Then she reminded him that she was the most sought-after bride in the kingdom. Asura Fretel, the goddess of water. He hadn't seen her fight himself, but he'd heard she was an amazing spirit summoner. With her water powers she had ended droughts, and during the dragon invasion she called up a storm at sea and drowned them. He also remembered that she helped Arden's death squad, and that support helped finish the war. Her power was still the same, but her personality had changed a lot. Water users were usually calm. As he poured the bag's contents into his palm, he figured none of that mattered. Now, he had all 4 rings. Looking at the material in his hand, he thought about the rest he still needed from the 3 clans in nearby states, and knew getting them wouldn't be easy. Ethan looked up, puzzled. Her eyes flashed red as she told him to wait. She wasn't done yet. Since she was here, she wouldn't leave empty-handed. Angrily, she challenged him to a fight. Ethan raised a brow and asked if he really had to accept. Asura smiled and offered a deal. If he won, she'd grant one request. Ethan frowned and glanced down as she added that she had power too. He shut his eyes, agreed, and told her to meet him at the training field. Maybe this could help him after all. At the field, Asura told him to begin, and Ethan answered, "As you wish." She lifted her staff, thinking no one her age had ever matched her strength, and this 7-star duke was looking down on her. A fire dome rose around her as she kept going, thinking she'd crush his pride and prove he was weaker. Then she cast a spell to widen her spirit range. Ethan looked surprised and said this was how she used fire? It was on Ignisa's level. Pleased, she laughed and said fire was her element. If he was so confident, wasn't he feeling the heat yet? A fiery whirlwind spun above as she told him to admit defeat, and maybe she'd calm the flames. Ethan closed his eyes, let out a breath, and asked if Asura Frechtel had forgotten what the Arden family was known for. She asked again, confused. Streams of fire rushed through the air. Ethan reached out and touched one without any trouble. Asura stared in shock and asked what that was. Holding the flame in his hand, he said she'd bragged so much about her talent, but she wasn't that special. Honestly, he was disappointed. She swung her staff and yelled for him to take this too, thinking there was no helping it. Hopefully he wouldn't mind if he got a little hurt. A massive wave of fire crashed toward him, and she told him to absorb this one too. Ethan just smiled, holding the sphere in his hands. Then he stretched out his arm, and the fire split around him to both sides. Asura frowned. This couldn't be real. Was the white flame really that strong? Pointing forward, Ethan said that even at the 9th circle, this was all she could do. He had to admit though, her confidence was impressive. She glared at him. Asura aimed her staff at him again, shouting that she took it back. She hadn't wanted to use everything, but he brought this on himself. Then she summoned Ignis, a highest level spirit. She angrily ordered Ignis to attack. The huge fire spirit hovered in silence. Then it looked at her and said she'd picked the wrong opponent. Asura blinked in confusion. She looked up and demanded to know what it was doing. Instead, the spirit bowed to Ethan and greeted him as the blessed lord of pure flame. Wrapped in fire, Ethan looked back at it. He asked the spirit how Ravershaw was doing, and it answered that she was always watching over him. Ethan smiled and said he hoped they'd meet again someday. For now, it should tell her to take care of herself. Ignis said it would pass the message on. Asura gaped. Rorosha was supposed to be a legend from the past, yet he knew her personally, and seemed close to her. Ethan looked at Asura and said the match was over. Would she listen to his request now? She burst out in protest. Furious, she said she couldn't accept that. Ethan frowned as she argued that even without a spirit, she was still level 9. A moment later, Ethan used the 8 rings technique. Asura cried out in fear, covered in flames. Ethan asked what kind of disgrace this was. She was supposed to be a lady from a great family, yet she was acting shamefully. Asura dropped to her knees, grinding her teeth. She realized she couldn't do anything against this crushing pressure. With the burning sphere in his chest, he told her even defeat had something to teach. A real fighter uses loss to grow stronger, and if she truly had great power, her mindset should match it. She lowered her eyes and quietly admitted defeat. At once the fire vanished. Ethan turned away and told her to go back. He'd send her a letter later. Head lowered, Asura breathed hard. Ignis looked at her sadly and said it was unfortunate. It had watched her for a long time, but this time she had faced someone far too strong. She answered that this was a first for her, and the spirit asked what she meant. Looking up softly, Asura said it was the first time she'd met a man who could calm her down. A sword hit the ground with a clang. She raised one finger, a small flame above it, and asked if he was done yet. She'd already admitted defeat, so he should stop bothering her. Meili held his aching hand while she added that she wouldn't marry him. She had no feelings for anyone weaker than her, so there was no point fighting again. He clenched his teeth, and Asura said goodbye. A moment later, he called after her, and shouted for her to wait just 3 years. Clenching his fist, he swore that once he turned 18, he would beat her and become the strongest in the kingdom. Asura turned to look at him. Then she walked up, pointed at him, and snapped that he had no right to speak to her so casually. She was a year older, his habit annoyed her, and there was nothing about him she liked. Milton Ration, the eldest son of Duke Ration, frowned and asked if this had been checked personally. Was it really true? The servant answered yes. People were saying Asura Frechtel was working for Duke Arden. Then he added that there were even rumors she was in love with him. Milton slammed the table and shouted that it was a lie. His Asura would never do that. With an angry grin, he thought about the same Asura he'd loved since she was 10, and how she had fallen for that vile duke. A moment later, He dismissed the servants and left. As he moved through the corridor, he thought about finally being recognized by the kingdom's strongest swordsman. Then he knocked on a door, thinking he needed to see her right now and kill him with his own hands. A voice from inside told him to come in. He entered, frowned at his father, and asked what was going on. Was he really going to stay quiet while Arden and Freshtroll got closer? He said he was going there now. His father angrily shouted at him to stop talking nonsense and stay quiet. The servants stared in shock. Milton bowed and apologized. The man thought angrily that this count had visited often for a long time, making threats, yet always dodged talk of the children's marriage, and now he was trying to deal with Arden. Leaning on the table, he warned Milton to do nothing, or he'd ruin everything. Milton said he understood. In a stern voice, the man ordered the 7 clans to be gathered at once, and told the butler to bring the crystal ball. The marker held the letter and thought this was great. Izara had finally found someone worthy. Reading it, he thought she'd fallen in love, which meant Duke Ethan had won the contest. So he had judged people right after all. Then he looked up and noticed Garand Ration was furious. Frowning, he thought Ration and Agules were obsessed with power. The Marquis thought the kingdom's 7 clans had split into 3 sides, hardliners, moderates, and a neutral group. He believed the hardliners were pushing Thoron, while the moderates were trying to keep their honor and do what was right. He pressed his lips together and realized he needed to talk to him first. The man stopped in front of the stone. Blue magic swirled around him. Frowning, the Duke drove his fist forward. The stone shook. Then he hit it again, and the stone shattered into pieces. Staring at the broken pieces, he said that confirmed the rumors. The Marquis looked at him and said it did. The Duke put his hands on his hips and said he would back him, since they were on the same side. But this issue was bigger than it looked, and 2 dukes would surely step in. Could he handle that? The Marquis grinned and said, Asura had finally found happiness. He wanted to protect her, so he asked for help. Since the Duke also had a daughter, maybe she could help shift the mood among the 7 clans. An hourglass came to mind as the man said the balance of power had changed. If Duke Arden joined the moderate side, everything would tilt. The Duke touched his face and said he never expected to hear that from him. What had him this worried? The image of the main character came to him. At first he had dismissed him as an annoying pup and kept an eye on him, but Duke Ethan had shown amazing talent, great skill, strong control, and none of the reckless pride people expected from someone so powerful. The Marquis lowered his head and apologized for asking such a favor. The Duke told him to relax. He had done nothing wrong, and there was no need to worry. He understood. The Marquis gave him a puzzled look. The Duke placed a hand on his chest and said he was the head of his house too, so he wanted to judge this for himself before deciding. A moment later, he vanished, saying he was going to meet him now. The man grinned bitterly and thought Duke Dustin was a good person, but with his temper, he probably would not greet him kindly. He needed to warn the main character fast. The warriors stood ready with their weapons. As a voice called for the first position, they leveled their swords forward. Ethan walked over and asked how the new knights were doing. Mengarten turned to him. Smiling, he said the men he had picked were very talented. After just a little guidance, they were already improving fast. The protagonist praised him and said he might need to leave the training ground for a while. Surprised, the man asked again. If some event was coming up, he could handle the preparations, but Ethan said that was not it. The Duke grinned. He dropped to the ground, kicking up dust. The shockwave threw the fighters back, and a voice boomed that he was Duke Dustin and had come to challenge the Duke to a duel. Mengarten frowned and muttered that this was an attack. A hand suddenly appeared over his head. Ethan shoved the man aside and faced the one charging at him. Taking his stance, he said he accepted the challenge. The Duke rushed in with a punch. Dust burst up beneath them. The protagonist blocked the strike and sent the man flying back. Mengarten turned to Ethan in fear and asked who that was. Ethan replied that Marquis Frechtel had mentioned a new challenger. Looking at the man, he added that it was the head of the Dustin clan. The man smiled, amazed. He kept throwing one blow after another, thinking how sudden his attack had been. Yet Ethan was handling everything calmly. Speeding up, he decided to test him further. Ethan slipped past the strike with ease. The Duke bared his teeth. Then he smiled and thought he would really get to see it. The protagonist struck again, and the man thought he had been right after all. Ethan reached toward him. The Duke raised his fist to hit back, thinking Duke Ethan clearly did not care much for formal manners. The two crashed into a fierce fight. The man smiled and thought Ethan had only just woken from a coma, so maybe his level and power had grown even more. As they kept fighting, the Duke realized raw power was one thing, but Ethan's edge and technique was something else entirely. How had someone that young reached this level? Ethan kept dodging the blows. The man attacked again. The protagonist crossed his arms, annoyed. The man looked at him and thought he himself had only learned the basics of combat techniques after turning 30, then spent his whole life training every day under perfect conditions. As he struck once more, he thought how ridiculous this was. A weapon flew toward the protagonist. Ethan caught it and said his opponent still could not match him in technique, so now they could move on to the real part. Smiling, the Duke said he had seen enough of Ethan's skill. Now he wanted to witness his real strength, though part of him still felt like he was dreaming. People started calling out to the Duke. A man ran up and asked what was going on, but the other could only say he did not know. Duke Dustin had suddenly appeared. Izaro was stunned. Duke Dustin was close with his family, so why was he attacking the protagonist? Then Duke Dustin shouted for Ethan to show what he could really do. He blocked another strike, and the girl thought that proved it. Ethan had not been pretending with a huge mana supply. He was a truly strong fighter who had found a brilliant path. Watching their duel, the girl thought that in her past life, fighters this strong could be counted on one hand. Ethan's eyes shine with excitement. The Duke stared back, and Izaro found that interesting. The weapon sliced through the air. The Duke looked at Ethan and thought he really was unusual. Now he understood why Izaro had fallen for him. Throwing another punch, the Duke asked if he knew. Then he smiled and said Dorothy was a very good girl. Ethan asked who that was, and the man answered that she was his daughter. Charging again, he said this was not really about them, but it mattered a lot to him who would marry her. He winked, said he would wait for Ethan's answer, and called him son-in-law. Ethan stared at him in confusion. The guy beside him congratulated him, saying Duke Dustin treasured his daughter deeply, so this meant Ethan had gained a dependable ally. The crowd started whispering that their Duke now had 2 marriage offers, and that was something anyone would envy. Others said that was only natural. This was their Duke. Izaro, however, thought she would never allow it. Clenching her fists, she declared that she would be the one to marry the Duke. Ethan dropped his weapon, turned around and asked what everyone was talking about. Then he smiled and said the chatter had gone too far. There was no discipline left, so everyone there would run 100 laps around the training field. Lawrence frowned and thought that if that was how things were, he would turn this into Arden's defeat. A shocked cry rang out in the Fractal estate. Speaking nervously into the sphere, he said he was grateful the Duke had recognized the protagonist's talent and agreed to join the plan. But was he really planning to marry Dorothy to him too? The Duke answered happily that yes, and now he understood why the protagonist had talked about him that way. He liked Ethan, and was ready to compete fairly for a son-in-law like that. Raising a finger, he added that unless Marquis Terrain planned to reject Duke Dustin himself, the Marquis quickly agreed. Frightened, the man rose from the table and said they were foolish and arrogant. The Duke went on, saying they had trusted Count Merc's words without checking Duke Arden's real ability. He had seen it himself, and Ethan's level was beyond belief. They answered that mana had not even been used in that duel, and if it had been, he would have won almost instantly. The Duke agreed, saying that was true, but that was exactly why he could judge Ethan's skill so clearly. He was no longer someone who only relied on technique. The man asked if that was really true, and said those abilities were terrifying. If so, Prince Terror might not be able to beat him in the coming competition. The Duke crossed his arms, and said Duke Ethan would definitely win. Looking at it calmly, none of their candidates could stand against him. The man slammed the table and said he objected. Closing his eyes, he said Prince Terran had not been fully shaped yet, and it sounded like the Duke no longer believed in the power of his dark magic. The Duke frowned and snapped at him to get a grip. Even if they made the prince stronger, that did not mean he would gain wisdom, sense, or self-control. The man frowned, and the Duke pressed on, asking if he was truly ready to do something that cruel after the spiritual leader had already warned him. Angrily, the man demanded to know what he meant. Was he insulting him and his family? The Duke answered that those who ruled such a great power had to follow rules, and asked whether they had even considered how much the Dustin clan's name had suffered because of their actions among the 7 clans. The man slammed the table again. Holding a mass of magic in his hand, he called that outrageous and asked if the Duke wanted to start a bloodbath right there. Everyone watched in shock. A moment later, another man shouted for them to calm down. Magic energy poured off him. He frowned and said temporary Duke Arden was stronger than they had thought, and their plan to use Prince Tyrion might fail. Fighting during meetings of the 7 clans was forbidden, and this was his warning to both of them. The Duke answered wearily that Marquis Fractal had something to say about Duke Arden too. The Marquis looked up and said beating Duke Arden now was impossible. Since there was still a year before they used Prince Tyrion, he suggested using Duke Arden instead. Aiden frowned. Arden already held a grudge against them, so he asked what the Marquis planned to do. Spreading his hands, the Marquis said they already knew his daughter was staying at Duke Arden's estate, but that carried another purpose. The man frowned and asked what he meant. Clutching his pendant, the Marquis explained that they would let Duke Arden teach their heirs while planting spies around him. So the 7 clans would invite Duke Arden to teach at Hydern Academy and train their children. The man thought it over and asked the Count what that really meant. With his eyes closed, the Count said their plan had clearly changed. It looked more like an offer of peace. The man answered that Duke Arden must have done something big if the 7 clans could no longer look down on him. The Count added that for some reason, news of the duel with Duke Dustin had spread incredibly fast. He thought that might actually help. Too much conflict between the duchies was dangerous for the kingdom. Then he pointed out one problem. Duke Arden was about the same age as the heirs of the 7 clans, so they might not listen to him. The man said the opposite could happen. Arden's success might push them to compete. Looking over the papers, he said the idea made sense, but would Duke Arden even accept? Since the clans were hostile to him, and the Arden family had leverage, he could ignore the king's order. The man stood and said Arden recently needed money to rebuild his duchy. If the 7 clans offered a huge payment, he would likely listen, and the Duke probably saw other benefits too. The Count agreed and said he had also ordered attention to be drawn away from Arden. Because of that, several Shadow Order knights died. Looking out the window, the man said losses couldn't be avoided. What mattered now was protecting Duke Arden, at least until the final clash between him and the Brotherhood. A voice asked the main character if he was really okay with this. He was about to train the heirs of the clans tied to Terran. Ethan, sitting across from the girl, said he was fine. Marquis Freshtal had bought him time. He added that the Alternese archers and the Agiles clan, the ones holding Terran, would not be sending their heirs there. That made it even better. Ethan said if he met someone from the Agiles clan now, he'd get angry enough to destroy them on the spot. Then a warning echoed in his mind. Duke Ethan, be careful of Duke Gimam Agiles. He's the one controlling Prince Terran. Another thought followed. Agiles was a dark mage far stronger than him. Setting down his cup, Ethan thought they still couldn't handle Duke Dustin. If they rushed in angry, Agiles would be impossible. So he would wait at least a year, grow stronger, and make sure none of the 7 clans could back Agiles by then. Ethan folded his hands deep in thought. Pieces moved into place in his mind. To do that, he needed to meet the heirs of the clans and find a way to use them. If he could build ties with them, it would help him even if Lawrence came up with another plan. And if that failed, he could still learn their techniques. They had stolen Arden methods before, so he was ready to do the same. From the student's sloppy technique alone, it was obvious they had no idea he could read and break down secret arts. The protagonist rose from the sofa and told his sister not to worry. Everything he was doing was to bring Terran back. Smiling, she said she believed in him. He should find their brother, and she would protect the duchy. As their horse carriage rolled down the road, a voice shouted again. The protagonist frowned and said he had explained it step by step, yet she still couldn't do it. The girl lowered her head, shut her eyes, and apologized. Crossing his legs, he reminded her that she had asked for this. He had even started teaching her on the ride to the academy, but she still showed no progress. Seeing her tears, he said she had bragged about having amazing talent, yet she hadn't learned a thing. The girl started crying hard. Ethan paused and asked if she was all right. She apologized again and said that next to him she felt useless. Ethan apologized too. He told her she had helped the duchy a lot, admitted he had been too harsh, and asked her to forgive him. The girl stared at him, lips parted. Then, in her mind, she thought that she loved him. Meanwhile, she stayed seated in the lotus position. Ethan smiled and said yes, that was it. She was doing better than he expected. Isara frowned to herself. The Duke was an excellent teacher, so what was wrong with her? Watching him, she thought maybe she had been messing up on purpose, just to make him teach her differently. Then the protagonist said he now understood why she had wanted to start training early. He looked at her and said he liked how eager she was to learn new things. His advice seemed to be working. The girl took a deep breath and thought about how, for days, she had gathered information on every girl around the Duke. One was a strange lunatic, another dressed like a boy, and always looked gloomy. Annoyed, she thought she never expected the Duke to be this uninterested in girls. Ethan noticed her turning away and said this new training pose actually suited her. The driver called out that they had arrived. They had reached Ferrantium, the kingdom's capital. Voices rang out nearby, telling everyone to hurry and move out faster. The carriage door shook. Then, with a shout to move, the carriages started off again. A boy hugged his knees and thought Isara couldn't really have fallen for some low-ranking noble. Frowning, Milton told himself the man must have tricked her. Isara would wait for him, and he would save her from Duke Ethan. They approached the castle. It was the Royal Academy of Hydern. Someone walked ahead of them. Ethan smiled and asked if this was the place. It looked better than he expected. The Count opened his arms and said they had been waiting for them. Smiling, the man asked if the trip had gone well, and said he wanted to explain something before classes began. The protagonist asked if this was an order from the royal palace, then told him to go on. The Count secretly told him he was sorry, but the clan leaders had no plan to obey him from the start. Ethan answered that there was no need to whisper something so obvious. Coughing, the man got to the point. If the students defied him, he could punish them, but he must never kill, cripple, or do anything that would cause major fallout. Ethan put his hands in his pockets and said the Count worried too much. Even his patience had limits, but violence wasn't always needed to teach discipline. The Count handed him a coin and said he hoped they could work well together. Still uneasy, the Count watched him leave. Ethan smiled to himself, thinking that since he would be teaching combat, he would need to hit them sometimes. He'd just make sure to strike places that wouldn't leave marks. Then someone stepped in front of the girl and the main character. Milton glared and said it was good he had made it in time. Isara asked in surprise if he was already here. Grinning, he said yes. A second later he shouted at Duke Arden that he was using his right to challenge him. The girl snapped and asked what kind of nonsense this was. Ethan stopped her with a hand. He thought the right to challenge was exactly why he had created this simple rule for proud students who refused to see him as their professor. Calmly, he remembered that they could challenge him anytime. And if they won, they wouldn't have to attend his lectures anymore. Ethan smirked. Better to show them once than explain it 100 times. With a smile, he told Milton to follow him to the training ground. People rushed over, shouting in confusion. The Duke had just arrived, and there was already going to be a fight. They called out to the protagonist. Count Millen, the rector of Hydern Academy, hurried over and told him to wait. What fight was this? He had only just arrived. Milton frowned and asked why not. He had used his right to challenge. Millen said he had heard that too, but classes only started tomorrow. Ethan replied that it didn't matter. The protagonist held out his hand and asked for a wooden sword. The man panicked. Duke Ereng was the kingdom's best swordsman and strongest warrior. No matter how the match ended, someone would be unhappy, and that meant trouble. He looked up, decided he'd take responsibility, and said he would act as judge. Then he spread his arms and told them to take their positions. The girls started arguing over who would win. Most picked the kingdom's top swordsman, saying they'd heard Duke Ethan only had 7 stars. A second later, Yazara snapped at them, demanding to know what they had just said about her Duke. Mayton shot back, upset, saying her Duke was not that stupid. Millen shut his eyes and reminded them this was only a match, no killing, and no serious injuries. Then he asked if both sides agreed. Mayton answered at once that he agreed. Ethan said the same at the same time. Millen lifted his hand and called for the match to start. As he swung his sword, the boy thought he'd heard Ethan was on the same level as the Duke, but his family had a new breathing art, the reverse heavenly method. With an angry shout, lightning burst around him. The crowd stared in shock, telling each other to look at that. It was pure energy like they had never seen before. Millen stared, thinking the boy's mana was unbelievably strong. He opened one eye, and worried that power was too much for a simple match. What if something went horribly wrong? Then he looked at Ethan in confusion. The Duke was not even getting ready to fight. People started whispering, wondering what he was doing, and if maybe he wanted to. Ethan only smirked. Looking at the boy, he could tell he was completely blinded by anger. Millen attacked in a rage. He brought his sword down, yelling for Ethan to die and calling him pathetic Arden. Dust exploded off the ground. The crowd coughed, shocked by how huge the blast was. Millen panicked, shouting that Duke Raishane had used far too much force, and if Duke Ethan was badly hurt, the boy's weapon dropped to the ground. A moment later, Millen was the one lying in a pile of rubble. Everyone started shouting, asking what had happened, and how this was possible. He was supposed to be the strongest swordsman. Asura could only stare in shock at what she had seen. When Millen attacked, a powerful aura had burst from the Duke's heart. His counter was so fast it was almost impossible to follow. The girl pressed her lips together, thinking about how. Then she cupped her face and thought it looked incredibly manly. Ethan calmly said Millen was not too badly hurt and should be taken to the infirmary. The others rushed over, asking if he was okay, and telling each other to carry him quickly. On the next day's first lesson, a voice told the class to begin by introducing themselves. The girl raised her hand and introduced herself as Asura from the Frechtel family, saying she had enrolled in spirit summoning. Another girl said she was Dorothy Dustin and had joined martial arts, then quietly asked Anini what had happened yesterday. A boy introduced himself as Leon Aiden and said he was studying spear technique. Under his breath he answered that the son of Duke Radaeon lost control of his anger and made a mistake. The next boy said he was Zeros Zenoris and had signed up for magic, while thinking to himself that he still had no idea what that power was, maybe some kind of magic. Millen Radian introduced himself and said he had signed up for fencing. Ethan put his hands on his hips and said this class had students from many different fields. But in a real fight, no one promises the enemy will use the same style, so they would learn from each other and practice against all kinds of opponents. Smiling, he added that before class began he wanted to test their skills for safety and for training. Millen raised his hand and asked about himself, saying he still couldn't control his mana after what happened yesterday. Ethan said flatly that Millen would go last, which made the boy ask in confusion. Then he glared at Ethan and said the professor had told them to volunteer, and now he would answer for what he had done. Milton angrily thought this brat was trying to prove who was stronger, just to humiliate him. One student nervously asked if they could really use mana. Ethan said yes, they should fight with everything they had, like a real battle. Zeros nervously repeated, "A real battle? That sounded dangerous." Ethan smiled and asked what else they were supposed to do without mana. Dance? Then he told them to begin, and said he would stop the fight when needed. Leon leveled his weapon and said he hoped this would be a good fight. Taking his stance, Zeros answered that he hoped so too. Then he shouted that he was moving in. Leon frowned, thinking he had to strike first before Zeros could use magic. He raised his weapon and planned his move, stop him, hit him, then lock down his legs from a distance. Zeros put up a magic shield. He stomped the ground, and Leon thought now's the time. As he used a binding spell, the other boy cried out, blocked the attack, and fired back with several strikes. Their power crashed together. Leon gritted his teeth and swore. Ethan watched in silence while people behind him praised them, saying the children of the Great Seven clans really were powerful. The protagonist frowned, thinking these two clans had quite a high level of talent. As he watched, he thought they were still inexperienced, but their basic form was already there. Ethan stepped forward, feeling he had seen enough. The next moment, he caught both of their weapons and said that was enough. Zeros was stunned by how fast he moved. Leon looked at him with the exact same thought. Ethan said the win went to the spearmen and told them to go back. Then he called for Asura and Dorothea to come out. The girl put her hands on her hips and told Dorothea she was unlucky, which made the other girl ask what she meant. Zero smirked and bragged that on the way to the academy, the teacher had given her a private lesson. It had been just the two of them in one carriage. Dorothea's eyes went wide, and she said she wanted to get stronger too. Zero shouted that she still didn't get the hint. Ethan raised his hand and announced the start. Fire suddenly formed in the air. Dorothea stared in shock. Zero smirked and told her not to feel too bad. A spinning blast of fire shot straight at the girl. The explosion was so strong it threw Dorothea into the air. Zero said in surprise that Izara's talent was amazing, and Leon replied with a smile that his own skills were impressive too. There was a reason he was called the Prince of Magic. Zeros laughed awkwardly and reminded him that he still beat him. Dorothea stood there with her eyes shut and muttered that this was too much. Zeros happily said he had learned something, and Leon said the same, adding that he hoped they could become friends. Right then, Ethan called them over, shouting for the spearmen and glasses, and both looked at him in surprise. Holding a weapon, Ethan told them they seemed to have no idea how awful their skills really were, then ordered them to attack him together. The boys lit up, and Ethan added that if they landed even one hit, they could count it as a win. Leon charged first, saying he would take that hit himself. Ethan frowned and told the boy with glasses to watch closely. The base of a mage's style is dodging attacks, yet he had only focused on making defensive circles. In an instant, Ethan knocked Leon's strike aside. Zero stared in shock and said it was the same. His family's secret art flashed through his mind. How did the Duke know it? On top of that, Ethan's level looked almost the same as his father's. Ethan called out to the boy that this too. Then he pointed his weapon and said he should stop and strike. Leon shouted in shock. He frowned, thinking that couldn't be. His father's image filled his mind, and he wondered how he could see his father in the Duke. Ethan struck again, then rushed toward the other boy. A moment later, he used a binding spell. Dorothy's jaw dropped. Smiling, Ethan said they would rank everyone. Asura, the spearman, the boy with glasses, Dorothy, and the idiot. Grinning, he added that the last two would have to wake up at dawn and train 2 extra hours. Milton frowned angrily. At the university building, Ethan praised his students for showing up on time. Looking at Milton and Dorothy, he asked if the losers were ready for their extra lesson. When neither answered, he said they would begin with the basics, but a sharp cry cut him off. Both turned, and Ethan hummed with interest. Then he looked at the blushing Dorothy and asked what was wrong. She was thinking that the method he taught yesterday was built on their own secret techniques. She remembered Ethan standing beside Leon, telling him where to focus his mana and when to step in harder. She also remembered him coaching Zeros, who was shocked by how fast he became under Ethan's guidance, and realized that after only a little correction, their skills had jumped right away. Raising her hand, Dorothy shouted that she wanted to try attacking Ethan, now understanding that his talent was far beyond what any of them had imagined. Ethan looked at her calmly and asked what she meant. She wasn't trying to act like Milton, was she? Dorothy quickly waved her hands and said no, that wasn't it. She only wanted to try the technique so Ethan could show her how to use it better. Ethan let out a relieved sigh, pointed to the arena, and said he got it. She should stand there and try to hit him. The girl agreed. Taking her stance and wrapping herself in aura, the pink-haired girl shouted that she was coming in. As she swung, she moved into the third form of Taishan boxing. She drove a straight punch at the side of Ethan's head with a crushing blow. Dust rose across the training yard. Milton watched in surprise. Ethan casually stopped her punch with one palm. Dorothy looked up at him, confused, and asked what had happened. She couldn't understand it. Ethan had barely moved, yet the mana in her punch had vanished. Ethan used mana wave dispersion, sending a red wave of mana through the girl's channels. He pulls his hand back and says she does not even have a quarter of Duke Arden's skill, so they need to start with the basics. Stepping closer, he explains that when she makes a fist, she should turn her waist a little to the right, plant her step better, and stop breaking her mana flow. Then he shows the motion himself, turning his body, and saying this is how the mana should move. And then he smacks Dorothy in the face. The force kicks up dust behind her. Milton stares in shock from behind Dorothy as Ethan tells her to try again, and she agrees. Then Ethan looks at Milton and tells him to come over and use his family's secret sword art. Milton looks back and says he does not want to. Ethan asks why. Was he refusing the lesson? Milton suddenly snaps, yelling that the professor only acts like he wants to help, but is really trying to steal their family techniques. A scared Dorothy asks if that is true, and he mocks their so-called heavenly art, asking if it is really so weak that someone could steal it after seeing it once. Ethan folds his arms and says Milton's arrogance is almost impressive. Milton starts grinning, but Ethan drops a bomb. His family stole the Arden clan's art and used it to make the dragon technique. Milton exhales and realizes Ethan is trying to bait him. He tells himself to stay calm. There is no way anyone could copy the technique his father created just by seeing it once. Clenching his fist, he says fine, he will show it. Mana bursts out in front of Ethan. Milton shouts for him to try and stop it. Sure, Ethan will never grasp the true depth of his technique. Ethan narrows his eyes. Then he studies Milton's mana circles, and quickly figures it out. Near the heart is a gap in the flow, and that hole sends the mana backward. Two currents run into Milton's hand, one blue and one orange. Ethan sees they move in opposite directions, and their clash creates the blast. Controlling both at once clearly takes years of training. He walks behind Milton and strikes between his shoulder blades, saying the problem is there, which catches him off guard. Then Ethan taps a few more spots and explains that the flow needs to be smoother here and here, while the collision at those points should be stronger, so the mana explosion comes out naturally. Milton yells, asking what he just said, while Ethan adds that if those conditions are met, the linked flows will grow stronger. Milton glances back over his shoulder, stunned that Ethan understood the core of his technique at a glance. He grips his sword with both hands and realizes that when he follows Ethan's advice, the power really does increase. Ethan goes back to Dorothy and tells her she is doing it right. Watching this, Milton finally sees how amazing Ethan is, and that learning from him might actually help. Then he remembers his father by the window, telling him to learn what Arden can do, and reminding him that the world is much bigger than he thinks. Milton gives a shaky grin, and thinks this is good. Now he might be able to beat Asura. As storm-like mana wraps around him, he becomes sure he can defeat her. A week goes by, and a shout breaks the cloudy morning. Milton hits the ground again. Leon says the son of Duke Ratchian is stubborn. He keeps losing, but still challenges her every morning. Zero says he will have to admit Duke Arden's authority, because these lessons really work. He is even getting interested himself. Just then, Ethan asks Milton how long he plans to stay on the ground. Zeros adds darkly that they all still have a chance, and Leon asks what he means. Turning with a confident pose, Zero says the Duke is not paying attention to them right now, so he will probably be amazed later when he sees their special techniques. He fixes his glasses and says they should hide their real skill for now, then reveal it all at once in about a month. Both of them grin, saying they will teach the Duke a lesson and become famous. But Ethan turns toward them, thinking they are idiots. He heard everything. With a hard look, he says the contest is over for today. Ratchian has trained for a week and still handles mana clumsily, so it is time for class. He tells him to stand where he pointed. Then Ethan rises with an even colder expression, looking at Milton as he walks toward Dorothy, who asks if he is okay and says he should have stopped. Ethan thinks the guy is strangely funny. He remembers crossing a snowy wasteland with a bundle in his arms, and thinks Milton is stubborn in a way that does not fit a rich duke's son. Still, that trait matters if someone wants to reach the top. With a slight smirk, Ethan realizes Milton could be useful too. He calls out to the lined-up students, says good, and announces that today's first student is Ratchian. He tells Milton to take his position again, which makes the others question him. Milton puts a hand to his chest, grins, and asks if they thought he would quit and lose faith in himself. He says they should not underestimate him. Then he remembers his father's crushing aura, and those harsh words that his level was low, he was too spoiled, and maybe he was not fit to carry the future of the Ratchian family. He frowns, realizing he has always been missing something. Holding his sword close, he unleashes a raging stream of mana, and decides that no matter what, he will never back down. Then he charges. He shouts as he rushes forward with his sword. The mana around him burns even harder, as he uses the reverse heavenly technique. Throwing one arm back, he yells that he is coming, and dashes at Ethan. Ethan smiles and tells the others to watch closely and learn. This is close to the final form of the heavenly sword art. Then Ethan mirrors Milton's move, using the same reverse heavenly technique. Milton freezes in fear, sensing something is wrong with the image of his teacher in front of him. Their swords collide. Mana flares wildly, and the other students shield their eyes from the blast of light. Then the mana around Milton's sword scatters. Breathing hard, he stares at his blade. When he looks up, he realizes Ethan's stance inside the reverse heavenly flow was exactly right, and without noticing, he had started copying that perfect method. Milton's eyes shake as he understands Ethan was trying to teach him the whole time. Ethan lowers his sword. Then he looks at Milton and says he has finally learned the basic movements. Leaving him stunned, Milton looks up and asks what he means. Smiling a little, Ethan explains that before Milton was just swinging his sword and copying shapes. Now he actually knows how to use what he learned. So for the first time, Ethan feels like he truly taught him something. Milton looks at his hand and realizes this is the first time he has crossed blades with his teacher. All week long, he had only been beaten down. He bites his lip and sinks into despair. Milton starts to bow and thank him, but Ethan cuts him off, saying there is no need. Watching him bow so stiffly is disgusting. Hands on his belt, Ethan sighs and says training gets harder starting tomorrow. Milton gets irritated, knowing he really did learn a lot, and should at least say thanks, but then Asura suddenly calls out to the Duke, waving as she runs over with a basket. She thinks lunch is almost here, so she cooked for him herself, since the dining hall food is not very good. Milton starts saying he has no idea what she means because today's lunch is lobster, but she stuffs a donut in his mouth. Pointing a fist at him, she tells him to shut up if he wants to live. Then, acting like nothing happened, she runs to the Duke and thumps him on the back, while Duke Ration watches in confusion. Milton chews the donut angrily, thinking this is all the Duke's fault. The guy is an idiot for forgetting Milton is still his rival. First he will learn his techniques, then beat him. A second later he spits the donut out and starts coughing. He stares at it in horror, as something clearly inedible and maybe deadly oozes from it. What even is that taste? His hand trembles as he drops the donut to the ground, thinking he and Asura had been on pretty good terms too. Walking up to Arden, Asura tells him to eat before it gets cold, and Ethan turns his back. Later, 2 carriages leave Thorn Fortress. Zeros folds his arms and complains that it is freezing. Leon tells him coming all this way with just 1 uniform and 1 weapon was a bad idea. Without taking his eyes off the view outside, Milton says anyone who doubts their own strength should turn back. This training is voluntary. Leon turns and asks what he said, but Zeros reaches out to calm him down, reminding him they are still in 2nd and 3rd place. Adjusting his glasses, Zeros says even their family background will be judged in the place they are heading to, since it shapes the rankings of future generations. All they have to do is prove what they can do. Clicking his tongue, Duke Ratian turns back to the window. Riding in the cart, Logan smiles out the window. It has been a long time since he came here, the Heinkel Mountains, a deadly place guarded by a fortress built to keep monsters out. He thinks this is the perfect place to train. Until now, these noble kids have only lived easy, protected lives. Now they're in the snowy mountains, and the protagonist knows they'll be facing wild monsters that don't care about rules or reason. Then the cart door slams open. Standing before the students, Logan tells them the ranking battle starts now. He taught them the basics, now it's time to use them. The students glance at each other, wondering where they're supposed to make camp. Aslan adjusts his backpack and explains the test area is 5 kilometers wide. Anyone who leaves it is out, and they have to survive for 2 weeks with only their weapons. Right after that he vanishes, telling them the test has begun, and they'll be watched and judged from afar. Zeros turns to Leon and says they've basically been dumped here. Leon answers that they'll have to protect themselves with mana, even while resting. Azuro notices the aura covering the area disappeared along with the Duke. Dorothy says survival training like this is easier if they work together. Zeros agrees they should first set up camp and start a fire. Leon cuts in. He doesn't think they have time for that. Red eyes appear in the forest, and one of the students yells for everyone to get ready. A group of ogres charges at them, and the students cry out as they grab their weapons. Nochulin jumps back and shouts that he'll protect her. Then he swings his sword and uses the first heavenly sword technique. Yelling that he's on defense, he slashes twice in quick, wide arcs and cuts down 2 ogres. After that, he turns to his crush and asks how that looked. She clenches her fists and snaps back, asking who's supposed to be protecting who. Raytian is weaker than she is. At that moment, 4 monsters rush her from different directions. She barely reacts and just asks what they think they're doing. Then an explosive wave of fire erupts and burns them all. Leon smiles as he lunges forward with his spear, thinking Raytian's bragging is about to end. He uses a secret spear technique and drives his weapon straight at an ogre. The strike pierces clean through its body. Up in a tree, Aslan watches in silence, and what he sees is a mess. Everyone is fighting alone. He thinks that if they really plan to work together, they should have protected the summoner and the mage first, but instead, each of them is just trying to show off. Usara wraps herself in fire and summons fireballs, while Zeros gives off a purple aura. Logan figures they can probably handle themselves, but they're wasting way too much mana. A goblin's severed hand drops onto the snow, splashing it with green blood. Dorothy shakes out her hands and says that was easier than she expected. With a blush under his eyes, Zeros asks if the professor underestimated them. Leon laughs and says maybe he did. At this rate, 2 weeks will pass fast. Aslan gives a small grin. They're completely wrong, and from here on they're about to feel every weakness they have. Later, the students roast meat over a fire. Milton picks up his piece and blows on it to cool it off. Then he offers it to Iser, saying it tastes great, and she stiffens. A second later, she snaps that she doesn't want it, tells him to stop bothering her, and says she can find her own food. Looking around at monster corpses everywhere, she yells that there's no way anyone could eat in a place like this. Biting her lip, she fumes. This whole survival test is annoying, and she doesn't even need it after passing the Duke's special exam. She stands up while the others stare and points out that this was already the 7th monster wave today. Hands on her lower back, she says her stamina and mana are running low, so there's no point staying here to guard this spot. Then she turns to the still chewing Dorothy, and says this group isn't helping her much anyway, so she'll go alone. With that she starts walking off and tells them to be careful. Milton rises with a grin. Throwing up his hands, he says Iser must be sick of the huge gap in skill between them, and he totally gets why she wants to split off. The others just stare, wondering if he's serious, since he's the one who spent the last 8 hours bothering her non-stop. Milton calls after her to wait, insisting she needs him and that he'll protect her. She shoots him a hard look and tells him to get lost. If he takes one more step, she'll throw him all the way back to the academy. Milton freezes with his mouth open, nearly in tears over his one-sided love, while the others calmly think, of course she said that. Someone tosses a skewer into the fire, and says at least they now have a rough idea of where to head next. Zeros turns to the pink-haired girl and asks what she's going to do, since they agreed to stay together as a team. Dorothy puts her hands on her lower back and says she's staying here because she still has things to do. Zeros and Leon wave and say they'll get going then. Milton clicks his tongue and looks away. He's still standing right where Asura rejected him. Meanwhile, Aslan lounges in a hammock, eating bread and thinking this is only the start. He knew these loudmouths wouldn't stay united. Logan notices the burning heat in Milton's chest and thinks about the mana flames he secretly placed on them. Those marks let him track their location and condition. Grinning in his hammock, he remembers that's the key rule of this survival test. For 2 weeks, they'll have to struggle and maybe start using their brains. Alone now, Dorothy sits on a rock and lets out a long sigh. Then she stands, realizing she's the weakest one there. Her head lowers with worry. Back home, her father always praised her, so she thought she was the best. If Ration hadn't done so badly, she might have ranked last. Surrounded by dead monsters, she realizes creatures keep coming to this area, which means it's the best place for her to improve fast. A howl suddenly echoes through the forest. She spots furry monsters rushing in and says it's great they showed up so quickly. Taking her stance, she realizes this is her first time fighting a whole pack of yetis. She plants her foot and uses the first Taishan fist technique. Then she launches forward and throws a punch. Her fist slams into a screaming yeti's chest. Blood sprays from its mouth, and Dorothy kicks off its head to leap at another, startling the rest. She looks around and counts them. 9. Then she remembers the professor's advice. Her hits lack weight, so she needs better footing and a sharper mana twist. She charges again, this time using Dustin's continuous strike. In a blur, she lands 10 heavy blows across several yetis. Another one swings at her, but she knocks the attack aside with a sharp flick of her hand. Shouting, she jumps back. Then she whips a hard roundhouse kick into the monster's head, using Taishan Fist's second technique, Solid Strike. She lands with pain shooting through her arm and mutters that next time she needs to increase the recoil force. Leon drives his spear upward and wonders how the professor plans to score this test. Since the goal is survival, he figures bonus points must depend on that. With one strike, he sends 3 wolves flying in different directions. To him, survival means teamwork, and he and Zeros are the only ones who actually join forces, so maybe Aslan will judge how well they coordinate. Leon shouts for his partner to move now. Zeros throws up his hands and casts a fire technique. Stream of fire arrows. He holds his arms out, yelling from the strain. A rain of flaming arrows crashes down on the monsters. Soon the ground is covered with burned wolf bodies. Leon starts laughing that they still have this under control, but Zeros quickly cuts him off and tells him to wait. He looks up and screams. A huge bird is diving at them. It's an ice condor. The bird shrieks, then it drops with its claws aimed at them, and Leon tells Zeros to get back. Spinning his spear, Leon leaps and strikes with the boomerang technique. The bird cries out and gets knocked backward. Shielding his friend, Leon says they need to retreat and plan before fighting a flying monster, but Zeros yells no. Looking up, he says this is the perfect time to test his power, and tells Leon to trust him and charge. Leon wraps himself in aura and uses an Ant Clan technique. At the same time, Zeros raises one hand, gathers green mana, and unleashes an air current. Leon glances back as the stream of mana hits from behind, and asks what Zeros is doing. Then, using the airflow, he swings his spear and shoots into the air toward the monster. He drives straight through the bird's chest with his spear technique. Afterward, he looks down at his friend with a grin. When he lands, Leon walks over and asks if Zeros really launched him into the air. Adjusting his glasses, Zeros says yes. If the enemy flies, then the spear just has to reach it. That's what teamwork means. Leon lights up with excitement and says he learned something from Zeros today. At this rate, even Duke Arden will envy their teamwork. Leon keeps laughing, but Zeros suddenly notices red mana behind him. The MC steps out of the red mana, and both boys stare at him, asking what he's doing there. Ethan had rushed over to the students. He pulled out a baton in front of the glasses-wearing boy, who asked what was happening. The green-haired boy jumped in front of him and grabbed it at once. Startled, he asked what that was, and the guy answered that there was no time to explain. He then told him to use the move from before, and the prince agreed right away. The guy charged forward and used a spear technique. Ethan raised his staff and used a wind skill, Flow Strike. The guy narrowed his eyes as green particles gathered around him. Ethan smoothly avoided every spear thrust. The guy could only stare, shocked by how strong Ethan was. He kept attacking, and even used a secret move, but Ethan blocked everything. The attacker grinned, thinking he'd sped up a lot, while the prince adjusted his glasses and realized this was the power of teamwork. The main character swung his club hard. Ethan turned aside the spearman's attack. With a grin, he said they'd finally become useful. The guy looked at him again, still surprised, and asked what he meant. The spearman also lifted his head in surprise. The club flew toward the spear, catching the club against the spear. Ethan explained that when he swings from that angle, the wind should be aimed a little higher than the target. The two boys stared ahead in disbelief, as Ethan added that they'd done one thing right, protecting the bespectacled mage. When there are many enemies, the first job is to guard the magician and use the technique around him. Then, Ethan turned, tossed the stick aside, and said training was over. The boys watched him walk away. Adjusting his glasses, the prince muttered that he never expected this. Then he told the other guy, it looked like the professor really liked their skills, so much that he came himself to teach them. Later, lying in a hammock, the hero heard that they were sure they could surpass him in a month, now that they'd become such a strong team. The girl kicked a stone down the path. Asura walked along the forest trail. The hero covered part of his face and said that for someone as talented as her, this test was too easy, so he had a special mission instead. She happily asked again, then got excited. He told her that the closer she got to mastery, the more exact her mana control had to be, so she should use mana and try to find him. Tilting her head, the girl asked where he was hiding. Standing on a rocky ledge, Asura thought that 10 days had passed. She kept training her mana control, but still couldn't find him. Looking down sadly, she admitted she missed him. His image came to mind, telling her to find him, and she realized she missed the Duke. Suddenly the girl found herself in a dark space and looked ahead in fear. Her eyes widened. She'd found him. Rising fast with green particles around her, Asura said he was on that mountain slope. She flew over to the main character, but he quickly told her to keep quiet. Surprised, she looked ahead and wondered what he was watching. Then she saw a girl fighting off monsters, and realized it was Dorothy. A goblin swung its club at her with a shout. Dorothy dodged neatly. Jumping up, she snapped her leg out. The kick landed, and the monster flinched in pain. It grabbed its hand and clenched its teeth. The hand was broken, its fingers bent badly, but it quickly fixed the hand back in place. Then the monster looked at her and laughed. Dorothy cursed to herself. They could regenerate. When the monster leaped at her again, she decided to use the third technique. She slammed her fist into it with a crushing blow. Clenching her fist, Dorothy knew it burned a lot of mana, but she had to destroy their heads so they couldn't heal. Bright blue energy flared around her as she shouted. Dorothy unleashed a barrage of strikes, a long crushing combo. Watching with wide eyes, Asura thought Dorothy was doing really well. Then Dorothy started running from a huge monster in fear. She turned back and cried out in panic. The monster's fist smashed into her. Dorothy coughed blood and dropped her head. The hit sent her flying, kicking up a cloud of dust. She landed unconscious against a broken tree. The girl let out a weak sound. The monster spread its arms and roared. Barely lifting her head, Dorothy said she had to get up. She struggled onto one knee as the monster rushed toward her. Head lowered, she wheezed and wondered what she could do. The monster kept coming. As it got closer, she thought that if only she were a little stronger. With one hand on the ground, Dorothy bitterly thought this was almost funny. As the troll threw back its head, she realized her greed had only now awakened. Only now did she truly want more power. If only she had a little more time. A memory of Duke calling her name flashed through her mind. The monster charged again. Then she remembered the man who used water, saying it was a secret technique of the Dustin family. Her eyes widened. Dorothy thrust her hand out toward the incoming fist. The troll stared in shock when she parried the blow. Blue particles swirled around her clenched fist like water. The monster stepped back, frightened, with one hand raised. It shook its head and growled. Then it glared ahead and opened its mouth in rage. The troll swung another fist at her. Gritting her teeth, Dorothy said this move was penetrating. The monster's fist crashed into the ground. She leaped up and struck back. Dorothy hit the troll in the face with her second technique. The monster looked at her hand in shock as it stopped just before him. Staring ahead with tired eyes, Dorothy realized she still didn't have enough strength. Then she started falling. As she dropped, Dorothy apologized to her father in her mind, and thought this was the end. Red splashes burst out. Ethan suddenly appeared and struck the troll, saving her. Later, Dorothy lay near a fire. She slowly opened her eyes and made a faint sound. Sitting across from her, Asura asked if she was awake. Dorothy looked over in surprise and asked what she was doing there. Asura, eating food she'd cooked over the fire, asked if Dorothy remembered that the professor saved her at the last moment. Looking back, Dorothy asked if that was true and where he was now. Asura said he'd gone to help the other students and left her behind to watch Dorothy. She also added that Dorothy had been counted as dead, lost 200 points, and dropped to last place. Lowering her head, Dorothy quietly said, "So that was it." But then she smiled and said it didn't matter. She was in a great mood because she'd learned a new technique. Asura frowned, thinking that of course Dorothy was happy. That made her even more dangerous, since she didn't seem to be planning anything bad. A memory flashed of the protagonist carrying a girl in his arms, and Asura thought she'd never even dared dream of something like that. The protagonist ran ahead, thinking Milton's signal had grown too weak, which meant he had gone outside the marked area. Looking forward, the hero said that was minus 200 points. Standing on a rocky ledge, Ethan said the signal stopped there. Looking down, he recalled that the man had called himself the kingdom's strongest swordsman. Staring at the cliff, Ethan added that he didn't know how strong the guy really was, but he'd clearly caused a lot of trouble. As he climbed down, Ethan said it looked like he had fallen somewhere around there. Then he heard someone calling to the Dark Lord, saying everything was ready for the offering and they had learned all they needed about the captured knight. Peeking around the corner, the protagonist thought Milton had found something interesting. Tied up, the guy complained that since they already knew who he was, they should untie him now. The cloaked man beside him laughed and said he should be honored. His blood and flesh would become one with their lord. More laughter echoed as a creature sitting on the ground came into view. The cloaked men bowed and said they had prepared a special offering today, asking him to enjoy it and bless them. Then the metal dragon alas appeared. Slightly turning his head, the dragon said the quality wasn't bad, but there were 2 sacrifices today. The cloaked men looked at each other. One asked what he meant by 2, and the other nervously guessed he meant them. White smoke mixed with red particles spread out. The tied-up guy looked up and shouted, asking what that was. Milton lowered his head as smoke rose near him. Ethan appeared looking straight at the dragon and called him sharp. Holding his sword out, the hero said that with all the mana he'd eaten and that 8-star dragon head above him, he should have figured it out. Hands on his knees, Alassim said today was his lucky day. He would get to eat 2 people with mana. Ethan swung his sword at the dragon and called him insane. Alas stretched out his hand and growled. A bright yellow flash burst in front of Ethan. Countless clawed limbs shot toward him. With a quick swing, Ethan knocked the attack away. Looking at the flash, Ethan cursed the bastard. Alas clenched his fingers and laughed. Leaning slightly forward, the protagonist realized the metal dragon really was powerful. His new sword couldn't even leave a mark. Then Ethan turned to the swordsman and told him to watch carefully. Red and blue particles rose around Ethan's body, as he said he'd teach this technique after they returned. The dragon roared and spread its arms. Colored lightning burst out as Ethan called on the reverse heavenly sword. He charged in and used the first technique on the dragon. Milton stared in shock. Fear flashed in the dragon's eyes when it saw the blade. The beast crashed to the ground, and Ethan let out a breath. He muttered that metal dragons were a pain, way too tough. If he had more time, he could make a move that wiped them out in one shot. Blue lightning danced around the metal dragon. Milton was stunned. Ethan had just powered up his clan's secret art. Red light wrapped the sword as blue lightning crackled over it. Ethan had focused the 2 current reverse flow on the blade, then set it off. Then he slashed the shackles apart. Rubbing his wrists, Milton thanked him and asked how he knew where he was. Ethan said he should have left himself some insurance before getting dragged here. Milton asked how Ethan knew that technique, and Ethan told him to quit complaining. He'd explain it in extra lessons. Milton frowned. Extra lessons? While driving his sword into the dragon, Ethan said yes. Milton had crossed the marked boundary without asking, and if Ethan hadn't come, he'd be dead. That alone made him dead last. Studying the dragon's scales, Ethan said it wasn't bad. Milton clenched his fists and said surviving was too easy, he wanted more points. Ethan told him to stop talking nonsense and carry this. Holding the sphere, Milton asked what it was. Ethan said the great best swordsman in the kingdom could treat it as an offering. As he stared at the sphere in his palm, he heard that nobody knew he was here. Packing things away, Ethan said he thought Milton and Aggles were working together, but that didn't seem true. Milton stared at the orb, uneasy, thinking this would put him against the main character and give Duke Gemos a huge chance. Then he said that couldn't be right. Ethan rested a hand on the wall and heard someone ask if Mr. Elias had finished eating. Both Ethan and Milton looked over in surprise as the voice went on. The servants still hadn't come back, so maybe they had been rude. Ethan just smirked. Milton turned sharply, already angry. Roger walked in with a smile and asked what they were doing there. Milton answered with a punch to the face. Roger dropped bleeding, and Milton called him a scumbag. A torch flared up as Milton ordered him to stand. Coughing blood, Roger asked what was going on. Shocked, he realized they meant to kill him and turn the clans against each other. Milton grabbed his collar and demanded to know who gave the order. Ethan stopped him and said to move aside. He had a better way to question people. He seized Roger by the neck, and Roger asked if he really thought he'd talk that easily. A bright flame burst around him, and he screamed. Roger's eyes and mouth flew open as he gasped for air. Ethan told him the deal. Answer honestly and live. Lie even once, and die on the spot. Roger gave in. Ethan started with 2 questions. What this place was, and who exactly was here. Terrified, Roger explained that this was a lab for experiments. Every month they brought tributes, and in return they got to study dragon power. About 50 people were inside. He added that around 20 of them were from the Arcana magic group. Ethan frowned and asked about Arcana again. Milton turned to him and asked what that was. Ethan held out a hand and snapped that if they were tied to the order, Roger needed to tell him everything he knew about Arcana. Elsewhere in the cave, two blue-robed men walked along. One complained that he was sick of this job and wanted to see sunlight, but if they got lucky, they'd receive a blessing and learn new techniques. Milton suddenly moved, as the other man said they just had to wait a little longer. They'd catch another lost knight and use him as a sacrifice. The swordsman rushed them at once. With one swing, Milton dropped one of them. The other stared and blurted out, "Is that you?" Milton forced his head down onto the purple cube and brought up the signal device. He looked ahead and frowned hard. With the bag over his shoulder, Ethan said Milton was doing what he'd been told, but there was nothing stealthy about his shadow. One man already lay unconscious on the floor. Ethan said he'd sensed another one nearby, so Milton should use less mana and focus it in his legs. Clutching his head, Milton complained like that was easy. Ethan told him he'd wind enough. Ethan's eyes lit up as he said that if Milton really was the kingdom's strongest swordsman, he should be able to do this. Then he sighed. He sensed 5 cloaked people ahead near the target. Ethan said he'd handle 2, and Milton could try again if he wanted to raise his score. Blue particles gathered around Milton as he ground his teeth. Then he burst past them, using Shadow Veil. A man dropped unconscious to the ground. A girl turned and said to wait. The life signals of 3 researchers had vanished. The man beside her asked what had attacked them. Another man, holding the button, said to send the signal. Milton clenched his teeth and glared ahead. He shot forward, leaving green trails behind him. The swordsman cut between the guards, and they started falling one after another. He lowered his head, mouth hanging open, and Ethan thought he had barely pulled it off. Milton bent over, breathing hard, then laughed. Smiling, he pointed at himself and bragged that he'd simply been too good. Ethan told him to quit the nonsense. Still, Ethan thought there was a reason Milton was called a genius. He learned faster than even the head of the Dark Order, Dekel. Looking at the door, Ethan said this had to be the place. He went in with Milton and said the room was empty. Glancing over the flasks and machines, Milton wondered if they could even find anything useful here. Ethan's gaze landed on a paper. He looked at it in surprise, wondering what it was. Tyrann flashed through his mind, tearful, as Ethan realized what he was reading. A mix of B and RE substances from Dragonman bodies, a strong hallucinogenic drug used for mental conditioning on scientists. While Milton searched around, Ethan scanned more pages and thought this seemed connected to his brother. A paper showing a dragon caught his eye. It was a physical analysis report on the dragon race, and he realized it could help make an antidote. He stuffed the papers into his bag with a smile. He never expected to find what he'd been searching for all this time, and now he had to send it to Ilya's lab right away. Images flashed through his mind. A dragon with a glowing heart, 2 men, and potion brewing equipment. Ethan pieced it together. The balance between Agiles and Milton, the metal dragon's heart, a cure for the conditioning drug, and new technology. Gritting his teeth, he thought, Tyrann, just hold on a little longer, I'll turn you human again. Flames rose behind Ethan as he promised it would be soon. Then, icy rocks appeared. Milton looked ahead and guessed they had a self-destruct button in case something went wrong. They were trying to bury the secret lab. Pointing at the wreckage, he asked what they were supposed to do now that it was all destroyed. Izara flew down happily, saying she'd finally found Ethan, so this was where he'd been. She looked aside and pointed out that this was outside the allowed area, and Milton shouted her name. Raising his hands with a grin, Milton asked if she came because she was worried about him. Ethan said he came for the swordsman who had crossed the boundary. Ethan told Izara to take Milton back to the meeting point and return afterward. Then he warned Milton that if he left the zone again, he'd be punished. Ethan dissolved into black particles. Later, he stood with one hand at his side, facing the students. Smiling, Ethan announced that the survival training and raid battle were over, and now he'd reveal the results. He said Leon got first with 55 points, and Gyros took second with 52. Both of them were thrilled, and Gyros said they really did it. Ethan added that Izara came in third with 48 points. Dorothy took fourth with -154. Milton landed in fifth with -321, and he glared forward in anger. Leon and Gyros hugged, shouting that they did it. Ethan said the spearman and the boy with glasses teamed up to survive, and even improve their skills, which was why they earned the top scores. Lowering her head, Isara said they couldn't have managed alone, then asked if they really expected someone to watch over them every time. Milton spread his arms and said she was right. It was better to team up than fight alone. He could cover for her while she summoned spirits, and she snapped back that he was so annoying. Hand on his chest, Leon declared that even if the whole world turned against them, they would stick together. He wanted to stay with Moshao forever. Adjusting his glasses, the other boy laughed and thanked him. With tears in his eyes, he said that together they could beat any enemy. Leon hugged him, cried out his name and started sobbing too. Izara waved toward Milton and said he was somehow even grosser than those two. The protagonist cut them off and told them to quiet down. Isara lowered her head as he said she completed the tracking task, but didn't do much in the survival part. Dorothy threw her hands up in joy when he said she reached 8 stars, though her deaths cost her points. Ethan frowned and turned to Milton. Milton snapped that it was unfair, but Ethan said he'd get a chance to raise his score in an extra lesson. Tilting his head, Ethan said Milton did fine overall, but lost too many points and should have worked harder. Milton silently cursed him, while Dorothy asked why she wasn't offered an extra lesson too. Milton suddenly felt something was off. He remembered how the protagonist saved him, taught him a secret method, and even showed him a new sword style. Looking at the protagonist, Milton thought he must be doing all this because he wanted to keep teaching him, so he really did value his talent. Smiling to himself, Milton thought he should have just been honest from the start. Covering his face, he thought the Duke had no idea how he felt. Dorothy stared at him, confused. The protagonist smiled and said it was time to head back. Asura tilted her head, thinking the professor still didn't get it. Around her, everyone was happy to leave the wild behind, and she just wanted a soft bed. As they moved on, she wondered why her score was so low, and why she hated working with other people. Then she remembered flying to the hero after he told her to find him, and how his attention had gone to Dorothy. Looking up, Asura wondered if she could ever win the Duke's heart. Someone mentioned how cold it was, and that she'd catch up soon. Soon, the castle came into view. The driver pulled the horses to a stop. Milton and Ethan stepped out of the carriage. The protagonist turned and started to ask what was going on. Then he saw the newcomer, called his name, and Myers ran over, calling out to him too. Myers lifted the protagonist into a hug and said it had been too long. The others stared in shock. Leon asked who he was, and Gyros pointed out that he called him brother. Myers looked him over and said he seemed to have grown up, then finally set him down. His brother said that was enough. Hands on his hips, Myers asked if these were the students he was teaching, and the hero confirmed it. Myers introduced himself as the protagonist's younger brother. He said a letter from the clan heads brought him here to compete with them. Dorothy politely said she was glad to meet him, then asked what he meant by a letter from the clan heads. At the same time, she noticed he was as tall as her dad. Myers looked over the students and said he'd heard none of them had ever won a tournament. They could challenge him, learn ardent combat from fighting him, and he'd get to see the other clan styles too. Clenching his fist, he told them to think of him as a sparring partner. Then glancing at his hand, Myers added that he was also a knight of House Arden, and could control Black Flame. Holding out a hand, he asked his brother if they should go eat. The group was still surprised, as Myers asked how he'd been, and the hero simply said, "As usual." Milton called out to the protagonist. The protagonist glanced over with a grin, and Milton blurted out that he could actually smile. A man by the window asked if this was going to be an open class for the clan heads. The protagonist said yes, parents should see what their children had achieved. Holding a cup, the man said he didn't know what he was planning, but he seemed to have settled into teaching pretty well. As he sipped his drink, he thought about the rumors already spreading about the Duke's lessons. The clan heads would surely want to come, but Milton leaned forward and protested. What open lesson? He still didn't even understand what kind of relationship they had, and wanted an explanation. The protagonist folded his arms, and said it was time to slowly shake up the kingdom's 7 clans. Morning light streamed in. Milton got ready, washing up with his head lowered. He stood in the middle of a fancy room. Then the swordsman grabbed his clothes. Throwing the door open, he muttered that he was already in a bad mood. Straightening his collar, Milton thought maybe he should kindly accept that the Duke just didn't know how to be honest. After all, this was a special one-on-one lesson. He marched down the hall. Reaching the room, Milton announced that he was here for his special lesson. Then he saw Myers with the protagonist and froze, asking what this was. Myers said he had finally shown up. They were only doing a little warm-up together. Milton stared at him, then said if that was true, he could leave now. This time was for a private lesson between student and teacher. Frowning, he added that extra people would only get in the way, then thought bitterly, just because he was the professor's younger brother, he acted like he belonged there. The Duke had clearly struggled to arrange this lesson, only for him. The protagonist stood with his arms crossed, and Milton took that look as proof the Duke felt awkward about all this. Myers said his being there wouldn't hurt the lesson. In fact, it would help. Milton scowled and asked if he'd forgotten that he was supposed to fight him first. Blue lightning flared behind Milton as he said Myers called himself a wall to overcome. What nonsense was that in front of the kingdom's strongest swordsman? Red flame rose behind Myers. Smiling, he said he didn't know who gave Milton that title, but wasn't he embarrassed to say it in front of his brother? The tension snapped. Both reached for their weapons. Ethan frowned and told them that was enough, then agreed to let them settle it in a fight. The protagonist added that he'd give a private lesson to the winner. Then he told Milton that if he beat his brother, he'd also get a chance to face him personally. Myers smiled and said the deal didn't really benefit him, but since he was already involved, it sounded fair. Milton gritted his teeth and said fine. He'd show them the gap in skill. Nothing could block the kingdom's best swordsman. The two faced each other. Myers thought, so this was the man people called the strongest of the next generation. He frowned, almost speechless. Lowering his stance, Myers thought Milton had a lot of nerve acting like this in front of his brother. Milton glared ahead and realized the bastard wasn't bluffing. Blue lightning and red sparks burst around them. Milton decided he'd deal with him for real and used a reverse technique. He dashed in and swung his sword. The strike slammed into Myers' shield. Myers was knocked back by the hit. Grinding his teeth, he realized he may have underestimated Milton. This wouldn't be easy. Milton pushed in again, using fusion and explosion. Myers glared and shouted back. They closed in fast, each trying to end it. Milton lunged forward with a sharp cry. He leaped high, blue lightning crackling around him. Myers looked up, furious. Milton brought down a fierce blow, smashing into the shield again. Turning, Myers noticed the wall behind him. He clenched his teeth. If Milton kept forcing him back, he'd lose. He had to change the flow of the fight now. With a shout, Myers unleashed a storm of red particles. Seeing that, Milton guessed he was trying to finish the battle quickly. Gripping his sword, Milton decided to take the hit and answer with the 3 heavenly swords. One flash split into 7 strikes. Myers swung sharply and hid behind his shield to avoid the lightning. Narrowing one eye, he thought the key was not hitting anything vital. He wasn't planning to back down. Milton pressed in. Myers shifted the shield aside, ready to let his flesh be cut and his bones break if that's what it took. Blue lightning crashed into red flame. Then a weapon stopped the sword, and a hand caught the attack. The protagonist stepped in and said he told them to duel, not risk their lives. The winner would be the swordsman, whose blade had reached the neck. Milton let out a heavy breath. Still gripping his sword, he said he refused. He said that wasn't a real win. If the fight had kept going, he might have crippled Myers so badly he'd never hold a sword again. Myers looked surprised when he heard Milton call for a draw. Smiling, Ethan said fine, they'd attend the morning lesson together. He thought making them fight had been worth it. A rival of equal level was great motivation. Watching them shake hands, the hero thought that when attack and defense styles clash, both sides grow from it. At the office door, the boy asked what Ethan was holding. Ethan said it was a crystal sphere with proof of Aggle's betrayal in a secret lab. Staring at the box, Milton asked why he was handing over something this important. Ethan told him to take it to the Duke. Ethan raised a hand and made one thing clear: his son nearly died, and he would not use that to make a deal. Milton's eyes widened. He leaned in to thank Ethan, but Ethan stopped him and said that in 6 days the clan heads would come for an open class. Since Milton was going home anyway, Ethan told him to pass along the message himself. They had to attend. Milton thought Ethan was being bold again, but agreed. Ethan said he could leave. Milton picked up the box and smiled at it. Ethan frowned, thinking this evidence could shake the balance between the 7 clans. He wondered how Milton would take it. Then he added to himself that Milton was caught in that mess too. As Milton walked down the dark road, Ethan wondered what choice he would make. A man rested his hand on the table. Looking down, Jerron snapped that he'd heard Milton failed the student test twice, then asked what kind of face he had come back with now. Milton stood there, nervous and silent. Jerron lashed out, asking how his only son could disgrace the whole clan. Milton answered that it was simple. Holding up the sphere, Milton said he had actually come to show him this. The sphere played Roger's voice. He talked about faking the prince's death, sending the swordsman after the protagonist, and said Duke Aggles would agree. The Duke kept watching the image as the plan went on. They wanted to offer a sacrifice, and send the swordsman's son to be eaten by the dragon. The Duke stared at Milton through clenched teeth, trying to understand it. Garand ordered him to explain, and Milton nervously said the Duke's people got it by mistake. Then Ethan helped him. Holding the box, Garand called him an idiot for taking help from that fallen family, and asked if Ethan had given it to him. Milton looked down and quietly said, no, he had recorded it himself. With the sphere in hand, the Duke said at least he still had a little pride left. Then he told him to go and said he'd handle the rest. At the door, Milton turned back and said there would be an open class in 6 days. He should come himself and see his progress. His training too. Jerron, still seated, told him not to forget what he had personally invested in him. The door shut slowly. Milton thought of his mother dying in childbirth, and the twin brother who never lived. In his mind, both babies were wrapped in white, and he called himself the worthless one who killed them. He clenched his fists, thinking that deep down, he had always known this was what hurt most. Grinding his teeth, Milton wondered if that was really the reason for everything. His father's image came to mind, and Milton thought he had always been the child his father wished were dead. He suddenly screamed. His hand slammed into the board hard enough to make it crack. Looking at the broken table, Milton thought that if he was only useful to the family, then it wouldn't matter when he was thrown away. Later, they were back at the academy. As Milton entered, Ethan told him he was late for class. Then he turned and asked if something had happened. Milton lowered his head and said it was nothing serious. He just wanted to rest today. Ethan asked, since when students got to choose whether to attend class, then told him to grab a wooden sword. Milton told him to leave him alone. Ethan frowned. Then he suddenly grabbed Milton's arm. Ethan dragged him along, and Milton shouted, asking what he was doing. As they went down the stairs, Milton kept yelling for him to let go and leave him alone. Milton hit the floor hard. Blood started to drip, and he asked what was wrong with Ethan. Ethan looked down at him and told him to get up. If he hated it so much, then he should try hitting him. Milton rushed at him, still shouting for him to leave him alone. He threw strike after strike, but Ethan dodged every one. Ethan lifted his hand and hit Milton hard in the side. Then Ethan leveled his sword in front of him. Milton flinched and looked aside in pain. His eyes went wide with rage, and he cursed Ethan. Blue lightning burst around Milton as he shouted that he would kill him. Ethan watched the glow with a frown. The fight echoed through the castle grounds. At last, Milton dropped to his knees. Kneeling there, he demanded to know why Ethan did this. Ethan said he was punishing him so he'd get a grip on himself, then asked if he was crying because it hurt. Milton lowered his head and yelled that he was not crying. Ethan frowned and said that was fine. Judging by his voice, he had come back to his senses. Ethan recognized it as the stage of inner demons. When anger and sadness stay buried too long, they explode. In his past life at war, he had seen many people break because of that. He tossed his sword aside and thought that whatever happened between Milton and the Duke had pushed him into despair. At least he had dumped that anger out. Now, instead of letting it turn worse later. Tears hit the ground as Milton said his father heard he almost died and laughed. Ethan listened, while Milton said his father never even asked if he was okay. He only cared about how Milton would deal with the Duke. Then Milton asked what Ethan would do in his place. What was he supposed to do? Head lowered, Milton said he understood his father. When he was born, his mother and brother died. Milton opened his eyes wide, as Ethan told him none of that was his fault. Ethan frowned and said he should be trying to live happily, because he survived. Thinking of the people he had lost, Ethan said those who died while hoping for his future would have wanted him to stay alive and be happy. Did Milton really think his mother and brother wanted him to live in misery? Ethan added that he knew Milton's life had not been a good one. But even if others wanted that for him, so what? Was he supposed to live exactly the way they wanted? Milton thought of his father again, and repeated his words, that too much had been invested in him, so he must never forget his duty. That was all his father ever said. With a faint smile, Ethan asked what exactly had been invested. Turning away, Ethan said Duke Garrett was a terrible father, and if they ever met, he had a few choice words for him. Milton stared at him in shock. Ethan told him to go rest. Tomorrow they'd make up today's lesson with an extra one. As Ethan went up the stairs, he added that Milton wasn't just a title or a role, he had one name, Milton. Supporting himself on his hands, Milton quietly said his own name. Elsewhere, a man looked over some papers and asked what this was. Reading with growing alarm, he saw that an open lesson would be held in 3 days, and the heads of all 7 families including the Duke would attend. He cursed, asking why he was only hearing about this now, then swore at Duke Garrett. Passing by a room, Ethan heard a loud cry. He lowered his head and thought being the academy rector would never be easy. But no hunter announces the time and place of the hunt ahead of time. 4 people stood behind him. Ethan thought the time had come for the final clash, where he'd catch a big fish. That's where this video ends. If you stayed till the end, please subscribe.